to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day of the PGL Western European Closed Qualifiers for the Season 1, the PGL Wallachia tournament. I'm only Pixel, I'm here with Trent, and we're going to get straight into the action here with this draft. We've got Entity versus PSG.Quest here this morning, a big series, and a big series, Trent, that's ended up happening in the lower bracket.
Yes, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the lower bracket. I love the lower bracket first thing in the morning. This is the way you want to start your day, okay? I know the players, maybe not the biggest fan, obviously, of the first game of the day, so it could be a little bit stressful. But, I mean, you and me, I know that the lower bracket's where we want to be. These are the games you want to watch.
Absolutely, absolutely. And especially between these this caliber of teams, I mean, you would not be surprised to see these teams not only in like finals of qualifiers, but to, like making it to lands. These are two teams of land caliber. And one of them is going to be going home today. One of them at the end of the road. End of the road for them here in this qualifiers. Well, what's the route that they've both had so far, Trent, to give people a bit of a summary? Who knocked these lads down here?
For Quest, they did come down here right away. They got knocked down by Mouse, and then Mouse went on to face OG, who then Mouse lost against. And then for our other half, your Entity, they defeated Rest Farmers, who's been looking pretty good. We cast some of their games yesterday versus Level Up, which they did win. But then Entity lost to Tundra, but it was 2-1. So they put up the fight up against the old Thompson crew, and now they're back down here versus Quest. But I would say this is definitely the tougher side of the draw on the bottom half of the bracket, Like Entity Quest, overall, like very, very, very tough matchup here. Considering Quest's, like, just consistent performance across a lot of qualifiers. So this should be very, very exciting.
No, it really should. It really should. And we've got the bans flying out very quick. I mean, in terms of differences from what we were seeing between the teams yesterday and these teams' drafts, we're seeing bans such as the Monkey King come up in the first phase, and also that Meepo. And even the Veno. I mean, that's a very team-specific ban. I mean, you're not seeing anyone else ban out the Venomancer at the moment, Trent.
No, I mean, they did use it in their one win over Tundra, and they were playing it in the Dream League qualifiers as well. So some respect being thrown out there. It looks like they've been on it even played it back in the one-win series that they were playing versus Virtus Pro in that best of 5. So yeah, they got some Veno ideas apparently, and I mean, I don't blame them. I don't want to play against the DM Veno either.
No, absolutely not. It's just annoying. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. You just don't want to lane against it. You just don't want to deal with it. So get it out of the game. Don't let him have one of his comfort specialities. Quest out. First pick Disruptor. We're seeing that everywhere. It's definitely the hot thing right now. I guess it really was what that changed that really kind of elevated him. The fact that now level 1 Thunderstrike, you get basically the max level slow on each tick rather than it scaling up, which is pretty insane because of the fact that you can obviously go for the build that you want to do where you put more points into Glimpse rather than the Thunderstrike at the laning stage. It definitely, you can see why it feels pretty crazy.
Yeah, and he's kind of been moving that way anyway once the damage got moved to the Glimpse. So yeah, it's even better. It's just, I guess essentially what happened was that wasn't quite enough to make him good. And then this was what maybe has tipped him over the edge. So definitely still has some inconsistencies. Feels a lot better when he's ahead than behind. That's always going to be a Disruptor problem. But that being said, he's also one of the absolute best supports when you are ahead. When you have these chase down heroes, I think there's a lot of heroes that you want to pair with Disruptor. Batrider is definitely one of them. So a little unfortunate for them that he's been grabbed by Entity, as he's got this this idea of just constantly chasing, providing vision. Not as much as he used to, but still pretty decent for that. The other big hero I always think of is TA. So we'll see if that comes into play later on in the draft. Just very, very good to play off of the traps when you're playing Disruptor.
I'll see what they want to double up with the Disruptor here as their second pick. It's going to be so straight up the first two picks will likely be the supports. Unless as Quest, they've not been doing any crazy core IO stuff recently, have they? That I've missed?
I don't even really think of them as an IO team unless I'm missing.
I was going to say, pull the numbers up on this one because
they played it once versus Nigma recently, but other than that, it's not exactly a hero that they're looking to bust out all the time. So it has become very popular in pubs, though. I have noticed that over the past couple weeks, a lot of top tier pub matches have been featuring the IO, so people are trying to make it work. OG played it in quite a few of their games just yesterday, I think it was. So, I mean, we all know IO is obviously a pretty good hero. There's some good reasons. One of the reasons why Chen seems pretty good is that Mech has a great build-up right now. IO is another hero that loves Mech. Still has a useless spell in Spirits, which is kind of weird that we just don't get Spirits all the time. But here's, IO's got so many amazing pairings, and this is one of them with the Mars.
Absolutely, yeah. So much sort of global potential, and yeah, just the ability to keep Mars topped up and very, very tanky, very, very hard to burst through the amount of sustain that IO's going to be pumping out towards him. That's the entity. They're going to have a pretty good idea, at least, of what PSG.Quest want to be doing with the lanes. So they can have a pretty good idea of how they want to set things up for their own safe lane against this off-lane duo that Quest is going to be throwing at them. There's been a few of the carries being banned out already, of course. Monkey Kings, Naga Sirens, Lifestealers taken out of the pool. I mean, anything else? What sort of comes to mind, do you think, that Watson's going to be wanting to get his hands on this game?
I wonder if they're considering the possibility of the gyro for Quest and thus thinking, what do they want to have to make sure, like they want to make that as unlikely as possible, one would think. Like some sort of like in-your-face hero. For now, they'll start with the TB. Again, could be core. Might not be. We're still
that's the thing.
On the TB support wavelength. But very likely going to be core by the looks of it now.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. And one of Watson's finest, but still is the rank 1 carry in the world, Watson.
We get quite a while,
He has. There was like a small period, right, where he dropped down to second, where one of the other lads took him over. But other than that, yeah, it's been quite the run for him at position 1 on the old MMR leaderboards.
He definitely likes his time grinding. All right, well, I mean, there's an Undying. This is definitely screams Gyrocopter in a lot of ways, but they're not going to go for it. Want to make sure they grab that Pangolier instead, who, as we saw yesterday, despite what I thought would be a devastating nerf, and so many instances where I thought it would come into play, the hero's still incredible. He was still hitting his bashes with one last swash.
Yeah, that was pretty wild, that game.
Still looked amazing, it's crazy, because that nerf just sounds awful.
And that was in a game as well where he lost his lane, right? That was the game where Adzantic was laning up against Boromir's Void Spirit. Was it the Void Spirit that game? And then, had a pretty rough matchup in the mid, but overall, I think he ended up something like 18-3 and 18. Had an incredible game on the Pango. So didn't need an easy start, was able to make a comeback, was able to still dominate the game. As you say, on a hero that arguably, on paper, probably received one of the hardest nerfs in that recent patch.
That's crazy stuff. They immediately banned the Puck as well, which is the go-to classic counter to the Pangolier. As being leashed on this hero is miserable. Just remove that. I feel like all of our drafts yesterday also had Puck. We had like Puck, Invoker in the last phase of bans, pretty much every single time. These decent mids for rotating around, but also have some pretty good scaling potential. An Entity, they're going deeper in the IO pair pool, banning out that Marcy.
Okay. Yep.
That's a really good one. That is what they used the last time they picked it, so it's fitting that they're keeping that in mind. The last time they played a IO lineup versus Nigma, they tried the IO Marcy, and the gyro was available, and they just ignored it. So probably a pretty good read there from Entity, doing their homework.
Now, you'd imagine that they'd want to have some sort of range carry to help sort of deal with the Tombstone, maybe have a bit of a decent laning stage. I mean, they've already got sort of 2 melee frontliners between the Mars and the Pango. So some sort of range carry for Quest could fit in quite nicely. The melees are being banned out, though, by Entity. They take out the Bloodseeker as well as the Marcy.
There's also the Morphling, too, versus TB can also be kind of solid. But, I mean, you have Mars and Pango. Otherwise, I'd be almost worried about having an IO Morphling on my team. But Mars, Pango are just such good brawlers in conjunction with the Disruptor that I actually wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I'd say Morphling's a pretty good shout. Absolutely, yeah. In the hands of tier 2000, I'd be interested to see what he would go for instead. I guess he doesn't sort of have the ultimate last pick, but I think that doesn't matter in this sort of situation if you want to play something like the Morph. Now, let's see. Let's see what they fancy taking this game for tier 2000.
They remove the TA themselves. Make sure that Entity aren't going to grab it there for no one. They have the potential Kunkka offlane. Could also pivot to an offlane hero if they really want to try and shut down whatever this position 1 hero is from Quest, but
5 seconds.
fairly likely they're going to want to grab a different mid hero. Kunkka obviously a pretty heavy controlling hero, so doesn't necessarily scale that hard with damage these days. Just gets the crazy water spout action happening. TB kind of all damage. So they certainly need a bit more of a playmaker coming out of the mid.
Well, no, they're going to go with that gyro that you anticipated. And the Entity themselves, they did not. With the fact that they focused their bans elsewhere. I think the only thing that may have, from Entity's side of things, may have meant that they felt that the gyro was maybe not going to be picked because they had the Kunkka, and, with Kunkka you get Blade Mail, and it can be quite annoying for gyro in the mid-game fights. But seems like Quest, they look outside of that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. There's a lot of ways kind of the Kunkka can mess with the gyro. But I guess overall, just when you look at everything else, and the fact that they've got the IO and sort of the lineup that Quest have, as you sort of saw, it's just a good lineup to have the gyro as a carry in.
Yeah, there's just a lot of boxes you're checking. Like Tombstone is just huge. That it would be so rare to even see an Undying versus the gyro anyway, so you get that. I think also playing around the arena is pretty sick with Flat Cannon when it's actually on your team. I feel like it's often on the enemy team, but you can be, doing stuff inside the arena where you're untouchable and you're just putting this crazy amount of damage on the outside. But okay, here we go.
All right, I mean, we're down in the lower bracket. It's time to pick up the dirty stuff. It's a last pick Huskar here for Entity. Now, the question is, how devastating of a last pick is it here, do you feel, Trent?
I mean, it seems... Pango is good because he obviously is very mobile, so this idea
he can get away.
Playing dishonorably. We do not want to play the lane, right? That's we're not going to play a normal game of Dota versus Huskar because that's just a losing battle. We don't want to do that. So in that sense, it's pretty good, but he also isn't someone who jungles that well. So it's going to be a really awkward balance of trying to make this lane someplace where you can get some XP, maybe a little bit of gold, without throwing the game away. It looks pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, let's see how it plays out here. Entity with that final pick, Huskar, or no one. See how much of a hard time he's going to be able to give them. So I believe there have been a few other Huskar games showing. I think there was one yesterday, actually, in the second half of the day.
Not one we get to see all too often. Very often banned. We're on that page. I think one thing that we can appreciate with Entity with this last pick is that they did keep it pretty open. Like, you saw them go for the Puck ban and the TA ban. Puck almost very much an early game playmaker into late game damage scaling, and TA is kind of this in the middle where you could do quite a bit with the hero. You have more playmaking potential because you have the shard. You have this opportunity to just farm up ancients and play a slightly more passive game and then make your way to a Roche push or something like that after. And because they have this Terrorblade's on one end of the spectrum where it's just raw damage and map control, and Kunkka can just be this total playmaker, somewhat minimal damage these days. They could kind of move it around a little bit in the mid to how they want to sort of formulate their game plan here. So keeping that opening is obviously incredibly important when you have last pick, because it feels like second pick is quite a bit weaker these days. We'll see if the Huskar is... I mean, that's what you need. If you're going to take last pick right now, you need these crazy picks. So hopefully it works out well for them.
Let's find out. As I say, a lot on the line here down the lower bracket. Both teams doing their best to fight for a place at PGL Wallachia Season 1. I want to get themselves that one ticket that's available here in this region to get a chance to play in the $1 million tournament.
Wow, they have one slot.
Well, there we go for Noob. No fun on this lane. Indeed, as is the case when the old enemy gets that Huskar.
The emote really adds to it.
Just to be clear, if I call you mate.
Well, let's see. We'll see how much you can get out of it, because it could start to get pretty nasty, that mid, indeed. No one could do quite a number on him.
Need a little bit of 2v2 mid here.
So you see Ducalis and Malik actually coming around, and interesting move there. Get that early Watcher under there.
Noob, I believe, successfully did some detective work there to realize that there was a ward somewhere.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to knock that out early on in the lane.
Don't think he's going to get the sentry help, unfortunately, or or grabbing himself. A little bit too risky. Just for where he got hit by the tower, wasn't 100% certain on the triangulation. Kataomi takes a lot of damage here.
Now they got the glimpse back. Ooh, it's a nice knockback with the flame break. I'll tell you what, that's going to allow him to get out.
The rune.
That's going to be, what, 3? Yeah, 3 bounty runes going the way of Entity. I think they missed out on that kill as well. I believe, you know, I don't want to point fingers, but I think Ducalis or whoever had the blood grenade, they missed it, point blank. You know, they were surrounding Kataomi and someone did not hit him with their blood grenade. And I think if that hits there, that would have been first blood. So unfortunate there for Quest.
Oh, and he's going to get the D ward on them too. Kataomi with a lot of insults here to start this one.
I mean, they're talking about this top lane with Kunkka and Bat from DM and Kataomi. Can these two kind of do enough to disrupt the farm of TO2000, or does the IO from Ducalis keep this Gyro pretty safe in the lane?
I think it's going to be pretty hard to bully them very much. Like, a lot of it will come down to the positioning from Ducalis, and of course the most important thing will just be the camps. As per usual, as you can see, Ducalis just drops the sentry down to block the hard. Kataomi goes to body block the small camp. It's probably going to be pretty chill, which should be good news for Quest. So I'm seeing Noob having to utilize the shield crash here.
Oh, and actually, damn.
Whoa.
Down bottom, I didn't expect that one. Watson and Fishman just able to walk down Malik. They're both with the reflection and stacking up the decays. And they get themselves, first blood for the rank 1 Terrorblade carry. That is not what you want to be seeing if you're playing on Quest right now.
No, that's crazy because that's a pre-meta kill. Like, I'm usually waiting till level 2 before I'm watching for the kills, but now there's a chance that you just do that again, right? Like, you get a reflection into a meta. It's a scary situation. So, yeah, good job there. I mean, this is the value of the Undying. I feel like Fishman is one of the Undyings we've seen the most of in the past couple of years, so I guess we shouldn't be too surprised that he's having a good time in the hero.
Yeah, if they keep this sort of advantage down here, this lane could get pretty nasty. Both Amar and Malik could be very susceptible to getting taken down anytime the meta and the tombstone's up. You know, 2 spells with very long cooldowns and for good reason. Incredibly strong early game. And what are we seeing from the mid lane? Pretty much as expected. No one with about a wave advantage of CS. Probably is going to be able to continue to hold that. Doesn't really get that much easier for Noob. Shouldn't die unless he plays, you know, overplays his hand with aggressive shield crashes and swashbuckles. But definitely doesn't have a fun time stepping up and getting the CS, and definitely not getting any denies really against this Huskar. No one able to hold the lane.
He's done some nice plays though. Like, he took advantage when he went to the water rune to make sure he got a swashbuckle in there. He's been getting a lot of the range creeps as well with his swashbuckles. Yeah, right from the start of this lane. So could be going worse. Gets 2 misses in a row there.
Oh, there you go. Yes. RNG on his side a bit.
You'll take those. I mean, it's deserved, obviously, when you're Pango versus Huskar, so.
Oh. This is definitely going to hurt him. Shouldn't kill him. I mean, it's going to get close to. There's a lot of damage here with the stacks up a Burning Spear.
I mean,
it's not a fun time.
Yeah, he definitely dies if he doesn't do that tree block, so. Good play there.
Yeah, one more spear and he was gone for sure.
I was hoping that was his courier coming with more regen or something, but his is, still on its way back home. Oof.
And we'll go for the 2 bottle charges there granted to him by the bounty rune, but still not going to put him in a great shape to get back towards the lane. You know, 4 minutes in, Huskar double the CS of the Pango.
Yeah, and again, Pango, a hero that is going to have a pretty hard time catching back up. Kataomi even going for stacks, having to control the water runes, so it means Noob is not going to be getting one here. No one just denies it. He doesn't even want to take the extra steps to pick up that water rune because it's just not worth it as a Huskar. Just wants to get right back in the middle and deny any farm to Noob that he can. Another miss uphill.
I really say, you know, looking at the laning stage so far, it's that the bottom lane and the mid lane both going very well for Entity. Only really the top lane where Quest are having a great time. TA2000, he is free farming. He's going to have quite the game to carry. His other cores are going to have a pretty slow start. Malik just 13 CS and Noob just on the 14. It could be a tough game to kind of pull through after this laning stage. with how far Entity's getting ahead on both their mid and carry.
Oh, and now even the Courier taken down here by no one. But Omar's nearby. Oh, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they need to punish this. They're coming in. They've got the glimpse back. They'll kill him off. Won't be without Noob still going down, though. But they finally, you know, they're able to do something about this Huskar. They have to do it. They have to bring everything. Bring the 2 supports in. They get the kill. And at the least, I guess for Noob, they did kill no one before Noob died. So Noob able to at least get some of the XP buff from that.
Yeah, you'll take it. Obviously, he wants to kill Bounty. That'd be really nice because Pango's trying to get going as fast as possible. But you'll take what you can get.
Ooh, Omar! He tried to fish for it, and he gets it. He actually got it. That must have been like the last millisecond of where the glimpse would have still taken him back. But it does. So, Omar, the little things here. Trying to get those wins here around the mid lane for Noob. Sending no one back to base.
That's so much effort, and it gets him like 1 wave, and it's worth it. That's awesome. Very well played by Omar. Find those little moments there. Ooh, unfortunate for Noob, though, as Fishman goes for the top rune and grabs it. He's even going to take away the bounty rune. Poor Noob, man. He is having a hard time. Absolute bullies here. Is Malik almost going down here in the bottom lane? As Watson pressures with the meta.
Well, I mean, this is the thing with the free start that Watson's had. He can absolutely be left on his own. I mean, they're looking towards him, but these two at this point, level 4, they cannot afford to walk up into this metamorphosized Terrorblade. Watson getting complete free farm down here. Malik. Good job he had the spear at the ready there, otherwise he may have just been taken out. Not easy to step up against this.
And think about how long Undying's just like been gone too. Like Fishman is
chilling,
top stacking right now, and you have Watson as top net worth in the game as a almost solo TB for a couple of minutes now.
I mean, they've got to do something about him. Yeah, he can't keep getting away with this. They come in with the TPs, and yeah, Watson, he'll get speared back to the tower. He'll try and walk it off, but he's going back to base. They'll take him out. I mean, honestly, yeah, it was kind of ridiculous he was getting away with that much on his own for that long. Quest had to do something about it, and they do. They're bringing the numbers, and they get Watson knocked out of the lane.
And they're going to utilize all those stacks that were piled up on the Radiant side, though, and fire them up with DM and Kataomi. Batrider position 4. I think one of the best position 4s in the game right now. Definitely a hero that you want to be getting that early farm on. You want to be rushing towards that Blink Dagger and hunting down these heroes that really like to just play in the jungle the whole time. That's going to be really nice with a Huskar who also wants to get super aggro with you.
Tier 2000, he headed over to try and go for a bit of a cheeky move against Watson on the TP back in after his respawn, but weren't quite able to connect completely with the cooldown combo. So they don't get anything from this.
Though. they farm up the camp, they go right back through the Twin Gate as the wave is coming to their tower.
No, he's keeping the farm great. Yeah, still top CS right now. And unfortunately for Noob, no one is able to find him. Looks like he was out on his own a little bit in the jungle there.
I was hoping to ulti his way out of there.
It's going to hurt. It's going to be allowing them to put some pressure now into the tier 1 mid. No one pushing in the creep wave. The fortification. We'll see if they put any efforts into trying to hold this tier 1 tower. Quest.
Safety bubble armlet. Safety bubble at like 9 minutes in the game seems crazy on Huskar.
They're going to look towards trying something around this tier 1. I mean, at the same time, you've got DM on top of Dakalis in the jungle. He's got the setup. X mark into the boat. Dakalis, has he got anywhere to tether to? Even if he did, he's not going to get the chance. Caught in the combo. Another kill here for Entity. And he's starting to build the lead here. 4-2, 2k advantage and 9 minutes in. See if they can maybe catch more. Omar's going to go for the TP out. There's nothing to stop that. Noob trying his best to play around the information that he has. He's going to get knocked down. Will swashbuckle away. No one. He's got the jump at the ready, and Kataomi's here from the side. Noob, he's getting taken down once more. Another kill here for no one. And with Watson swinging over towards the mid, they'll get themselves an easy tier 1 tower.
That's a great ward that they have covering their own jungle area. Like, noobs are trying to figure out, like, what are you guys doing? Yeah, he's pinging. He's like, okay, they have a ward up on this pillar or something. I don't know how they knew I was exactly there, but there's a combination of vision that they have, letting them know between the ward as well as the watcher exactly where he's going.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, for their sake, I hope this gyro gets absolutely massive. He is second on the board now as TA2000 is approaching the net worth here of this Huskar. But no one also can be farming through these camps and stacks alongside DM at the moment. He's going to hand them back over. Apologize to his Kunkka so we can have another core
Oh,
here to
look
help
at
him out
this
with
mid.
some of it.
Kataomi, he's able to walk up. I mean, the glimpse will at least stop the lasso, but it won't save Noob. Kataomi there just walks up with the Invis rune and trips Noob up. It's not a fun game for the Pango. I mean, Noob knew it from the start. We're seeing it play out as such.
Well, he was right, you know.
He was.
Won't be a fun lane.
No. Not one bit for him, unfortunately.
Kataomi is stacking and farming the enemy jungle. This is confidence on support Batrider right now. And he is 100% correct, because Gyro does not want to come in here. They even have vision over this. They have to watch on their own ward as Kataomi farms and stacks their jungle.
Tower is under attack.
Now the hunt for TA2000. They wrap in behind with Fishman.
All they do, Fishman. Ready to come in from the back lines, give the vision required for them to set up onto Ducalis. TA2000 will get the cooldown out, but Ducalis, he's falling low, tether over, but he's dead. Quest are TPing in to try and help out. Fishman gets off another decay. He'll be the one to get caught in the arena. Can't get off another one here. Watson's going to continue to watch from the sidelines. Metamorphosis is about to be back up. So he's ready to try and fight this. The Rolling Thunder is crashing into DM and will actually allow them to take out no one. It's just Watson and DM left here against Quest. But the Static Storm's down upon Watson. He's trying to get out of the silence. He has got a Sunder at the ready. Quest know it. They're trying to back off. Kataomi now also able to swing around and help out as the lasso comes back off cooldown. Drags in Malik. Malik healed up here by Ducalis. The stick charges. It's enough to keep Malik alive. Malik keeps his distance. Watson's getting low. If Quest can somehow get back in on this, they've got the glimpse. They drag back Watson, but the X-Mark counterplays there from DM. Keeps Watson safe for now. Not a bad punch back there from Quest. As Entity put their everything into the fight, Quest, they managed to come out alive.
But should they hang around here? No one's back.
Indeed, the numbers are starting to come back into play as the respawns are there, Noob. Swashbuckle up in a second. The X-Mark's in play. The tether, the save! He's in time. Ducalis takes Noob back to the safety of the fountain. He'll be able to bail Noob out of this one. Unfortunately for Ducalis, he'll be on his way back. Maybe he can get some sort of tether play over to Malik to save himself. It's there.
Yeah, X is on cooldown. He actually lives.
Ducalis. Smooth moves. Saves his core and saves himself. They won't save the tower. But all things considered, the fact that Quest are sort of able to scrape through a fight like that, it's not too bad for them.
Yeah, maybe going to be a little disappointed because you sort of need the biggest wins you can get right now because they know they're behind. You know, they've been Huskar'd. But, yeah, it was looking like a bit of a disaster there near the end. So, great saves. Well played, Ducalis. Let's see if they can find another opportunity next time. It also does get T2000 down to the other half of the map finally. So, he's down here farming through some Ancients that are stacked up. And now heading in towards the Aghanim Scepter for the big damage. They're going to smoke up here, though. They have that Static Storm back online. Noob's ready. Got to find some kills, and as you can imagine, no one is kind of the ideal target, but it's clearly very risky, too. Got this nice low HP hero, but hard to chain stun.
Dire are scanning.
It doesn't look like Omar Noob will find anything, I mean, unless no one steps up here.
Omar might steal their Wisdom Rune if he just keeps going.
I think he will. Easy
That's
grab.
a great play. It's very unlikely that you get this, but you got to take these risks when you're down.
I mean, but they will now see that no one's heading up this lane.
Dude, he's so alone.
Let's see if they can burst him. He's pretty beefy here with the armlet and the halberd, but probably not beefy enough to deal with a relocate coming in. They bring over TA2000, and yeah, no one. I guess he felt strong because of the two items. You know, armlet, armlet, Heaven's halberd at this point of the game. It's pretty good timing, but being that deep and especially against the lineup with an Iron and a Gyro, you're probably going to die, Trent.
Yeah, I think there might have been a read on his part that he felt like Quest were going to go and defend bottom because they were sort of like pushing these heroes down, and I think he was maybe going to try and just get to the Twin Gate and join his team. And I don't think he was really expecting a lot of resistance up here. As now that smoke is happening, I think this is almost what he was like coming to join for. But they're going to try and get this blink kill. They have the ward up ahead. They know that they're in there farming the jungle.
Let's see if Katsumi can get the
no
grab.
Relocate either.
It's a good time to strike. They've got their eyes on tier 2000. Katsumi's in with the lasso. They drag him back. Do they have the damage with the metamorphosis? They're bringing him down low. They'll get him. Omar TP's over. But there's nothing to be done here anymore here for Quest, as they'll lose the Disruptor. They'll lose Io as well. Dakalis also to fall. Entity take the fight.
I was a bold TP there at the end. He was really hoping he might be able to save, but it's just too much. Does manage to finish up the mech. We get a 15-minute defusal as well on Old Noob, as he's neck and neck here with the Bat Rider in terms of farm, but not too surprising considering how the game's gone. And oh, here we go though. Revenge kill into DM perhaps.
It's pretty tanky, especially with the Kunka's Roam coming out from the boat. I mean, that's going to be enough to stop them from being able to go for DM. Noob's going to turn over towards Fishman. There'll be an X-Mark combo from DM to hold back Noob. Malik tries to chase down Fishman. Actually, he's going to blink over and turns the efforts over towards DM. The rum's going to wear off. He's trapped in the arena. Quest, they will, at the end of it all, still be able to get that Kunka kill.
Yeah, nice pivot there from Malik. Just doesn't want to try and, number one, chasing and undying under a tower doesn't sound like a lot of fun right now, but get the more important kill. That Kunka's really farmed, by the way. He's farming quite a few stacks. He's only a few hundred gold behind. No one's Huskar here. And the Aghanim Scepter will be done in 1,400 gold. It's gonna make this fight really annoying for Io and Gyro. Trying to be this like mobile force moving through. It also kind of negates a lot of the advantages of the Mars Arena, where you're feeling like, oh, this is our area that we can fight in here. This feels really good, and then suddenly there's just like this bubbling storm that's coming through and ruining all your plans.
They're getting pretty aggressive down here on the bottom lane. Tier 2000 Dakalis, they're going to get punished potentially. As Katsum is in with the last one. A Tier 2000 will get the cooldown off, but this time it's Quest. Or maybe not. They actually get out. I was going to say they push forward a bit too aggressively, but Dakalis says it's fine. I can take you home, buddy. He saves Tier 2000. This time round, though, I don't think Dakalis is finding his way out of this, as he'll come back in, nowhere to jump across. He'll die. But if anything, I think Quest as a whole, they're happy with that. It meant that Tier 2000 was able to farm out a nice couple of waves in a risky position, and it did cause the attention of 4 members of Entity to head down there. All they end up getting is an IO kill.
Yeah, and they're pushing mid at the same time.
And they might even be getting a kill mid as well.
Wow,
Fishman,
they're even staticking.
caught in the static storm. Yeah, some good map moves here from Quest, playing from behind.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But yeah,
Yeah,
they are
definitely
start-
surprising. I thought for
Yeah.
sure X was going to stop that kill from happening, so... DM just, he went a little early on it, and it was a good delay from Dakalis. He didn't like instantly go for the relocate. He waited out to see what was going on with the X. And that's kind of what tripped them up a bit there.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They got their eyes on top. I mean, DM is a hard target. If he gets the blade mail and the boat off, but the jump is there. Straight with the spear stun, he'll get the boat off, but the damage, is it enough? He's getting low. He's on the retreat, but the glimpse is there. They'll take him out. Quest with another kill to continue to close up the gap and shut down the lead that Entity built.
They're really kind of catching them off guard right now. It feels like they're all just kind of farming individually, thinking like, oh, we've got this advantage. Let's all get like one more item, and then we'll do our Huskar things. Then we'll go grab Roche. We'll keep pressuring with our like Terrorblade into these tier 2 towers and stuff. But instead, they all just kind of want to farm a little bit. And they're managing to pick this apart right now. They now have relocate back up as well, so potential to even go hunting once more here in a little bit.
I think Quest is going to be feeling pretty happy with this. If you're able to sort of come out of an early game where you've had 2 lanes where you really did suffer, one of them for the obvious reasons of being a Pango against the Huskar, you're now at a point where, you know, you've got a pretty good game to play. You have the Aegis on your Gyro. TH2000 is incredibly farmed. I mean, on paper, how easy of a game is it for this Gyro to carry? You sort of said during the draft that you like this hero pick. You wanted to see it. You got to see it now. And at this stage, do you feel if you Quest, you're feeling pretty comfortable with TH2000 leading the charge?
I think you do. Like, once the BKB comes out, it looks like a pretty damn good game. controlling with the arena, with Tango rolling through, and you're just BKB'd. If you're able to like keep your way going through these Torrent Storms and everything, the Kunkka will definitely continue to be a problem because that Torrent Storm is almost done here. I think he's going to be one of the more frustrating things to try and handle. Like, if you jump him and he doesn't die situations. Cute little X there. They try and jump onto DM.
Yeah, good awareness from him to farm that. Or at least to attempt to farm that Ancients in that style. Was it? Yeah, what a point where they didn't have vision upon them on the map. Still got that one deep ward down here around the mid lane against Quest.
It feels like Entity just want to get this BKB on no one and then see if they can run them over in the next engagement. But it's been a long time coming. I feel like he was on Halberd ages ago. Yeah,
no, his game definitely slowed down a bit after that death that he had on the top lane. And a pretty solid start, but you can imagine after, if they're able to get one more team fight that sort of favors themselves, Quest, that no one comes out on top of, that gap between no one... that Noob comes out on top of. Noob, he's going to catch up to no one's farm. Only about 1.5k behind him. That's just a team fight, a couple of kills going the way of Noob, and yeah, he'll be caught straight back up against a hero that gave him a pretty hard time in the laning phase.
There are definitely a couple of these bigger breakpoint items that are coming out though. Like the Agnums is done on the Kunkka, the Guardian Greaves on the Undying will be really huge in these fights. And then that BKB on the Huskar. So the timing of this next fight is super important for Entity. I can kind of understand why they're greeting out the map, because a lot of teams wouldn't have put as much pressure on as Quest have in the past 3 minutes. They've done a very, very good job. I think they kind of felt like that Aegis was almost there. It's just sort of waiting on the side of Entity, and one little slip up there, and it's just suddenly gone. Was Watson also going to lose a courier? I mean, you need every little thing right now.
At the least for Watson, didn't have anything on it. Would have been pretty sad for him if it did have that component of the Skadi, but as it was empty, so he's able to walk up, still get that finished at great time here, 21 minutes in. Skadi complete.
Quals getting a little bit closer in the old Tormentor. Shard for Omar.
And still, what? Yeah, just under 3 minutes with the Aegis. Do you feel that Quest are going to want to be very proactive with that, or are they kind of happy to do this sort of sit back and farm with the Aegis, which I feel is something that Quest as a whole, as a team, do tend to do in a lot of their games. They like to kind of get control of the Aegis, and then they sort of see that as a reason to chill out and farm with the knowledge that the enemy is not going to have that objective to push with.
I think it's time now. They wanted the Agnums on Noob and the Blink, or the BKB on Malik, and they're both done right now, so they're just going to want to smoke up, run through. I don't know if you want to relocate kill in with the gyro. Like, you can maybe like smoke towards the gyro if you wanted to, because the relocate save has been pretty clutch, honestly. But if you get the right fight, and if you're outnumbering, obviously, then you don't really care to keep the save, because you're supposed to just straight up win the fight anyway. They're not going for a smoke though. They're just sort of rushing down the lane right now. In the mid lane, they push it out. They're just gonna boldly go and join their gyro. Nothing sneaky about it. They're just declaring that they will be pushing the bottom lane. Come fight us.
Let's see what sort of an answer they get from Entity. And Entity, I don't think will be too afraid to fight. You say with their own big item pickups at this stage. Yeah, BKB on no one. The only sort of next big step up they're still as short on is just a... Actually, they're 30 gold away from having the Greaves on Fishman, so he may even be able to get that delivered out to him during this fight. They're going to go for Entity.
Late here. I mean, Kataomi had to get a TP delivered up top as well, and then Fishman's waiting in behind with the smoke. They're really kind of split up because of how, I don't like the way they're starting this fight. Now they're all grouped up on Entity.
Let's see who goes first. No one. He's looking towards Omar, but he's going to start backing off. Noob's able to get the Rolling Thunder off. It's a pretty good angle. The spear back's there, but it'll actually allow no one to still get the BKB off.
Tombstone.
We'll see tier 2000 BKB's off in return, and he pops the Tombstone. Now turns attention over towards the supports as they start to full load to the damage of the flat cannon. No one's BKB comes to an end. He gets healed up by the heals from Fishman, but it's not enough to save him. They've lost their mid Huskar. They've taken down tier 2000 once, but tier 2000 coming in for round 2. He's going to be feeling pretty strong as the flak's back up, taking them down low. Watson's looking at Malik, but X mark on a Malik. The Sunder's a little bit awkward. Tier 2000. He's having a run. DM and Watson turn towards him, finish him off. They're getting the cleanup on this one. Watson.
That was so sick. He's just letting the gyro, like, TM's got him in, like, the holding cell. There's just, like, yeah, you keep your HP. I'm going to hit your Mars a little bit, get him down nice and low as I'm battling with him. Then I'll sunder you so I can deal with your health, and then I'll kill you guys both after. Just total individual effort there from Watson. And how about the supports? Like, Fishman, he just runs to the pillar. He's like, this is what we're going to do. Like, on Quest side, they're thinking, okay, we're getting a fight in the jungle under our own observer ward. And he just makes a beeline for that pillar as Undying, drops the tombstone, forces the flat cannon BKB on it from the gyro. And, like, even though you've got that counter pick, the AoE damage isn't quite enough there because of those griefs. Like, having the extra AoE, having the mech and everything, too, to just help out. Easy life. Very well played here from Entity.
Yeah, big fight for Watson. I mean, yeah, in turn, tier 2000 kind of just needs that one extra item, and then the supports are likely to die under the flak. But in that case, they got incredibly low, but just didn't die to that first sort of barrage of flak hits. And back to a 6k lead for Entity. Back into a comfortable spot. And yeah, next fight, Watson's likely to have the BKB done. That was with their Aegis quest, so now that that's gone, have to see what sort of game plan they have pushing forward in this one.
I gotta be feeling a lot more comfortable now because it's kind of scary before his Entity, but kind of feeling like you're a little bit back on top.
And Malik's in.
They're gonna start going for picks again.
I'll get a quick grab. Nothing to be done here by Fishman. That's tier 2000. Very, very close to having his butterfly complete. See, Entity considering to potentially make a play despite the fact that they don't have Fishman up. Pushing in around the mid. Do they want to try to go on the Gyro and the Eye? They're considering it here. They're going to see if they can at least tease out a BKB. They will. Tier 2000 BKBs immediately. There'll be TPs coming in to back him up. Entity will keep their distance, or at least attempt to. A little bit of a glimpse onto no one. But won't put him in harm's way as both teams keep their distance from one another. Quest happy to just allow tier 2000 to disengage from the attempts of Entity. Metamorphosis was, of course, popped for this.
Worth noting that Omar has been holding that Philosopher's Stone for a long time at this point, and is only 2 components away now, if you were to purchase one up right now, from that Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor. Such a good item, and we talk about Disruptor being really, really good when you're behind, or really good when you are ahead. But when you are behind, the Aghanims can be that one item that can just save you out of nowhere, because teams get a little bit aggressive, they're relying on these BKBs and whatever other item they have, and suddenly you just can't use them. So perhaps that'll be a turning point here. They're on the back foot.
In terms of times for Roche, let's see how long of a respawn it's going to be. It's going to be a shorter one. 40 seconds, and that'll be open for either of the teams. They'll definitely contest that. I don't think anyone's going to be getting a free Roche at this point. A team fight will definitely kick off around it, unless one of them can find a pick-off beforehand. In Quest, they're going to try and do that. They know that potential Roche is back soon. Smoke up and look to try and catch Entity by surprise on this top lane. But Entity, they're already backing out of the area. They know that this sort of play is coming in with Quest disappearing off the map, and they're going to try and hold the high ground. Fishman sets up with the tombstone. No one's in with the BKB. Jump forward from Katomi. He's trying to get the last one to Ducalis, and he will do so. But this time, TO2000 turning up with a completed butterfly. He's got the damage to quickly eliminate the 2 supports. See if they can find more from this fight. Spear pushes Watson back all the way. Noob as well with the Rolling Thunder, trying to hold Entity at a distance, stopping them from being able to easily access into this fight. 10 seconds, and Metamorphosis will be there for Watson, but he's caught by the spear. Malik gets a beautiful angle onto him. The BKB's popped by Watson. They turn over towards Malik. They'll kill off the Mars. So not to come out of this fight without their, with empty hands. Watson and no one cleaning up Malik at the end of it.
Got a crazy amount of experience that fight. He's got 2,500 experience.
And that will be pretty much, his Aghanim's complete as well, thanks to that fight, no one. 100 off the point booster. You can get that picked up at the shop. So it looked like a good start for Quest, but I think this is definitely going to be a bit of a problem for Quest in these fights. The supports from Entity will die, But in terms of tier 2000 being able to have enough sort of sustained damage to threaten someone like Watson on his Terrorblade, it's going to be difficult to find, at least until that now next item is done, which he's not too far away from. He's about 800 gold off having the Daedalus. So then a bit of a better shot of killing off Watson. But if Watson can play these fights right, which so far he certainly has, 5-1-7, only dying the once, he's definitely going to be quite the nuisance and quite the difficulty to deal with in a 5v5.
Yeah, it's that, and then it's the level 20 talent, right, with the +3 flat cannon attacks. That would also be super helpful in these situations.
That's true, yeah.
He just has one job in the fights. He just has to BKB and kill the tombstone. And it is working, and that was the perfect situation where he managed to kill a couple of heroes at the same time. But yeah, like you said, you kind of need that perfect situation where everyone is clumped up if you actually want to try and handle the core heroes as well. They're going to pop their way through the Twin Gate. See if they can find somebody. All smoked up here. So the eggs on the Huskar, like you were saying, that's the 3-second taunt duration. And that's pretty scary for some of these heroes, particularly the Pango, obviously, because, you know, you kind of have
he's
to
the big one,
play
yeah.
a little bit in and out as noob. And, oh, in and out, there's a little bit of a lasso here.
So the BKB's coming out from both sides on that one, Katsuomi and Malik. And Watson's heading up. They want to try and take this fight, maybe Entity, especially if DM can get an X mark drag back, but Quest. And make sure that they're not getting caught in range of the setup. Daedalus done on tier 2000.
Just in time.
Still doesn't want to be caught in a fight, as they'll head under the tier 2 for its safety. Cheese passed over to Watson, so he's going to have basically those two sort of bursts of heal between the Sunder and the Cheese in the prolonged team fights. And he's going to be dishing out the damage. I believe that's a full MKB coming out towards him, so he has now got the tools to deal with TO2000's Butterfly.
And now moving their way up here. Noob, again, he's doing a lot of hiding in the trees this game. Does have his Blink Dagger now, too, which is huge, yeah. Because he had to stop by for that plate mail. Was finding a little bit of troubles. He wanted to get this Blink earlier. Jumps in behind, catches the wave. Get on out of there, Noob.
Yeah, it should be fine. It's super elusive with the swashbuckle and the blinks. They're going to try and walk over and at least grab the creep wave, but Noob, he is well and truly out of there. And we'll be able to slow down that potential push that Entity may have wanted to be get going against the tier 2. It's probably still going to come in, as Watson's still standing strong. It with no one, so the tier 2 should still fall. I don't know if Quest is going to try and take a fight outside of the base.
Okay, but here we go. Omar Agnum's ready. Will this catch them off guard? A little bit unfortunate to use it versus an Agnum's, or an Aegis fight, rather. That part's a bit disappointing, but at TV, you know, Watson's 8-second BKB. Maybe he doesn't get it when he thinks he's going to. Omar's trying to get
they're going to try to snipe! Well, they don't get it. Entity will manage to finish at the torment, and the BKB comes out immediately from Watson. As soon as he sees that glimpse, he does not want to run the threat being dragged back into the Static Storm. As no one's out once, they try for the lasso. The arena's out. DM in return pops the BKB and the boats. DM's fine. They keep the distance. As they'll see if they can maybe get back in on this with the second life of no one. They'll get Malik. Malik's caught in the taunt. Dakalis heads over with the tether, but there's no saving the Mars. And Dakalis, there'll be no saving himself. They lose the two of them. Entity take the fight.
Omar, I actually like his play. He went for it all there with the glimpse into the ulti because he recognizes the way that Watson's been playing this game. I could definitely see Watson being the player who takes that glimpse and immediately just pops BKB meta and starts fighting you, right? Like that's kind of how he's played this game. He's been in the forefront. He knows that he's a Huskar and a Bat Rider to jump him up and help him. So he basically just took a risk there. He was hoping that Watson would allow the glimpse to happen and then try and fight them out inside the glimpse. But, you know, so he throws the Static Storm, Watson pre-BKBs, and kind of felt like getting one of these important cores inside the Static Storm was their only way to win that fight, unfortunately.
They give themselves the racks there, Entity. Now back up to a healthy 11,000 gold advantage. Noob, at the meantime, did find that solo pick-off onto Katsuomi in the mid. Will at least be able to slow down that push on other lanes. And I imagine it is going to be one of those games, and indeed it's been queued up. And for the Gyro to be able to do it, he's going to need the Divine Rapier.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
I mean, that is, it's that alongside, as you already mentioned, the comeback potential around an Aghanim's Disruptor Static Storm. You know, the means are there to do it. Rapier Gyro, Ag Static Storm. If things go right in the team fight, they can go really right. Doesn't matter how far behind you are. There is a comeback on the table. It's just not going to be easy to do. And of course, they still need time to get their TO2000, still about 2,000 or so gold away from the Rapier. And if anything's to go by from Watson on his Terrorblade, so far it's been, you know, kind of business as is expected from the rank 1 player in the lobby. This is, you know, no mistakes are being had here with this TB performance.
I think, I mean, aside, you know, alongside the Rapier, like you said, the Blink Dagger for Omar is really important. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to farm and just sells his drums. Like, depending on how the next fight timing looks, it's that desperate because you really need a good Static Storm. And that's definitely the thing that can catch you off guard. So it'd be great, like, get that Philly in there, bud. Come on, Omar. You need that gold, man. Oh, here they come. The fight perhaps coming sooner than they would like on the side of Quest. They're gonna dangle this gyro a little bit here, perhaps. What's the Radiant vision looking like? Not too great. They've got some vision over on the eastern side there by the Ancients. They're gonna spot the IO gyro moving over there right now. They ping it. And they're gonna see everybody moving there too. They saw the Pango for a second there. They see the Mire, so they know where the entirety of Quest is playing right now.
I mean, TO2000, he's so close to this Rapier. He's scared to sort of step up for the wave, though, because they throw down a scan and it hits. It's just on an illusion, though. But that definitely causes them to be very, very hesitant.
I couldn't even... It's so, like... It's so dark there. I couldn't even figure out what that was. They're going to know now, though. At least they saw it come out to the wave.
There we go. He's got the money. He's ready to assemble it when necessary. The next fight could be the big one. Could be the end of it here in this game for Quest if they don't manage to pull everything together.
This is one of those interesting situations too, because he actually showed on the minimap for a split second since he picked that up. And because of that, if they click the portrait up top, they'll actually see the components, right? Because it'll update to the last time they were visible on your minimap.
Yep. Yeah, they'll know it's here. I mean,
it'll change.
For Entity, still definitely, you know, the strength that they have, especially with the amplified damage on Watson. I mean, they could still go for a move here. And they're going to try. They're going to go for Dakalis first. Drag back the IO, go for the quick kill. Dakalis is out of the fight. Does have buyback available. Rolling forward here, Noob. Gets the fight going back in favor of Quest. TO2000 completely destroys Fishman. And can they step forward for another target? Noob having to back off with the remainder of the Rolling Thunder. The X-Mark's going to come in toward the end of it, and it's enough to drag him back. But Malik, he's in with the setup. Gets the arena out to the two. The TO2000 turns up, and here with the Rapier damage, it's enough to bring down Watson. And he's ready to look for more. Turns over towards no one. No one will pull him back with the taunt. But Malik's here to help back up TA2000 and set this gyro up for the triple kill. The Rapier pickup, it's doing it, Trent.
Oh, it's doing it all. Dakalis goes in for the buyback, says, all right, this is the fight. Noob, what a job from him, man. He gets in there, does exactly what he needs to do. Creates all that space there for TA2000 and the full commit. The attempt, thinking that just blowing up the IO maybe would ruin the fight for the gyro, but he didn't need the mobility because the whole fight just kind of came to him in this sense. You know, he just kind of runs at you, gets all the damage out there, and I mean all the damage. 9,892 from him alone, and Watson, probably the first fight where he's just kind of felt like he couldn't really get anything going at all. Like he was inside the Stack Storm for a second, got out, but just couldn't make use of his abilities in this one.
See, now that they've managed to win such a fight on the defensive Quest, if they're now able to sort of seize this opportunity to go aggressive, still a little bit of time in which they could hold off for the next Roshan. Minute and a half until we'll see that back up in the game. And that, of course, would be the dream sort of pickup for TA2000 here with this Rapier. Can check out the pit.
It looks like Dota Plus has turned tail here. It is now actually favoring Quest. It believes. I mean, I don't blame it. I think that fight just showed the potential here of this Rapier and the inability for them to really lock him down. But, you know, that was a kind of ideal situation. The IO dies. Gyro's still in the middle of the fight. And now Kunkka. Ooh. the new hot upgraded Bloodstone AoE added to Kunkka spells. BKB stocks at an all-time high right now.
No, for sure. Yeah, once sort of these BKB durations, they're of course down to 6 seconds on TO2000. He's going to get thrown all over the place. So that sort of AoE of kind of disable that could catch and clip onto the gyro could be enough to sort of stop him from getting that damage out and allowing Watson the safety to sort of pick apart the rest of Quest and then being able to finish off by taking out the gyro.
Trying to scout here.
Malik.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You gotta watch for no one's taunt as well. That could just ruin Gyro's fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if he's able to catch him before flat cannon's pressed.
Takes control of the twin gate.
Yeah, they know it's sort of this timing that there's not going to be the opportunity to do Roche even if it does spawn up on the top half.
They're going to set it the Radiant one. They're going to get it.
I mean,
they're running
Quest,
as fast as they can as Quest.
Do they have any sort of smoke cells speed this up? It doesn't look like they do right now. Unless
they're also not in the pit immediately, so that they won't wipe it out before they get here.
Sure. And I guess they're going to try and find the fight first.
Oh, they're going to fight them in between. They're going to say they're rushing to catch us. Let's see if we can catch this Gyro out of position. See if they can get this big no-one taunt. He still doesn't have a Blink Dagger or anything to get in there right away. There's the refresher for double flat cannon. Oh, Gyro's huge right now. They need the one and done on this Gyro.
So, yeah, somebody's got to deal with him.
Oh, they do have one obs, but this isn't... Oh, are they committing?
Dire's top tower.
Fishman's like, I have one observer ward. If the fight's not here, I'm not putting it down.
And the creeps are hitting the base.
Look where Gyro is. He's so far back.
A very tense moment here for both teams. And there is definitely something to be said that Quest, with the damage that TO2000 has, they may be able to walk into Roche and start doing it. Try and force Entity to have to approach them. They're going to consider that. TO2000 wants to go in for the Roche. Entity's going to have to do something. Katomi checks things out with the Flame Break. Roshan already down to half HP. They need to jump soon, Entity, if they want to try and tackle this. DM throwing out the Torrents. It's going to clip onto the Gyro there with that added AoE from the Bloodstone. Onto the side, there's the jump forward. Katomi's into the pit, but immediately gets destroyed. Roshan's taken out. Pick up the Aegis. He's trying to do it. He's able to do it. He takes some space into his inventory. He's got the Aegis. And the Yules is actually there in time to stop the TP out from Watson. As Watson attempts to fight back against TO2000, but he cannot deal with the damage of this Gyro alone. As Quest, they get the Roshan, they get the Aegis, they get 3 kills. This team fights theirs. The gold lead from Entity completely gone.
Oh, the Huskar draft has come home to roost, it would appear. That early lead, not able to carry it through, and now the Blink Dagger finished up on Disruptor, so these opportunities now harder and harder to come by as Entity. If they manage to spot this TB just once, it's going to be Blink Static Storm, and the fight gets nigh impossible for him. It's going to be really hard to get away from that. Damn, what a job here from the side of Quest. And the inability to really capitalize on this Kunkka, I feel like, is what's hurting them a lot on Entity. I feel like he's been basically a non-factor in this later half of the game. Still no Shard. Not like he'd have many opportunities, it feels like, to even use it, but the Torrent Storm's not really that effective. The boat hasn't been very effective. Just, he can't really get into the fight. It feels like every time the fight's taking place, he's too far on the outside.
So what they can get going here. It's a heavy push from TO2000. Tier 3's gone. BKB's back up as well from him in 5 seconds. Entity, they couldn't stop them around the pit. Can they do anything here? They can't. They have to let the racks go. What is the game plan here for Entity? And Watson, he's got the butterfly queued up. I mean, at the moment, of course, there is no MKB or anything, so the evasion will be pretty solid. We'll see if he wants to opt for that over keeping the money for buyback, because that next fight may be forced pretty shortly, and indeed he'll spend up, get the butterfly.
They are not slowing down right now, and yeah, he's gonna have to hurry up here. get back for this fight. They're wrapping in behind, though. No one, again, looking for this big grab. Kataomi as well. Disruptor, that'd be a great target.
It could be indeed. If Kataomi's able to find it, but no, it's Malik. He's actually able to find them first. He jumps forward, gets the spear off onto Kataomi, and now it's very awkward for Entity. They don't get the surprise hit that they hoped for. They'll lose Kataomi, they'll lose the tombstone, lose Fishman. At least in return, Watson was able to get 2 kills. But TA2000 and Malik still standing strong. The BKB's out from DM. They look to TA2000. As he turns towards no one still alive somehow. The Aviana's Feather allowing him to survive to the edge of the fight. They're taking TA2000 down the woods. They're taking out Dakars. They're taking out Malik. And with the number advantage, can they do it a second time? The lasso's there. Kataomi able to hold back TA2000 for now. Watson gets the Sunder off. He kills off Noob. They turn over towards TA2000 with the taunt of no one. They bring down the gyro. Entity have managed to take back control of this game. The rapier now to fall into the hands of Watson.
Whew, Kataomi getting in there, coming back with the lasso and then into the disarm and taunt there. I mean, it's pretty hard to find a time to utilize that halberd now, but somehow he finds a moment where he's actually not going to be able to use his BKB despite the refresher as well as the BKB itself now getting rid of the halberd. So no one, yeah, that was crazy. Like you said, the Avian's Feather is actually crazy. That did so much for no one in that fight. Just play there. He actually tried to TP back to the base, and he got bashed by the Pango. And I'm like, oh, no one's just dead. But instead, that bash actually saves the fight a little bit for them.
Oh, this is going to be quite the push coming in now from Entity. Straight down the mid. Watson. Not only that butterfly they picked up before the last fight, but now the fact he has TA2000's Rapier as well. TA2000's starting to queue up his next one, but he's not got the money for it. I mean, at the least, TA2000's probably hoping that he doesn't have to be forced to use his buyback. He's up in 20 seconds, but the damage already getting done in the mid lane. As the mid-racks, they're being taken. It does look like it will mean that TA2000 doesn't have to buy back, but it's the mid-racks gone. Entity back in the lead.
Yeah, it might cost them their glyph here, too, depending on how aggressive they want to be. They're playing a little bit slow here. Kataomi, though, going to start hunting pretty soon. Can you imagine he's going straight for that gyro?
Noob's going to try and start things. They're going to look for no one here with the Ag-Static Storm. They've caught him. TA2000, he's bringing in the damage. They take no one out. Immediate buyback to come in from no one. Going to try and get over to the fight, but there's nowhere easy to TP over, so he's got to spend a lot of time walking. The lasso, it's there onto no one, and indeed it drags back to Malik as well. Malik's got the BKB, pushes back Watson. The save's there from Dakalis. And Dakalis is able to bring Malik up to the high ground with the relocate.
Wow, nice plays. Great saves there.
I mean, this is, yeah, it's just that sort of level of defense. It may just be one kill, but it is enough to push back Entity. And they do just need that little bit of time. TA2000 should be able to get towards that, second, the fullback Rapier here before the next fight. It's just the Demon Edge away. So we're very likely to have on our hands a game where both carries are to be geared up with the Divine Rapiers.
Yeah, it's not going to take them all too long.
And of course, in terms of buybacks, no one's just dropped his. I think out of all the cores, we've still got the buyback available for Watson and for DM. Obviously, over the side of Quest, especially with the Rapier that's likely to be picked up, they're not going to have the luxury of buybacks themselves. So there'll still be this window where Entity, even though no one's not got buyback, the fact that Watson and DM do have that luxury, you'd imagine that Entity's going to strike again pretty soon.
Yeah, I would think so. I think the open map is also where they're going to shine a lot. It's looking very difficult for Kataomi to actually get these big grabs inside and actually get something out of it, as you just saw, because there's so much backup nearby. But between the Aviana's Feathers and just like the general maneuverability of the Bat Rider, the Tombstones as well, I think benefit you a lot more out on this open map than it does on the actually going high ground. Seems a little bit too easy for them to deal with there. And here's the group up here.
Yeah, they want to go now. They don't want to allow TA2000 to get this Rapier. Watson's got it. Amplified damage ready to pop. See if we can make anything happen with this. As Quest start to back off. How's the progress looking on the Rapier? Still 1,000 gold out. Really needs that for the high ground defense. needs that overwhelming damage, because outside of sort of the rapier, even when he has it, there's still going to be that difference between the carries in which that, you know, tier 2000 doesn't have an MKB and such, and there is a lot of evasion in play. You know, Watson, he's got the butterfly, he's got the trickster cloak, and of course he himself does have an MKB, so he can deal with this evasion that tier 2000 has. But when it comes to a situation of Metamorphosis being popped and both having a rapier hitting into each other, you've got to favor the fact that Watson's probably going to be able to bring down TA 2000 quicker than TA 2000 can bring him down, especially if this supports the IO has been dealt with by the rest of Entity.
Yeah, I think the X factor of the Quest supports is definitely going to be the hardest thing to deal with, because the Undying, like Fishman, he doesn't have a whole lot he can do these fights. Like, he can drop a good tombstone. He even has the Blink Dagger. Like, maybe he does a saving tombstone too. We'll
That's true.
Keep an eye on that because he has the shard. Pretty difficult to execute though, for sure. Kataomi, definitely the X factor. Like, he can get a crazy good grab. He might just win this game solo, but both heroes on the side of Quest, like the Disruptor and the IO, between the relocate saves, the general positioning to keep that damage flowing in the Gyrocopter, those two supports have so much power in this late game. You gotta keep an eye on them, and perhaps Kataomi will get one of these grabs. There's a Wisdom Rune just marinating over here. And it looks like it'll go to the side of Entity. It could actually get DM 25, if not close to it. Kataomi's gonna see it and grab it, say, don't worry guys, I got it.
And it's a bit of a tough spot now, because tier 2000's got his courier in the area. He's got the money, wants to try and get that Divine Rapier delivered, but it's very difficult to do so when Entity's around the secret shop. See if he finds any sort of way to get that delivery done.
No one, I mean, they know. Oh, also, there's 10,000 gold on this TB. What the hell? Watson, please.
I mean, yeah, he can very much just play to get the refresher when he has the buyback gold on top of it. Doesn't need a whole lot more now.
Whose lines are those there? It looks like it's the Dire trying to make a plan
Yeah,
here.
I think, yeah.
Gyro trying to figure out how to get this rapier.
Yeah, they want to get the shopping trip done somehow. And on the other side of things, yeah, if Entity's able to step up and force the fight
to the shop.
Oh my goodness! I mean, if they don't get the rapier pickup before a fight is forced, it's going to feel really rough for Quest.
They have good vision right now. They're going to run right into DM.
Entity's waiting. They know that they want to buy this rapier. They're going to try and start it. Malik's in with the lead up. Tier 2000 heads in. There's the pickup. He's able to buy the rapier. Kill off Tier 2000. Sorry, kill off Watson. Kill off Kataomi.
He didn't even need to buy it. He's got two now.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, that's how you do your shopping trip. Buy one, get one free on the rapiers today at this stall. As he heads up, gets his purchase done, and he grabs the one from Watson. And now we're back in a situation where there's two rapiers on the Gyro, none on the Terrorblade.
Damn, dude. I love BOGO rapiers. Hell yeah. Down the mid lane they go.
They
will.
will.
A spear into Static Storm. Just that's it. I mean, Static Storm can just win you the game. It was over for Terrorblade. He didn't get to play.
I guess if anything, the positioning from Entity really worked against them there. Like, they wanted to hug that secret shop, just stand there and do, ready to defend it. But in doing so, they did indeed open themselves up for a very clean jump from Malik and Omar to just set up onto them.
Was he mid shopping? That has to be what happened.
No, I think they were just preparing. They just knew that the Gyro was going to come, and they were just standing right by the shop waiting for him. And just a little too close to one another. Here's the buybacks. Oh, the Lotus! It's going to reflect the double lasso back up towards the two of them. TO2000 is going to continue to push forward, but in fact, he just gets torn apart. It doesn't matter that he's got the two rapiers. Watson, with the fact that he has the MKB and he's able to pierce through this evasion, means that he's still able to dispatch this gyrocopter, and now is ready to run it down the mid. They look towards Malik. Malik's got the arena to hold them back and at least gives the chance for Malik to retreat. But my goodness, now the double rapiers, where they're going. One's gone into the hands of Watson. Who's got the second one? Where's that one going out?
The other one.
No one. All right, there we go. One each. Sharing the love here on Entity between the two cores. And yeah, the buybacks, they of course came flying out in that one. 3 from both sides, I believe. And now a point where Quest, but the Quest are going to have a noob having his buyback. They're a little short on the gold. They need a bounty rune. Are there any bounty runes spawning soon? There are, isn't there? They do quick maths, 54 minutes. They should be a bounty, right?
I mean, usually there's like 9 of them in one of the spots at this point on the map. Where
Yeah, somehow they'll all be cleaned up.
In
Yeah.
10 minutes. Yeah. But immediately into the Roche they go.
Right, where's
in there?
third rapier purchase for TH2000? He's going to need it. He's a little further away from this one. It's going to take a lot of money to get that gold sorted, unfortunately for him. So that third rapier probably not going to be here on the defense. Because Entity with the Roshan, with the Aegis on Watson, and yeah, rapier on Watson, rapier on no one. It's time to push.
I mean, you were right, though. Ducalis was down there waiting for the bounty rune. He grabbed it and TP'd home.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, yeah, absolutely needed that. They need the chance to get Noob back in on this. They need the full 5-man against this. They've come in with some pretty good fights whilst behind, but this one's going to be the toughest one so far this game for Quest. Against the Aegis, against the 2 rapiers. And no rapiers on the gyro.
Nice Wind Waker. Kadomi tries to grab Malik.
I mean, fortification is up. BKB is going to be forced out. Doesn't want to get dragged back into the potential threat of an Aghanim Static Storm. They're buying time, so it looks like Noob won't be forced to buy back.
Omar buys the smoke. He's trying to lurk as hard as he can. Also has the Timeless Relic.
Oh, there's the jump! But the BKB's out immediately from no one. Won't be able to dodge the spear. The mega creeps are there. Malik, he'll drop the arena, jump out of the sun. Katom is in with the lasso. He's able to drag back to Carlos and TH2000. Goes for a second one, but the BKB is out from TH2000. Heads straight in over towards the tombstone. Watson looking towards to Carlos to get the spear back onto no one, but they've lost to Carlos. Refreshers pop for Noob. He's ready for round 2 here with the Rolling Thunder. TH2000, though, dies outside of the base. Does not have buyback. Malik and Noob trying to keep the game alive. Malik dies. He'll buy back immediately, but they're running out of buybacks, and they're running out of this game. GG is called as Entity will take this game 1. A crazy amount of back and forth with the rapiers, but at the end of it all, Entity, they reign supreme here, Trent.
That's a beautiful way to start a series right there. The lower bracket, you go for the last pick, Huskar, you win your lane, you Huskar it up, but you start getting scared, you start losing to Rapier Gyro.
tap in. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. My neighbors compete to see who can put up more blinding lights. The kids all wish away the month 'cause they want presents in sight. This year had me so mad. I've been bad, got coal that is sitting under my tree. I think that my Christmas has died. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. When I was just a boy, Christmas brought so much joy. Couldn't wait for the presents and laughter. I couldn't sleep late at night, looking for Santa with lights. Those are the memories I still remember. Then I became a man, lost sight of who I am, but right in front of me was the answer. 'Cause on Christmas I feel joy, and I turn back to a boy. The answer is to stay young forever. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. This is not a Christmas. This is not a Christmas song. Ice in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. 'Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, la, 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 la.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I'm Odie Pixel, and I'm here with Trent, and we're getting ourselves ready for Game 2 with his best of 3 down in the lower bracket of the PGL Western European Closed Qualifiers for the Wallachia Season 1 tournament. It's between Entity and PSG.Quest. We just saw Entity able to take Game 1, but quite the Game 1 it was, Trent.
Yeah, seriously. It's a fantastic way to start the day. Maybe not for the players, kind of stressful, but great for us and the viewers. So that's what we like to see. And certainly good for Entity, I guess, as in the end, they're able to dominate that one in rather classic Watson fashion. Get big, kind of a bit of a slow, like sort of mid-game / earlier into the mid-game for Entity, considering the advantage they had in the lanes. They used that time to instead just kind of get big, gave Quest a bit of an opening to get back into it, but in the end, Watson's very excellent late-game carry prowess came through once more.
Well, it did. It did, you know, and you don't expect less from the rank 1 Terrorblade player. He pulled it off in that game, and it's just going to be a question maybe of if that gets considered into sort of the bans. I mean, coming into the sort of first phase here of this Game 2, what are we seeing with the Disruptor taken out this time by Quest? No first pick disruptor being allowed this game. I mean, anything else that you think both teams are going to be considering? I mean, after that sort of game one, do you really have to have that Huskar a bit more at the forefront of your mind if you're Quest coming into this?
Maybe a little bit in terms of last picks. I think the bat being left in is pretty sweet, and there it is.
Yeah.
Not shocked there. I'm sure Entity will be very happy to grab that once more. So good job by them. I guess Quest just valuing some of these other heroes more, as we have seen, like that Disruptor. But Kataomi showing why you got to fear the bat, especially in the late game. Those double lassos. Even when he did double lasso himself and an ally, which was great on the Lotus, it's still mostly working in Entity's favor throughout that one. So we'll see what Quest have in mind. The Timbersaw, probably the biggest hero that's still left in the pool right now.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's absolutely first two pick material. If they fancy that, you're on Quest. They'll go with the route of the brew. We saw some brew yesterday. We're gonna get some brew here. This wasn't banned out last game, right? They just opted for different offlaners, right?
Yeah, I think it was left in, if I recall, because I remember looking through actually about the brew, because they picked it first yesterday on Entity, so I thought maybe they might opt for it, but they just ended up ignoring it in the last draft. So Quest will be the ones to grab it though instead. So obviously both teams favoring this hero. A lot of teams feeling like Brewmaster is a pretty solid option right now, and it's kind of on your own team to make it show, like to show why it's that valuable as a first overall pick. So Malik hoping to prove that he's got the brew that's up to snuff.
I have a tendency. We'll see if they see any other bans regarding what Quest got through in that first game. You know, obviously Entity got the win, but it was definitely not without a challenge. Quest putting up a very good fight.
10 seconds remaining.
And yeah, most interest really to see what sort of route the carry picks are going to be going. Quest want to try and set themselves up for another gyro performance, go for this IO. Ducalis did have some excellent saves in game one.
Yeah, that's actually true. I wonder if they will opt back for it. As you know, we kind of mentioned, it's not really something they've done a whole lot of. They did play it a few days ago versus Nigma, but other than that, it's not a massive hero for them as of late.
It looked good though. It looked really good. It's a good IO play from Ducalis. You know, sort of the reason why that last game did become as difficult, I think, as it did for Quest was definitely the fact that the mid lane was tough, obviously, for Noob at the start, and obviously on the off lane as well. They didn't have too much of a hot start. Watson got a very free beginning to that game. They didn't manage to put any pressure really onto the Terrorblade early.
Yeah, they were on the back foot for the vast majority of the first half of that game, just because you don't have a mid hero who's able to make moves. And Malik, I think, did really well. Like, he made some really good decisions with his initiations on the Mars. I think he played very well as well, considering the way that game started for them. But overall, they were just at a pretty significant disadvantage. That Undying will also still be left in here, very likely, unless they ban it right now. But not really a hero that you tend to see banned here. But if they want to set up for a solid safe lane once more, Entity will have that opportunity, as they once more remove the DM Venomancer from the pool.
Yeah, no, I think there's a high chance they might. It's definitely one of the ones that Fishman likes to run back to back.
10 seconds remaining.
Quest.
There's still Techies. Pretty decent hero that's still in the pool. Trying to think of these big supports that aren't banned out. The Venge is there too, but she's obviously fallen off quite a bit lately, but it is a bat. But with the Shadow Demon being banned, Techies is definitely standing out right now. Hoodwink, I guess, Quest have played a little bit for Omar. But that hero is another one that's a bit off, and let's grab a Bane for now. So potential flex between the 5 and the 4.
Yeah.
We have seen both, but likely just going to be a 5.
I guess can always be a pretty good answer against the bat. You know, he's trying to jump in, catching him with these sleeps and such. Can really put a stop to the top tier grabs that Kataomi was getting away with last game with his lassos. Now back to Entity, see if they do want to settle again for the same support duo.
I think Ducalis was might have been one of the first Banes I ever saw with Grandmaster. I'm pretty sure he's a Grandmaster Bane because it's his most played here on pubs. He has 834 pub games on Bane.
That's pretty wild. That's a lot of
just
Bane.
absurd. Of all the heroes, to grind out. But yeah, there it is. Big offlaner in the Centaur.
All right.
Still left in the pool. All the offlaners didn't really. I mean, we've gotten rid of this like DM Veno, and the Konka, the Primal, who can be there sometimes. The big meta ones, the Mars, the Centaur, the Timbersaw, again, still in right now, which is kind of insane. A no one Timbersaw is very likely to come out here. I think if it looks somewhat decent at all versus, I think you don't pick it here. I think you watch those next two picks from Quest, and if the Timber looks dope, you just go for it.
Quest Esports.
I'm gonna go with the clock. In this game round, I think seeing the Brew and the Bane, the Undying may have lost sort of some stock in terms of running that one back here, having some sort of interrupt, and if anything, I'd say probably one of the best, if not the best, support to be playing against these sort of Brew and Bane heroes, right, Trent? This is not fun for the Bane and Brew to deal with.
No, very long range cancel. Can be some issues, of course, but this threat of just dying without getting off your ulti for the Brewmaster is very real versus Clockwork at Batrider and even Centaur Warrunner, because you get the stun and then allies are able to actually follow up pretty easily to the Clockwork, because sometimes you struggle a little bit with the actual stuns afterwards, but if everyone's stampeding towards you, it makes the pickoffs really easy. It also is a problem for the Brewmaster too, because if you're trying to initiate as the Brewmaster team, there's always that little bit of a delay, right? When he's like going for the split. So if the enemy team stampedes, they might just kind of run away and you lose this advantage that you were hoping for. So some way to try and like lock down these heroes like a Dream Coil, obviously as the puck is banned, but that's sort of an idea, might be what they need here.
Quest now. Time for their third pick and going, as this is Entity as well, right into the reserve time. If they want to try and secure one of these big core picks or just follow up with a secondary support now that they see the support duo of Entity. I'll get the carry pick in here for TA2000. Naga Siren, I believe I banned out last game. In order to be able to play it, I got to drag it in at this stage of the draft. And yeah, what do you sort of make of it here? Pretty good Naga game so far here for TA2000.
Yeah, it solves that issue that we were just discussing about like choosing when the fights happen being difficult versus Stampede. Song can certainly help with those situations, and just the big root as well. The other way that you choose how fights happen is by pushing out the map, and you're getting this vision. You can kind of like force people to come back and defend towers a little bit easier. And try and split up your enemy. All of those things coming from the Naga Siren alongside scouting. So, I mean, there's a reason she's an absolute beast of a hero when it comes to competitive Dota, because you're just synchronizing all of that with your allies. And then your friends also make stacks for you, which is great. And then they're going to go for a aggressive potential of the Mirana. Again, is a flex between the 5 and the 4. Probably going to be an Omar Mirana and a Ducalis Bane, just based on their past history, as well as these laning setups. So, expecting a little bit of pressure here into the mid lane. Would be nice to have a hero that can capitalize on that a bit. Your classic Mirana Ember, but Ember will be the 10th pick hero will be for Quest, so it's only going to be if those heroes are going to fit in with whatever the matchup's going to be provided from Entity here. And they're going to grab that Gyrocopter, and the Timbersaw might sneak through another draft here, which is, well, I guess he did get banned last game, so yeah, it would just be kind of surprising to see him sneak through it all.
Okay, yeah, the Gyro chosen as the matchup they want to play into the Naga Siren, and I guess outside of that, it's again, but there's definitely a couple of supports, Bane and Mirana, that aren't going to have a huge amount of fun getting hit by the flat cannons. Attacks in the middle of the team fight, and also a bit of a way as well, especially when she got a bit of damage, to cut through some of the Brewlings when Brew was able to get the split off.
Yeah, we've seen that in the Luna looking like two of the more problematic ones there when Brewmaster goes for the splits, so trouble indeed. I like the setup here. It won't be as farmed, one would think, as the Gyro that we just had in the last game, since that was an IO Gyro.
10 seconds remaining.
Quest.
The Pango just respecting that from no one.
I'm going to guess with the setup this time, they're not really scared of the Huskar coming out from Entity.
No, I wouldn't think so. Especially with the timber being in.
Entity's turn to
Oh, well, there it is.
Yeah. There we go. They'll ban it out. Leaving the cells. I mean, this interesting stuff was a game. But last game we did have the Meepo being banned outright. I guess this time round there's no way to really fit a Meepo in
10 seconds.
unless you run some sort of like mid bat offlane center or then 4 o'clock. Sorry, 4 gyro 5 o'clock or vice versa.
Entity's turn
Yeah, I don't think we have to worry about it too much here. Hopefully. They get rid of the Caudal and the Razor. Two kind of funny mid laners. Radiant side. Caudal just blasting away, farming those camps.
Quest Esports turn.
We'll go for the
The
Zeus
no
mid.
one Zeus.
Okay.
Okay.
It's something to definitely help clear for the illusions. Again, the squishy supports of Quest could get blown up by that early burst. Quest,
10 seconds
it's their chance now really to get the upper hand when it comes to the mid pick.
5
See what-
seconds remaining.
Noob favors to play against Zeus in this matchup. We'll go with the Storm.
Now select your hero.
All right. I mean, it's a good game for the Storm in the sense that in terms of instant catch, it's kind of just the ultimates of the lasso and the hook shot. Outside of that, the Storm should be able to zip zap around pretty freely. Now, we'll
Yeah,
see
a
how
bit
we
of
go-
a
yeah.
classic for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Versus the old Zeus.
Yeah, gets on top of him. Well, let's see. Game 2. Went into this one, and after the first game, Entity, they did kind of they're able to ride off the start of the game as they did have that Huskar final pick, something that they don't have this time round.
10
No sort of crazy sort of last pick counter picks coming out in this scenario. And all in all, would you say that there's a lineup here that you do prefer? Are you looking at kind of the fact that Quest got this tier 2000 Naga Siren in early and you're liking the chances of that, or do you feel that Entity have kind of addressed that pretty good with their final 2 core picks?
I definitely like the Naga Siren in
Yeah.
most competitive games right now. I feel like she just does so much, and she's proven why she's still top tier. I think she makes the game pretty easy in a lot of ways, but it's not a free win or something like that. But I think consistently she's proven to be something that's pretty easy to play around. I do think it's gonna be a really skirmishy game. I mean, we got like Bane Mirana combos, right? Maybe some like Nightmare into arrows with like Storm zipping in, so they have a potential to sort of roam around while Malik is trying to farm up that Radiance. His Radiance timing gonna be super, super important, as you would expect. But then on the other side, Entity, the double blink timing of Kataomi and DM, if that's how they kind of go to play it, depending on how like greedy the Centaur gets, with like we've seen some blade mails lately for farming ancients and stuff. I think that's gonna be the bit of a duality. Is like how much do they get when the blinks come out on the side of Entity versus how easily can they get to the Radiance for the Brewmaster.
Well, let's
So,
find out.
We'll see.
Yeah. We did have quite the game 1. Let's hope we get another bit of a banger here in game 2. I mean, definitely a game where rapiers could eventually come out. We do have a gyrocopter. See if it gets to there. See if it gets to there, though.
Greedy to want to get more of those in a single day.
Yeah, indeed, we've had starting off as early as we did with the 2 that we had. Nearly had 3 in that first game. Let's see what they're able to pull off here. Both teams absolutely capable of taking a game off one another. Very closely matched. Of course, this is the lower bracket, so a loss here for Quest would be the end of their road in this close qualifiers here for PGL Wallachia Season 1.
We'll see if we get ourselves an uneven bounty rune distribution like last game.
30 seconds.
They did manage to grab 3. You would think unlikely to happen this time. Omar kind of making the call here. He's going to invade a bit here.
Oh, poor baby.
Единственный, кто может
A little bit harder for Quest themselves to really go for a level 1 fight. Entity definitely the stronger side here at the level 1. Right, tier 2000, yeah, he's not going to walk up for this one. So it'll just be the 2 for 2s on the bounties.
Nicely done.
Actually going to see if they can maybe interrupt tier 2000 on his way towards the lane. You know he's down here. And, won't be able to do much about that. TP's over. We'll be able to start this off. We'll see. See how easy of a time he does have against this. I mean, do you think in this terms of the laning stage, the Naga Siren, is it pretty okay?
Well, I mean, do have that issue. It's definitely worse than it used to be versus Centaur, because you can actually use Stomp versus you, which is always nice. I mean, that's why this hero is actually relevant now, because it feels like Stomp is a valuable spell in the laning stage. So that part's a little bit crazier. But, I mean, overall, it's a bit of a battle of the HP, right? Just like, how much can you whittle down this Centaur while also not exposing yourself to Kataomi just, like, bullying you? I mean, you have a Bane in your lane, so I'm hoping you're going to have a good time as Naga Siren. That's kind of the whole point of picking Bane in my eyes.
Yeah, and we saw the two of them play. The lane obviously was very different last game, but these two are very, very good at keeping this sort of safe lane on lock. Last game, tier 2000 able to get complete free farm on the Gyro, and actually, apology, top lane. I mean, similar thing happened last game. Watson got first blood last time. Gets it again here.
Once more, starting off hot. And right into the blades of attack here. He wants to get that damage up. Make sure that he's not being shut down. Obviously, every bit of farm going to count here. And they're going to harass him here, too, with just an early level 1 Cinderbrew and level 1 Starstorm. They are not saving the mana for the better spells. They just want to let it go.
We'll see how the mid matchup goes up this time round. Of course, Noob, I'd imagine, much happier this game, as opposed to what we had in game 1, where he had to lane up against no one as Huskar. This time, a much more playable matchup.
Yeah. He's actually playing some Dota this time. And I'm sure he's going to be looking for some revenge, too. You got to imagine you're a little bit salty after that, right? Like, getting Huskar. I mean, he was a good sport about it, to his credit, at the start of the game. You know, laughing like, oh, not going to be a fun time. But surely he's got to be having a little bit of vengeance in his blood right now.
I should be able to do pretty fine here in this lane. Pushing the wave in against no one, but vice versa. No one's going to be able to shove it back.
Ooh, Kataomi. Nice positioning here to get quite a bit of harassed on Ducalis, who's kind of like playing in behind them, but nice. Good damage here from Entity. I think they played that situation really well. And this part looks tough, right? Like, before the levels are up on the Naga Siren, and you even have level 3 right now on DM. I mean, T2000 is going to get there in a second, but you really can't contest them too much. That helps guarantee the Lotus for them.
There's a lot of damage from these two. And we'll see if that does continue to allow top lane to have a bit of a better time on the early CS. I mean, tier 2000, even if he does start to fall behind a little bit on this lane as a Naga Siren, he's always going to catch up. One of his best heroes.
You don't have any real concerns there, do we?
At least they've just got to make sure they don't end up giving any kills to this duo of DM, Centaur, and Kataomi Bat.
Yeah, Wraithband and Gloves now out here as well for T2000, so.
Oh. A bit of a pause here from Ducalis. We do see Fishman and no one. They've got their eyes on Omar. Still will have one more leap to go. So should be alright. I mean, they do have the Blood Grenade and a Lightning Bolt to throw down on this. I mean, is there any chance, do you think, of them chasing for this kill, or is the leap going to be enough?
He leaps up. I mean,
because I think he's currently in the first one, and then he's still going to have a second one to pop after. So,
and is no one just finished his leap, right? It's not just the beginning.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, okay.
No, they're not going to waste time.
Yeah.
It's easily out of there.
Yeah.
Omar back to the safety of the top lane.
That was just the start leap. Now I see. Easy. Oh, you can see Malik here. He's using the level 2 in the Drunken Brawler. and he's just throwing down the Cinder Brew. So he's getting that bonus evasion during the flat cannon.
Yeah, it's going to get a bit harder for Entity to trade with him. Malik should have the survivability. Double brace is done, has the Lotus.
Oh, Malik getting insanely lucky currently on the 7% evasion. Or sorry, the 20% evasion right now. He just keeps getting it off.
I mean,
really
Noob,
assisting him.
he's trying to push for a killer on the mid. And when the 6 has been hit, there definitely might be an opportunity. In fact, top lane, and they're going to lose both the couriers here. Fishman able to take both of them out as he just walks up and swipes them down.
Okay, a little unexpected. And Malik does have that Lotus. I mean, he also has 2 bracers, so even though his HP looks kind of low, this is a tough brew to bring down. Because, yeah, I'm keeping my eye on that 6 on no one. I don't see a surprise kill happening. Not immediately.
I mean, maybe down bottom if they can get him with the burst on tier 2000. They get the knockback into the Who Stomp. It's going to be the nightmare to hold back DM, so he can't immediately get the double edge off onto tier 2000. And it's in fact going to be Quest who have their mid making the moves. Noob TP's over, takes down Katomi. Zensi, they were really trying to set up there.
Oh, okay, no one reads that though. He's like, okay, I got to go down bottom. He gets the amplified damage rune, steals that away. Because if Noob gets the bounty into the amplified damage, that's like the dream storm maneuver. So, good TP there, but no one actually doing something about it here. Okay, Malik, ward placed down from Fishman. Is this a kill?
Oh, I think it might. It certainly is. Thunder God's Wrath comes crashing through. Omar, he'll be fine with Elite. That's the sort of kill that you want to be finding as the Zeus when you hit that 6, taking out the enemy offlaner from the global.
And let's say Fishman, he's not even going to get greedy. He's not going to try and stick around and do something dumb for the Wisdom Rune. He recognizes, like, yeah, they're going to come back. They're going to go fight me there. Not worth it. I got other stuff to do. Pings out a stack that's there as well. Oh, wait. Hold on, though. Hold on. All right, there we go. Yeah, Miranda's coming. For a second, I thought they were going to let him get it here. Although she has no arrow.
That's true. She doesn't even have the little stun to throw out. So Fishman, if he's quick with the clicks, he may get this. And he does. Easy Wisdom Rune here for the clock.
That is so good for them. And now they're going to come steal that stack because Watson is level 6.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, they're bringing in no one as well to keep this area fully secured. This is, yeah, just going to be easy stack steals and maybe even a dead Mirana. It is. No one. He'll pick up a kill. They'll pick up the stacks. This is a sizable early lead now that Entity's going to start building up from this farm.
Wow, great maneuvers. And how do you answer back right now as Quest? Like, you're losing your stacks.
I mean, now they're going for Malik. Stampede's up so they can get straight in on top of him. And this is just before he's able to get his level 6. So not only killing off the Mirana, getting the stacks, but also killing off the offlaner. A sequence there of fantastic events for Entity. It's going to push them up to around 3-4k lead just 8 minutes in.
This is bad news for them. They are so dependent on Noob right now to try and find something. I mean, again, Omar's running around still with no arrow. So he can't even arrow this.
And they've got the drag back with the Vortex. They surely still have enough damage with Noob. They do. They bring down Katomi, but Noob's had to use a fair bit of mana for this. The last bit of mana to break away from Fishman will actually allow him to turn and take down a second kill here. So Noob with the double. Thunder God's Wrath, it's enough to kill off Dakalis. Not quite enough to finish off Noob. Because no one's going to try and chase. The Noob should be fine. Just enough mana left to zip and TP away. So you say eyes on Noob really to make some moves happening. And he makes it happen there. Gets the double kill. Gets out alive.
Absolutely massive right now. Has the Falcon's Blade. See if we can fight this out. I mean, Omar does get level 4, so the arrow's online. Got some combo plays. Level 8.25. No one Zeus here.
Oh, top lane. They wanted to try for Malik, but he just hit the 6 off that last creep. He's no longer really a target for the 4 of them.
And they still ran no one up here, too. Come on back.
Omar and DeCarlos continue to keep no one, Noob backed up in the mid against no one. And they're ready to smoke up.
Yeah, they're trying to play up with Malik right now. They just drew the big arrow. On their way.
Noob. See who can catch. He's going to try for Katomi. Should be a free one. Drag back into the arrow. Noob making the moves.
Yeah, maybe not the dream target, but all that matters is just getting some kills right now. Slow them down. And even that, like the Bat Rider, obviously, this is kind of the stage of the game where the hero likes to get super greedy in the support role. So shutting him down with level 3 Fireflies got to feel really good. Because as we saw last game, like Katomi was just getting absolutely out of control at this point. And this is going to put Malik under the tower. Wait, did he actually not finish his wand? That's really funny. He had like wand queued up and he's like, no, I just double bracer and I'm just going for this radiance. I need it bad on the Brewmaster. Doesn't want anything to slow him down right now. DeCarlos leeching mid here in a vulnerable position. Is Fishman going to go for the hook shot?
When the creeps are pushing in, he may do so. I mean, they've been hit by the scans, so Quest know that Entity's waiting up here for this sort of angle to strike from. They'll be able to play safe. Lots of space continues for DM down bottom. Same to be said for Quest up top. Both offlaners. Malik at least starting to pick back up in farm, as you say, on that road towards the Radiance, but as it goes in comparison, DM is getting that quite a bit more. Blade Mail done. Already half the way in on the gold on the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and that's that timing that we discussed during the draft. Like, Blink Centaur and Blink Bat are going to line up pretty close to one another. And that's going to be a problem. You think about this Brewmaster, because he won't have the Radiance at that point, and he will just be a sitting duck. Because the Brewmaster is going to want to be on the lanes as much as he can to get that farm. He needs that good gold, that good XP, and you don't find that in the jungle. So, the mid lane, DeCarlos somehow still just standing tall here. No fear at all. They do not want to waste hookshot on this guy. Just refusing to, in fact.
Now, it seems as if they're waiting for a bit of a bigger target, but doesn't come in on the mid. I mean, Noob's now in the area, but he's under the cover of the Invis rune. Might see if he can set something up himself as he heads into his jungle. We'll have eyes on Fishman and probably just go for the easy one here, unless Fishman's able to make some sort of hookshot escape. Arrows in, though. There's no chance here for Fishman. Noob now dominating. Continuing to roll in the kills here on this mid-storm. It's exactly what Quest need.
Nice D ward there from DeCarlos as well. As Fishman, his last ward that he used when he went for the Wisdom Rune play and everything actually just expired. So he had so much vision over that whole area this entire time. And that could have been another situation where he's able to spot out a lot of these moves because of it. But they catch this one. And that puts Noob into the finished Oblivion Staff and well on his way towards that Witchblade. Because again, a lot of this damage in the early game will be coming from this Storm and his combos until this Brewmaster's online. Watson is humongous right now.
So with a look to find here.
We'll smoke up.
And they're in with the hook shot. And straight away, TA2000 taken out without much difficulty at all. The question is if they're going to get punished for this. Noob going to try and go for DM, but DM, great time with the Hoostomp. Will be able to catch onto the Storm. It's kind of split this fight. Noob still trying to push on towards DM. He's beginning to run low on mana. Malik's heading in with a split, also helping to close in, but the TPs are starting to come over. And we'll be able to bring him down perfectly into the arrow. They've got the burst. They'll claim DM in return. They've also got the grip up. On towards no one. Another big kill here to be found, but Entity may still get the cleanup as Watson turns up as well as Katomi. They kill off the two supports. See if they can hunt for anything more. Noobs out through the Twin Gate just in time. So Quest.
He had no TP. That was the only way out of that one. Kind of a nice play there. Interesting play from no one, too. He kind of trades his life for 2 support kills. Not sure if it ends up being worth it, but he throws the gold onto his gyrocopter, so Watson will take it either way, because he is almost in the Agnum Scepter.
And not a terrible fight there for Quest. I mean, Noob continues just this clean gameplay. 5-0-2. All this stuff here from the Storm, but it has to continue in order to give chances for both of his other cores really to farm. You know, one side he's got a Naga Siren, and The other side, he's got a Brew looking for this Radiance. Both need time.
Oh, and here it is. Blink on blink, and he just gets out. Instead, it'll just be Omar. Oh, well, I say that. Omar might actually... Nah, no, he's dead.
Yeah,
No
they'll
more
drop the
leaves.
lasso for him. And they'll look to finish off this tier 1 mid. Entity still holding quite the lead here. All three of their cores in great position. 15 minutes in.
Naga Illusion's running through the jungle, scouting out where DM's moving. A deep ward from Omar, also spawning out these moves from the Batrider. These are the kind of things that are going to allow Malik to actually get to this Radiance. Because, again, this double Blink Dagger is terrifying. Academy going to take a little break, though, to farm up even more neutrals. Finish up his Arcane Boots now.
No one. He's looking for Dakalis. He's found him. Quick pick into the tree line.
Not so close here in game 2.
Really isn't.
7k lead now opened
Yep.
up.
A lot of heavy lifting, as I say, for Noob to do. And it could all just be over if he gets tripped up, caught by one of the stuns. One of the ults here from Entity. It's not easy for Noob to play. He's done well so far.
Under attack.
Yeah, it's also a Naga Siren, so it's still playable, you know. There's always a chance. But in typical Naga Siren fashion, T2000 also still just level 12 right now. As Watson is level 15, like it happens. Watson, not going to see Noob go on by, but ooh, nice try, Fishman. It is Hasted Storm. Kind of a hard hero to lock down. All right, they're bringing heroes for Malik here.
Let's see if they can burst him before he gets the split off. They've got the Who Stomp into the lasso. More than enough. Oh, while I say it, only just more than enough. Nearly had a chance to get the split off in those final seconds, but doesn't manage to. They see them try and set up onto DM, but the arrow's off the mark. See if they still have the damage with the brain sap. They do. They'll get a trade here between them. Offlaner for an offlaner. Noob, a big zip up towards the Twin Gate as he's looking for more. Got his eyes on no one on Katsomi, but he has used the rest of his mana to get back. Didn't quite have enough damage to threaten these two. Dakalis. Nightmare set up on towards Katsomi. Has got a Fiend's Grip. He sees the opportunity to do so, but the numbers are here from Entity. Fishman's turned up. So Noob's probably going to have to stay hidden and hope for a sneaky TP out here. He's got to survive 4 more seconds. Oh, he's going to go back in.
Whoa.
Okay. He's able to take down no one. It will cost him his life, but in a game where you're 7k down, I think you go for that trade. You end up taking down the enemy mid.
Yeah, and good news, the streak goes to Fishman. And out of all the heroes he could have given his 6x streak to, I think the Clockwork was the good one. Better than getting this Zeus further along in his path here, as Malik will take this opportunity of all these dead bodies up top to finish up the Radiance. So it gives him something to work with, especially in these big split fights. And one thing that they're going to have will be Roche potential in terms of fighting at the pit on Quest. If Enemy maybe take a bad Roche fight.
Oh, trying with the blind hooks right there, Fishman. Doesn't get the hit. Song was used by TA2000 to back off from this. I mean, they're definitely slowing down the lead that Entities had. Quest, they can just get this farm up. They will start to pick up the pace with the Naga Siren, with the Brew Radiance. Here, Quest.
Stupendous.
Noob and Omar. Ooh, DM quick with the blink.
Yeah, how do you make the most out of these splits? I like the idea of the waiting for the Naga Siren Orchid. I think that's a pretty good call. Maybe you get one split before Orchid, and then you go for a bigger fight after. Like, try and just get a pick off with it. Kataomi, able to blink away. Fishman, that hook shot's back up in 1 second.
He might be caught. As Noob's in with the jump. A lot of burst being thrown down onto Noob and forces Noob to have to zip back for now. They get the arrow connection onto Fishman. It's enough to take him down, but it's a trade to be had. There's Omar. Call the Who Stomp of DM. And now see if they can find more. I mean, they look towards Malik, but Malik does have the split ready. So they won't waste time chasing him.
They are starting to cut into this lead, though. T2000 taking advantage of this. Watson being up top near the fight. TH2000 is going to go in and steal some of their neutrals. And that actually is the goal for the Orchid. It can now be finished up here on TA2000. So keeping the split, Song's back up in 20 seconds. They definitely have a real threat right now. Potential Orchid play onto the Zeus maybe before he gets the Manta to catch him out of place. I mean, even the Gyro, you know, there's no BKB yet, so Watson's a bit too aggressive. They could find something, and they're just going for it. They recognize this. They have to play aggressive.
So he's going to be able to start this. Ooh, I mean, they dropped the silence there with the Orchid, but still they can't even commit on towards him. Maybe now with Malik wrapping around with the split. The Stampede's there. Fishman drops the Cogs. He's been able to catch Dakalis in this. Dakalis is able to get forced out to the side. They've killed off Fishman. Can they get any more? They'll use the Song from TH2000. It's probably going to have to be a Song and disengage. They're out with the TP. They have to bail out of this fight. Only able to find Fishman in that one. It was a difficult position to fight in, and they may actually lose Malik here. DM's in on top of him. Dakalis is here to back him up with a Nightmare to hold back the Centaur. Katsuomi closing in. He has got a force and a blink back up in 5 seconds.
Oh, nice.
Does he want to dive this Katsuomi? They're starting to charge over. They know the route that Dakalis is going to be trying to take on his way back to base. The Nightmare will keep him safe, though.
I can't believe he lived. And he saved Malik. That was a wild play. And again, what's happening? They're all chasing and running after him. And TA2000's farming. The lead goes down another 1,000. It's slowly inching its way back towards Quest.
And in the mid, they're going to be able to find the kill onto Fishman. Noob gets some action. He's out with the TP zip. He's away. Katsuomi has managed to get the grab onto Omar. And Omar is out of leaps. He's got the heal of the mech. And he does have TH2000 by his side. So yeah, Katsuomi can't continue to chase down for the kill on Mirana. And may even be in trouble himself. The net's there along with the silence. It's going to amp up the damage afterwards. It's not even necessary. Just dies straight up. Quest getting these kills and definitely starting to pull this game back towards their control.
Yeah, they have a lot of great vision down on the map. And so they saw that this bat's actually alone. Like, they're looking down. They saw Zeus farming through their jungle on the lower half of the map, and they realized, yeah, we can actually just turn and fully kill this guy. It's a bit of a chase. It felt kind of risky. Likewise, though, Entity saying, hey, they're pretty far away. We've got the damage. We can take this road. So they will have an Aegis to work with. Impressive stuff here. Unfortunately for Quest, the free rune that they're going to get knowing the enemy team is in Roche is the Illusion. Would have been really nice to get something a bit bigger. That being said, Illusion can also be good for splitting the map when you don't want to fight an Aegis. Gives them a bit more survivability. As Watson will show on that top tier 2 to push it out a bit. Ooh, a smoked Zeus, Clockwork, and Centaur. Trying to take back space in their own jungle. Ducal just get out! Did they see him? Oh, Ward's place. He's dead.
Yeah, Fishman, he's not missing this one. He's got a little force to the side, but not enough to save him.
Yeah, he's thinking, like, are there wards here? It's Entity just wondering what this Bane was doing, but they missed the spot where he dropped it. Quests are really good at picking up the last bits of the farm and then getting out. Like, when they realize, like, oh, we're losing this part of the map, a lot of times I'm seeing them just, like, grab that, get back out. There's also a Wisdom Rune still off there to the east. But unlikely that, you know, as Quest, you're not going to be like, oh, there's a Wisdom Rune over there, and just, like, try and get it 2 minutes late, but just something that Entity haven't had a chance to grab quite yet.
See how much of a push they can continue to go for here, Entity.
Oh, nice play by Noob. Hops to the Twin Gate and grabs a wave in behind their push right now. Oh, what an annoying play. If they had any hopes of pressuring at all, it's now gone. You know, Malik is still nearby. Nagastar and Illusion might end up spotting this Wisdom Rune potentially. I mean, it's so unlikely you'd check for it, though. We're so close to it, though.
Let's see. Is he going to check? I mean, this one's going to, yeah, it's going to time out.
Like,
so.
who would check? I would not check. Oh,
well,
Malik?
They're going to get the grab bottom. Yeah, they use the Stampede to close it onto Dakalis. They'll get the kill. Indeed, they're still so close, but yeah, he's not going to check up there, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm guessing who would check? It's not going to be there. Of course he wouldn't check. Oh, how nice would that be for the Brewmaster, too, of all heroes to scoop that up right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's what I'm talking about.
Still hanging around this bottom area of the map, Quest. I mean, they feel strong against Tier 2000 with the heart. Pretty tough to take down now. Should be very likely to always get this Manta into Song off if he needs to back off. Now, see Fishman. They have any detection on the front lines? They do. The dust is there. Quick kill to start things off. They'll use the split hit to maybe try and turn it into more. They've got eyes on Watson, but he's got the Aegis and the BKB. Not really the hero they want to be going for right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well,
Malik's
back off.
Earthling Brew is fine. Way back right now. Yeah, this is a pretty tough break point in the game for the Brewmaster, though. Because these split brews right now are quite weak to the gyro in its current state, right? Eggs, Chrysalis. You need to get that level 20 talent if you want the bonus HP.
Is under attack.
You just need level 18 if you want the bonus HP. He's very, very squishy. Okay, that Wisdom Rune is still there. Watson even pinged it at one point, but they didn't go over for it.
I mean, they're going to go for the high ground push here, Entity. With this Aegis, with the BKB, does get clipped by an arrow. And they're going to try and see how much they can take away from Quest and what they can force out from them in response. There's the tier 3 gone. Tier 2000 will get the pick off outside of the base, but back in the base, Dekalis gets dragged out, taken down. They killed off the Bane. They keep the push going. Noob trying to make a move on towards Watson. They're bringing his first life down low. The Stampy's there. They're in on top of Tier 2000. He's caught by the Who Stomp. He was trying to enter the fight for the back lines. He's punched the Manta. He's forced to the side. He'll get the Song off. Has to get away. The TP's there. He will manage to make it out. The arrow will finish off the Aegis on
sick.
Watson.
I mean, it was expiring anyway, but good timing there on the Song end. Noob gets out in behind, grabs a regen rune, and it's going to pop it right away. Going to utilize this to get a ton out on the map and grab a lot of these waves. Not going to see the gyro Satanic, though, unfortunately, as he walks right by it. Sitting there in the tree line. Nearly complete. Oh, he might zip north for a TP and see the
I mean, he's
Wisdom Rune.
so close. Hey, give it a minute. He
Stop
might
looking
get
at
the
this
double.
Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
I know, right?
He doesn't know.
I mean, there's just no reason to go
Yeah, there's
there.
no,
so
there's
it's
no reason to
painful.
walk up there. Or maybe if you want to like get the Watcher or something, you know.
Amazing.
It wouldn't be a bad one for, well, either of these cores to find on Entity. Just pick that up, get themselves towards level 18. They'll let DM take it. Oh, no, maybe let no one get it. Oh, who don't? Yeah, give it a no one. Try and get that level 3 Thunder God's Wrath up ASAP. Take the Tormentor. And the smoked up Quest. They'll know where Entity are with the Tormentor being taken down. They're pretty strong with that full Parasma finish now on Noob. Huge damage to be had by the combo, but there's the BKB done in turn by no one, so no one going to have a much easier time of protecting himself from being targeted by the Storm.
Very impressive this lead has been whittled down to only 3k, though. Like, they just had an Aegis. They had some pressure. They were on your high ground.
Oh, Thunder God's Wrath to scout things out. It's going to give them the chance to set him on the Malik, but Tier 2000 very quick there with the Song in return. Quest, they're going to attempt to try and fight this. They get in on top of no one, but no one's able to put the BKB. The supports dying pretty much immediately on Entity, as both are dealt with very quickly. Now they've got to back away from Watson with the BKB and the flat cannon. As Tier 2000 keeps his distance, Malik will fall, but the rest of Quest should be able to safely disengage. So they get the 2 for 1. Get the rest of them out of their Quest.
Bit of a lack of synergy there. That's the only part is the Song setups. They don't really have anything. It does set up nicely for the Brewmaster, but as you can see, he was forced to utilize the Shard to just end his split because they're dying so fast to the Gyro combo. Which is not the position you want to be in as a Brewmaster, obviously. You know, if when you're ending split, it's because you're trying to like finish off a kill or something like that. You're not really hoping to be doing this. So that part's a bit frustrating for him. Really needs to find that extra XP. But again, just another situation where we're gonna farm it out a bit here. And it's just better and better news for Quest, considering that the state the game was in, of course. As a Flare is gonna spot Quals. I think it's maybe it was just inside the vision, but narrowly escapes.
And the thing is, with this game, I'm sure you have the gyro to help battle against the Naga Siren, but outside of the team fights, you know, Naga Siren's just going to do Naga Siren things with pushing all these waves in, making it just very difficult, despite the fact that Entity did have that early lead, to find a chance to really push for the next objectives. And this is really getting to the point of the game where you really feel how infuriating the Naga Siren can be to play against, especially when it's in the hands of someone like TIA-2000.
Yeah, he's been fantastic this game. I think Noob as well has done a lot in terms of the creep control. He's always been zipping in behind, catching waves. He does it in places that are a little unexpected too, because he's been playing this whole game against Centaur Blink and Bat Blink, and he's died once. And the kills have not really been these, like, you know, big pick-off moments or anything, despite how much time he's trying to zip around the map and get that done. And consider the fact that his BKB will be coming up next, then it's going to be really hard to try and lock him down. That Roche is going to spawn as they walk in here. That lingering vision.
They're actually going to... They're all going to head up top. They feel that with how far the creep wave was pushed in, that potentially Quest is still around it. Quest has actually left this area, and Quest themselves, they've smoked up, and they're going straight across the map. Yeah, Entity, they're going to want to go straight back through this twin gate, because they need to prepare, set up, and make sure that they don't lose this Aegis. I see that. Okay, they went for the twin gate, and then they went back to back. They're all over the map, from bottom to top to bottom to back to the high ground. They're all over the place, Entity. They'll set things up here.
The script.
I mean, there wasn't stepping up.
Gyro!
He's stepping. It must surely is a bait. They're going to jump in with a who stomp. It is a little bit of a bait. They get a long grip onto Watson, but it isn't enough to kill him off. He's able to pop the BKB and the flat cannon. TIA-2000 has to use the song to try and escape from this. Nice Manta dodge there. Sorry, with the mirror image dodge, in fact, of the homing missile will allow him to TP out through the last few seconds of the song. So they get out, but yeah, just a straight up bait there from Watson under the tower will pull in the attention of Quest and allow Entity to get the 2 quick kills.
I was a little worried there might be a bit of an overextending bait there with how long we're taking everyone to get back to the base, but just in time. The backup's there. DM has been fantastic this game, I gotta say, on the stomps. He's done a really good job. Like the follow-ups after the song, too, he's been getting in there. He's getting multiple double stuns. The lack of BKBs is giving this blade mail a lot of value, too, and all the just like spill damage is all over these fights. And now back to the high ground where they were before with no song to worry about. It's only 30 seconds away, though. Comes back fast.
With the fortification, 15 seconds until they have the Bane back in play. Seems to be enough to force Entities back off. Of course, they still have the luxury of heading over towards the Roshan and trying to take that Aegis. Noob getting what he can out on the map whilst that push is to be coming in. Play it safe now, get back to base. He's going to be working on his BKB now. Entity, honestly, knowing that Noob did go for that sort of play and TP'd out, they should feel that they're safe enough to really just commit into the Roshan pit. They can have a solid chance of taking this down, especially seeing Illusions pushing out mid. They know that the rest of Quest is pretty split up on the map, and they should have the chance to just take this without too many interruptions. They're trying to get here, but yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything about this one. Entity finding the chance.
Fight after.
See, they are hovering around the area. They have got everything pretty much good to go. Primal split just coming back off cooldown. They'll get the information they need.
Yeah, see all these smoked up heroes here. So the general idea where they're all playing.
So he just achieved, but they have to get straight back to dealing with the situation with the waves. TIA-2000 just consistently keeping them all pushed in against the tier 2s. It takes a very kind of clear and coordinated push from Entity to try and get something done with this Aegis and bring the fight back over to Quest half of the map. So Quest will always have sufficient information with regards to what Entity is going to be doing. And they can make the decision if they want to try and tackle it head on and keep TIA-2000 and Noob out on the map farming towards their next items. We've got one noob about half the way on his BKB. Tier 2000, considering getting the Bloodthorn upgraded next. And he's closing in on the money for that.
Alrighty. Well, hopefully the game will still be going when I get back. I'm going to run Clifford over to school. So
Alrighty.
I'll be right back.
We'll see how things go down here at these moments. So this is getting to a tense point of the game. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the lower bracket. Best of 3. Quest are to drop this. They're going to be knocked straight out of the qualifiers. Will have been a rough road for them as well. Got knocked down straight away to the lower bracket. And were only able to advance forward due to a forfeit from the enemy team. So have yet to be able to achieve a series win here in this closed qualifiers for the PGL Wallachia Season 1. They're going to be doing everything they can to try and swing this game back in their favor. And they are holding on. They're holding on well. Tier 2000. He's got to be careful. He's able to turn with the silence. They've got the Moonlight Shadow. He's going to go for the TP, but the hook shot's there. They're able to get in, put a stop to the escape. Fishman with the hook shot. So that's a big kill to find. No Naga Siren on the map for 80 seconds. Now they can have the freedom to get a bit of a push going and get something done with the Aegis. Tier 2000 finally caught. See how much they can get done with this. Watson. Daedalus complete. There's the sustainability. He has the damage on top of that now. The Satanic Daedalus. And they're bringing in the mid. Time for Entity to get back on with attempting to bring down this mid-rack, and they should have a pretty good chance of doing so. 30 seconds or so still until Tier 2000's back in play. They may even get 2 sets. There's Entity. Be able to take out the mid and swing around to the bottom. Quest, what do they have? They don't want to do anything without their carry, and they don't want to force the carry. Tier 2000 to buy back with less than 10 seconds left on the clock. This does likely mean that they will lose 2 sets of racks here. Entity, get the damage done. That pick off on Tier 2000, just opening up the map for them to get these objectives achieved, and maybe even more. They get the jump in. It's a beautiful initiation from Kataomi and causes the instant death of Malik. They may be even looking to fish in for more. Fishman hookshots forward. The song's there, but it won't save Dakalis. Buybacks coming out. Quest have to find something big from this fight. They get the song into Arrow onto Kataomi. They turn now over towards Watson. Watson's going to be thrown up in the air here by the Primal Split. Another stun in on towards DM. Zip 4 for Noob. He's still got mana to play with as he gets buffed up by the Greaves. They kill off DM. Starting to break down Entity one by one. Quick turn with the Hex on towards Noob. He's still got mana to go with. Over towards no one. And Noob and the Split push forward from Malik to take out Zeus. If this is controlled as well on Watson. I mean, can Watson sort of 1v5 here? That's the question. He's going to pop the Satanic, but the drag back's there with the Vortex. The flat cannon hits are coming out, but it is not enough. Watson cannot take them out on his own. He's dead once. They surround him. They're going to be able to take him out a second time as Quest. They may lose 2 racks, but they do not lose this game yet. They hold on. They push back against Entity. Does cost them the 2 buybacks on Dakalis and Malik, but they keep this game alive. The money now to come flying in here for Tier 2000. He's switching things up, potentially looking to get the Hex online himself. Noob. Big for him as well that just before that fight, he did have the BKB finished moments before that team fight, allowing him to get in and commit for the action. And good stuff from Malik. As I say, did need to use the buyback, but was able to really push on forward with that Primal Split. It enables them to catch the big Zeus against the big kill against Zeus on no one. And obviously Dakalis is the Bane, setting up for them to go for Watson the 2 times. Be able to take that Aegis out and take him down. We'll see what they can get done damage-wise off the back of that team fight, as they themselves now down the mid. Respawn starting to come in. 30 seconds still without Watson. Not easy for Quest to push, even though they have the 5 of them versus the 4 of Entity. Next big items to be flying out. Malik the back of that fight has his Octarine. He's going to go with the split here. Keep this push going on. Ideally, they want to get at least this mid-set, but it's going to be difficult. DM's in with the jump hoof stomp. They're already bursting through quite a few of the Brewlings here from Malik. Should be enough to push back Quest. So Quest, they may have taken the team fight on their half of the map, but they won't. You know, they're not quite at a point where they're able to do too much damage against the base of Entity. Entity, they've got everybody back in play. Quick scout here with the Thunder God's Wrath. Him has the information. Noob and TA2000 are in the area, but they're a little too far away for him to chase down and try for the immediate jump upon. Further big items being spent up here now by Quest to Carlos. He's got the blink for the positioning, and TA2000 has managed to finish up the Hex. He is making sure, of course, to keep that buyback gold in hand if required. Entity still with the lead. With the fact that that defense did cost 2 buybacks from Quest, Entity, they have the knowledge that if they can go for one more aggressive move like that, they can still force the victory. May just be one more team fight needed for it. This is Quest set up for the high ground. Smoke up here from the squad.
Are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2000. He's leading the way here. They're going to find the Hex. The Hex reveal it for Tier 2000. Catch them by surprise. They'll be able to take out Kataomi. DM. Plus the Blade Mail and the Stampede. There'll be a buyback straight away from Kataomi. Tier 2000 keeping his cool under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. Noob pushing forward here aggressively with the BKB. Malik's in with the Primal Split. They've got the route out on towards Fishman. Malik's got to be careful though. The Brewlings are starting to fall pretty quickly here to the damage from Watson. He'll turn with the stone. He'll be able to jump back out of the Brew Split, but he's caught by the Hex. Force from Dakalis, breaks away from DM. Noob had to use his bit of mana to get away from this fight. It's time to bail. The TA2000 will pop the song. Has got a missile heading his way, but is able to take it out here with the illusions. They got to catch. They do! Fishman! He finds the angle with the hook shot. Might cost him his life. No, he's up with the glimmer. Fishman sets up, still survives, and they're able to take out slowly but surely TA2000 here as he's out for 90. Fishman once again causing real issues here for TA2000's Nagasarans, finding these hook shots through the songs.
That's not supposed to happen, Owen. That's what the illusions are for.
Oh, and the instant Hex! Noob, he tries to zip in, but he gets caught by the Hex. They're actually able to get him out of there. My goodness, they somehow saved him. I think it was the Lotus coming out that bailed him out of this one. And Watson, he's actually dead. They did buy back here on Tier 2000 for this, though. Noob's ready to keep him covered as Noob zips forward. Double kill for Omar. Kataomi's attempting for the TP out. He'll somehow make it. But again, the buybacks from Quest are required, but they do make the magic happen. They keep the game open. Omar and TA2000 having to use the buybacks this time round, but they push back Entity once more. They're holding on.
Insane force of the buyback there from Fishman. That was a beautiful hook shot. Very hard angles to hit, and he doesn't even have the jetpack yet either, so it's only going to get harder for you to make those song escapes, because once the levels are up on the clockwork and you have the jetpack, like, he can actually maneuver around quite a bit to try and dodge those potential illusions that you leave behind you. Try and make sure you can't get caught.
And they got so close to killing off Noob. I mean, I thought there was some sort of dispel thrown onto him, but it was, I believe, just sort of the status resistance reduction between the Kai and Sanj and the passive proc of the ascetics cap. You know,
Yeah,
without that cap, he was dead there. He was dead. He would have had buyback for round 2, but still, that cap there keeping him alive against the Hex.
He's almost 25. He's getting pretty big here on the old Storm. Also almost 25 on the Naga Siren, 25 coming up soon on Malik's Brewmaster. Quite a few opportunities for some big talents here as the fresh BKB at 44 minutes right now for TA2000.
Yeah, he needs it. He needs it, especially when you spend it up with buyback.
Yeah,
you know, you've got to have that BKB. You've got to have something that's going to give you a solid chance to disengage or get in there. Aegis, of course, would be the dream for Quest here. It's up in 10.
They're flaring it too, though, from this clockwork, so you're never going to be able to sneak it, that's for sure. And that flare will spot it to keep an eye on it, and likewise so with the Naga Siren Illusion, so everyone's going to know.
Dire are
Potential kills unlocking 25s in this next fight. Only a couple hundred XP away for Noob.
Dire are scanning.
That could be insane with the shard, right? The potential on these pumped up fights.
They're doing Roche quick.
There you go.
They're going to try and get in on this. Tier 2000 goes in. Kadami attempts to get the lasso, but the mirror image is there in time. Roshan has fallen. Aegis picked up by Watson. It's probably time for Quest to bail from this fight. As Noob's BKB's coming to an end. He's going to get caught by the remainder of that homing missile stun. It's an awkward fight here for Quest. Is there really anything more to be found from this? They're still hovering around.
They all BKB'd though. Like they all BKB'd anticipating a song coming out, and now they're running away without them. Oh, that arrow somehow misses them all.
Oh, it's a big song. See what sort of follow-up they have on this. They're going to be able to get on top of the three of them. Watson, he does have that Aegis. There's going to be a refresher pot here. No one's ready with the second round of the BKB. Noob gets the drag back onto Fishman. He's trying to kill the clock first. He gets caught by the stun. He's out to the high ground. Noob's away. As they'll have to back out now. Noob out of mana, out of HP. They give it a bit of an attempt there off the back of a song. Dakalis, he'll go for the TP, but the lasso's up. They'll lose Dakalis. Quest, they know they've got to try these sort of risky maneuvers, as you say, try and capitalize on the fact that the BKBs were out. They go back in. I mean, for no one obviously in that situation, he did have the refresher for his second BKB. They give it a shot. They don't lose too much from trying that and taking that risk. They only lose the Bane.
Now they have the shard as well on the gyrocopter, and Watson, he's thinking about, you know, it felt really good last game with all those rapiers. Maybe I need one here too, and yep, there it is. Picked up and assembled on the courier. He's committing.
Yeah, he's ready to close this game up. He's had enough.
And the series, knocking Quest potentially out of these qualifiers. Level 25 so close on the Naga Siren. The overload attack bounce is there from the Storm. Perhaps we'll find something crazy. He catches it outside these BKBs. But the big crazy's this damage.
Oh.
They jump on him right away.
The Hex, but again, Cap will keep him safe. Tier 3s are gone though. Heavy pushing being done by Watson with this rapier. They get the lasso. They've caught Noob. Is he still able to get out? He is. BKB's off in time. Noob's fine. And they may even be able to do something aggressive themselves. Tier 2000 gets him with the control on towards DM. They're surrounding no one as well with the split, but his split is just dying so quickly. Tier 2000 puts the BKB in the song. He has to retreat. We'll get dragged back as well by Malik there. The Void Bruling. Tier 2000 back to base, but the push from Entity, it continues. As Watson back onto the racks here with a rapier damage. And that will be the Mega Creeps coming out here in favor of Entity. They still don't have any real reason to back off. They've got this Aegis on Watson. Very much look to try and continue to just close this game up. And close up the series.
No split as well for another 40 seconds.
Noob trying to do his best here to stop this. They get the Hex out on the back lines over towards no one. They get the drag back onto Watson. It's caught by the disarm. Entity not wanting to leave the base yet.
This is getting all the big Mega Creeps all the way down the lanes. And still 1 minute and 40 left on this Aegis here.
Let's let them fall back a little bit. We'll see if they go for some sort of fake back. And they're not really under any huge amount of pressure now that they have the sort of the safety of the Mega Creeps to fall back on. Watson getting a quick top up with the Mango. Actually ends up finding a regen rune as well.
Yeah, he's got that bottle. He might just leave it there for no one. No, he says, never mind. No one's too busy.
They're ready to get back in.
Wild arrows. Getting chucked out here.
Oh, Tier 2000. They're caught by the Who Stomp. They're going to try and jump over towards DM, but there's the lasso. They're in. They've caught Malik with the drag back. He's out. He does have buyback available. The song here as well from Tier 2000. As they're on the retreat. That's one life gone here for the Brew. Malik is back in ready for round 2. Tier 2000 maybe seeing if he can find some sort of way around to the backlines, but he's got to get around DM. DM saw this impenetrable wall on the Centaur. Noob is going to try and make moves on towards him, going towards DM. Tier 2000 as well in with the Hex, but the Centaur's so tanky. Can they bring him down? He pots the blade out. They can't finish him off. And Noob, he's out of mana. He has the buyback available. The hook shot's in over towards Tier 2000. The Hex catches onto him as well. That's Tier 2000 out without buyback available. GG is called. Entity will take the game, and with that, the series today here 2-0, knocking Quest out at the qualifiers.
Ooh, from a pretty, I don't know, back and forth game 1 to, and also back and forth game 2. Despite Enemy, yeah, maybe kind of having the edge throughout a lot of this game, the ability to just control the map here from Quest was
and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb. A new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, swear I won't forget this. Why do I regret this? In my mind reckless, thoughts are feeling endless. Sitting up, I'm breathless, anxiety's infectious. I feel so defenseless, betrayed and embarrassed. I hate being open, I hate being broken. I feel like an ocean filled up with emotion. Anger ain't a potion, rub it on like lotion. I can feel it soaking, reopen, the scars have awoken. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hope. Cause I can't move on till I let go. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hope. Cause I can't move on till I let go. time to heal. I can't steer the wheel, cause this drive it kills, and it gives me chills. A nice road it feels. I slip off the peel and crash all the steel. Will I ever heal?
I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hold. Cause I can't move on till I let go. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be strong, every breath hold. Cause I can't move on till I let go.
I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Doing no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad.
I just wanna stay bad, stay mad. Chip on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back. I'm sick of being cautious. I'ma go cause some pain, can't stop this. I'ma steal everybody's lane, call it shoplift. Sick of hearing everyone complain when they thoughtless. Taste the pain, it's like candy canes. It makes me go change into a better frame, into a better name. Society's insane, we all live for fame. Yeah. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad.
I won't obey. You cannot tell me what I cannot say. I'm here to last, so yeah, I'm here to stay. I'll live each second like my final day. You can't take that away.
Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad. Cash in the bag, stadium packed.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the PGL Wallachia Season 1 Closed Qualifiers, Western Europe, with myself, Odie Pixel, and soon to be joined by Fogged. I believe he's AFK at the moment, but he'll be here in a second to help us go through this draft and this series. We're on to the next best of 3 of the day. We're down in the lower bracket still. It's Mouse versus Rest Farmers. Now, as I said before, you probably won't... Well, some of you who have been watching the games will recognise the team names, but you might not recognise the team names if you have not been watching these qualifiers, but you will recognise the players. There are some big players here today. Not all of them are tagged up correctly on this screen. You'll see them once we drop actually into the game itself. I'll give you a quick one. And there he is. We've got Fogged. Fogged, how you doing?
Good. Am I good? Am I okay? Am I blowing people's ears out? Test,
yeah,
test?
you are. No, you're a little loud, but that's on me, so that's not on you. Give us a 1, 2.
Good. It's on you. 1, 2.
That's perfect. Perfect.
3,
stuff.
4.
That's
5,
perfect.
6.
That's perfect. That's
Hell yeah.
perfect. All right, we got it. We got it. Right, we're in. Yeah, Fogged. Hey, Ben,
Yo.
you've been back on with the playing, right? You've been playing some Dota recently.
Yeah, I can't play that much. I play
Okay.
like 2-3
Yeah.
games a day max. My arm starts hurting. So, but I've been playing. I'm trying to watch. I try. I've been trying to. I've been missing a lot, but trying to catch all the games that you guys have been doing. So
Radiant team pick.
And I mean, this seems to be the hot thing right now. Disruptor. I mean, honestly,
Yep.
was it too much, that buff? I mean, it basically just gave the level 4 slow effect on a level 1 Thunderstrike. It's pretty wild, right?
yeah, I mean, this hero's just been popping up. I think a lot of other heroes got like kind of touched a little bit on a lot of the support heroes, but I don't know. I didn't think I'd see him this much. I still thought like the Shadow Demon and Techies and stuff were like and even though Hoodwink had like a pretty abysmal win rate, I still think that hero's pretty busted. So crazy to see it come up this much, but cool. I don't know. I always like seeing Disruptor. I think it changes. When new heroes come in, it changes whole play styles and stuff. Because then like Disruptor changes a lot. If you're ahead, this hero just dominates the map. So it's really fun.
Let's see. There's been so many games now where we've seen it first pick. Well, it was kind of coming in the second phase, and like yesterday and today, it just started being the new first pick kind of material already from these teams in Western Europe.
I think that's the thing I miss the most when I'm like, because I was like injured for like 3-4 weeks, like missing the draft. Like I tune in a little bit, but I tune in toward the end of the draft. I'm not tuning in to watch like pick by pick, right? And then I see the whole game, and I'm like, okay, I can see how some of these. I didn't think it was first pick though. That's cool.
Yeah, it's hot. It's hot. Are you
seeing
good.
Is it normal builds like glimmers into 4-staff into eventual Aghanims? Is it like people are buying the shard? Is it like anything out of the?
Yeah, it's kind of it's Force Glimmer Ags, and then maybe sometimes
Ags?
just Force or Glimmer then Ags. Well, Fog, yeah, your mic is a bit blown up actually. Turn it down on the box. What time? What time have you got it on the box?
Gain is at pretty high. I should probably lower my gain.
Yeah, you should definitely lower your gain.
Okay, my gain is at 50% now. How are we doing? 50% good?
No, I'd say turn up to like, you can put it like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
2 or 3, okay, I'll move it. There you go. All right.
Give us a 1, 2.
Let me pre-warn. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, that's better. Nice. Yeah, but no, yeah, pretty much, yeah. They do tend to get the Ags when they can. I don't know if they've specifically been buying Shard. I think they normally end up just getting it from the Tormentor, but...
I played it yesterday, and I was actually feeling pretty good about buying Shard early because I could just shove waves invisibly. I don't know if pros are doing it, but it felt kind of neat because then you also have the scouting thing to get your glimpses because it gives you the super far cast range. Not to say that it's in a good Shard by any means, but possible. I don't know. Bans look normal. I don't think the bans have changed much. I feel like these heroes have been kind of dominant for a while.
No, for sure. Yeah, nothing crazy on the ban front. Alchemist coming in at this stage, and that's not been in every draft, so that's something a bit different here. Gyro, people seem to be loving the Gyro right now.
I saw
a
that.
lot of Gyro players.
Now.
Yeah, pretty much. I think in all the games that we've watched, at least, it's been Gyro carry. The mouse. I think to go that way. In terms of the players as well in this game, I mean, obviously you know all the players on Rest Farmers. Do you know all the players on Mouse? Or there's some new names for you here?
I feel like isn't this just Team Bald versus Team Bald?
There's some, yeah.
I don't know a lot of these guys, I gotta be honest. I don't know.
No.
At least from the names that they're tagged with right now. Possession, Obsession, Frenzy, and SPM. Those are new. I know
no, yeah, that's not their real names. You know, the real names are, it's Yulnit on the carry.
Yeah, we know him.
Yeah, you know him. Supreme on the mid. Force on the off lane. Player from the Philippines, in fact, Force.
I know him.
And Bengen as the 5. And then I'd say the one I didn't recognize before, I don't think, is Narman on the 4.
Yeah, I know Narman. I know every player there. He's really good. His shaker and stuff
he was like their MVP yesterday. He was their MVP yesterday.
I played him in pubs a lot
the other day,
like a couple years ago. Like so.
No, he was really
Dyer
good.
Is Chad, Xantic, Hanskin, Pablo, and who's okay?
And Jibei.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I know everybody. Yeah,
so,
I thought there was actually more unknown people.
They're actually pretty stacked teams. Honestly, for the qualifiers, I think Rest Farmers came through the Open Qualifier 1. They both did, in fact. Both of these teams were the first two to make it through the Open Qualifiers in that first round of Open Qualifiers. So yeah, solid teams.
Okay.
They are down in the lower bracket, but yeah.
Yeah, and already we're starting to see like zone fight, like big team fight on Rest Farmers. Like they're trying to control pop Mars. If they get like a good Mars ult, they're gonna win most of these fights. Willow ult to follow, Disruptor ult, etc. So pretty strong right there for now. But Mouse, I don't know why. I feel like Shadow Demon just is one of the best heroes in the game right now. I feel like it's so hard to pick a carry that feels good.
Yeah, you're gonna have a hard time most of the time against that. That's gonna cause issues at some point of the game. Mouse,
Let's
See
go.
what the-
I haven't seen the Gyro versus Mars matchup in a good while either. I feel like Mars just wins most lanes still, even though he got some small nerfs.
Omni Knight. Well, see, this is a few percent. I think, well, yesterday we actually had some mid Omni Knight coming out from, I believe it was Topson. Probably this game going to be the offlane. I don't think we'll be seeing any mid action today. I mean, maybe depends on the matchup. I imagine it's going to be the offlane.
I mean, that's pretty cool versus the Disruptor and stuff like that. Glimpse, click on a little repel action, stop it, protect the target that gets full focused from the Mars, which it seems like they're kind of going for. So that's kind of cool. They have 2 different saves.
I'll see what they want to get with it. Probably just want to pick up that second support here. Might want to have a...
Audio's not blowing people up. Good. All right.
Nah, you're good now. You're good now. CM. It's going to be grabbed.
Mana pump into these. That's very nice. I like it a lot versus Willow and stuff too. Now they have extra floor damage. They have ways to make the lane better, ways to make SD and Omni feel better pre-items.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what we've got here with this last pick. I'm sorry, not last pick,
What
well,
is-
fourth pick. What have we got?
What did CM get nerfed? It was just the shard mana cost, I think.
Yeah, it's not really affected the hero. I don't think it's getting picked and
I don't
banned
think
just
so
as
either.
much.
Yeah, she seems really strong.
And Void as well. I mean, what was
Void.
the nerfs? It was just kind of like time dilation, slightly less good, right? So, hero's still a hero with a Chronosphere, carry with a Chronosphere. So it's still going to be popular, and especially with Shad, right? I think Trent was looking up yesterday. This is his most played carry hero.
And he's got. Right now they're pretty reliant on ultimates, which I'm a little bit worried about. I'm a little bit like until they have items, their damage can be a little weird unless they land those ults, kind of like very ideally. So that's the one thing because they're very wombo combo focused. But yeah, Void. I mean, time dilation is just honestly this ability is just insane. Even this game, your Gyro shows up with Flak on cooldown, eats a time dilation. Things can be weird, but
And there's, yeah, a bit of respect as well towards what Xantic's been playing. The ban out the Quap. Not something you do against every team in the final phase, but he had a really good Queen of Pain game yesterday.
10 seconds remaining.
So
even
that's
where they
gonna be
have
gone.
like roots and silence and
Yeah,
still
it's,
just
yeah.
wanting to avoid it.
No, it's true.
The
They
puck
did-
I can see, but the Queen you could.
Yeah, it's just some real respect. Yeah, they had ways to deal with it, but I mean, obviously, banning that as well does mean that they left in the Pango, which Xantic also popped off with yesterday. Do you think that could be something here for rest farmers? Does that kind of fit in, or is there reasons not to Pango this game?
Good Pango, no BKB disables. Looks nice versus the 2 supports. These are very fragile supports. If you have a hero that gets in backline like Pango, that could be nice. Could definitely be a possibility.
Oh, let's see. Final ban from rest farmers is going to be looking towards Mouse's
They have to
position
show first.
2. Yeah, the mid lane. I mean, Supreme yesterday or whenever it was they played the other series, he just played Death Prophet every game. So he's going to have to play something different. At least in the series we watched, he just did 3 games of DP. It was good. So every reason for rest farmers to ban it out as they have here. But, we are going to have to see him go for something different.
I like we're seeing DP again. Because that was also one that was coming up a lot for me, and then it just disappeared off the face of the earth. I was like, I thought this hero was broken, but Meepo. Oh, I think I've only seen like Watson play the Meepo. I think everyone else dropped off of it that I'd seen. I don't know about you, but
Yeah, I think it's only really been banned in terms of the other series banned when indeed Watson was on the other side. There's a lot of teams in Western Europe that don't really play it right now.
Radiant team pick.
And they'll just get the
all right,
Zeus.
some damage. All right, I was like, give me some damage for all this control and stuff that they've got right now. Okay.
And we'll see. I mean, last series actually we had this sort of similar sort of setup where the Zeus was last, and then they had last pick against it. They went for the Storm against the Zeus in that game.
They could use this. I mean, extra form of catch, ways to get into the back line as well. Yeah, Storm can work. All the other heroes that I was thinking of are all banned out already early, so.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not quite sure what Supreme's been popping off on other than the DP, because yeah, we just saw a lot of Death Prophet from him the other day. And today, he's going to get himself the Pango. No.
Okay. That's
Just
another
left in.
cool one. At least it's similar as, even if like Rest Armor's got, it's similar to get into backline versus Willow and Disruptor and stuff like that. And he can bypass Mars, right? So I think that's the important thing. Okay.
All right. I mean, overall, I mean, when you look at the lineups of these two teams, would you say there is a favorite out of these? Because I feel like before what I saw in this qualifiers, I would have said Rest Farmers because of the names. But honestly, Mouse's play has been pretty good. I maybe sort of see them as the stronger side right now. I don't know what you reckon from sort of seeing the names on paper.
I'm agreeing. I'm a little bit agreeing with that too. And I think I kind of like their draft a bit. I don't know. Rest Farmers, it's not a bad draft by any means. I'd maybe give a slight edge to Mouse for this one just because the saves. I've seen too many times these Shadow Demons versus Voids just never get caught. They always get the save versus the Chrono. So at least the one thing on Rest Farmers is they have the vision for the Chrono. So maybe that makes it a little bit less for me. Maybe something like 55% for Mouse, 45% for Rest Farmers. But even then, it's going to be a lot of execution. Because I like this. I think Zeus, the really cool thing that they got from this, because it gives them this global, it's going to give them vision for this initiation, and then it's going to give them vision for these disruptor glimpses and stuff like that. So they can scout the area, pick which battles they want to choose. While for Mouse, a little bit harder for them to do that early. They're going to have to kind of just waltz into fights with an Omni Knight and stuff, a little bit more awkward. So, okay. Interesting.
All right, well, let's see indeed how this goes down. Best of 3, ladies and gentlemen, here between Rest Farmers and Mouse. And loser will be reaching the end of the road for themselves here in the closed qualifiers of this Western European region for the PGL Wallachia Season 1. Let's see.
I'm excited. I feel like I'm trying to like chill and like talk about a Dota game in months. Honestly, this is nice.
No, we've had some pretty good games recently, but everything's been pretty action packed. Even the Quest games, Quest tend to have been a team that like to sit back and farm and take it late. We also had some fun with them with the Rapiers.
But they lost.
They did indeed,
Mouse,
yeah.
right?
They nearly made a Divine Rapier comeback in game 1. But they had a bit of a rough time in this qualifiers. They got knocked down straight to the lower bracket. The only victory that they did get in this qualifiers was a default win for them up against Just Better, who weren't able to connect because of internet issues. So they weren't able to win a single series here in this one. Definitely, not a great showing from Quest on this. Rough times for them. I mean, anything just proven to be that this is not an easy qualifiers.
No,
absolutely not.
No. So big things for me, I guess. So Mao's, I think big timing is going to be, honestly, when he wants to purchase it, it's not going to be first, probably not even second, maybe like a third item or something. But BKB is huge this game for him. It's a ton of magical damage on Dire side, mostly magical, in fact, early. Bangan might get caught.
We'll see if they can find him. Oh, they can. Very nice placement of the Bramble there, meaning that Bangan can't make his way through the trees with that second one tripping him up. And the first blood goes to the one that matters the most, Xantic on the mid. He's going to be able to walk away with that.
Very big. Their lineup definitely thrives on getting any type of aggression early, as we were saying before, for like the Disruptor and stuff like that. So, cool. Dota just feels so crazy lately with the way that things can like come back and turn so quickly. It's like one team fight a lot of the time. So.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get a lot of team fight this game, at least as you say. Definitely coming out from Rest Farmers. For Mouse, it's going to be sort of about how they perform with the saves and ways to stop Rest Farmers from getting the kills when they drop the ults.
I've been enjoying. I've known him for a while, mostly as like not really the illusion player only. When he's playing his like gyros, his lunas and stuff like that, I feel like this guy's really good. I feel like
he is
kind of like never expected.
No, honestly, you're absolutely bang on. Yesterday when I watched, I keep saying yesterday, I think it was yesterday or maybe 2 days ago. Whenever I cast in Mouse's game, it was him and Narman that were like the standout players because they won a series 2-1, but even in the loss, top lane, nice little block there with the illusions. So if it's going to be enough, it is. They'll get the kill top, Force and Narman. But yeah, basically, even in the game that they lost, Unit farmed really well. He played like Luna 2 games, I think, and Medusa once. But he was, it was kind of like similar vibes really to sort of like, TA2000 when TA2000 kind of turned up and was just kind of this carry player that's like really solid. Like he just wasn't messing up, he wasn't feeding, and he was doing it like he was going above and beyond as the carry. So yeah, I'd say eyes on Unit for sure. This guy seems to be pretty good right now.
Yeah, +1. I mean, that's kind of what I felt like when I watched. I was like, man, this guy seems to just, even when they're having a bad game, he is super farmed. Always. So he's great. And then, Bangan, I think, or sorry, Narman, especially on his like Shaker, as we said, he was excellent. So I'm looking forward to see what the SD can do because, as I mentioned, versus the Void, versus the Mars, there's clear objectives that he has that he can kind of tilt the entire game with.
Yeah, I'd say Narman. Yeah, the other day it was on his shaker, as you mentioned, and also on his clockwork. Those style of heroes that he was really.
Clockwork.
Yeah, playing some. Oh, was it clock? I'm pretty sure it was clock. Maybe I'm mixing it up now. I think it was clock. I don't know.
That's cool.
Whatever it was good. I remember me and Trent were watching it. It was like, this Narman lad's popping off.
Up top, Hanskin. Should be okay. I say that.
It's going to be a fair bit of... it's just the 2 stacks. So he's going to be chilling.
Oh, people are saying Pure Meepo as well, too. I kind of forgot Pure also played the Meepo. That was 5 minutes ago, but whatever.
Wait, he played it 5 minutes ago?
No. Shut up. People saying it
I was like, what is... How's the mid looking?
So far, lanes. Nice for Mouse. Mid's going well for Supreme.
Is that kind of expected in this one? Or do you sometimes see Zeus come out ahead? Or is Pango still just...
I think
those,
Pango can.
yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a lane where Zeus can bully a hero, right? I feel like
Sure. Yeah, I
I'm
guess you
trying
can
to
always...
think of a matchup. I don't think there is one.
Zantic getting quite bullied himself here.
Yeah.
As he's doing on the regen, yeah, he's out of bottle charges, but we'll be able to back up and get the bouncer in if necessary. Top lane's getting pretty nasty here. Yeah, they're bringing in a +1 to just sort of chase down Shad. He's just dead.
Got him.
The stacks of poison build up. I mean, Bangan's also able to tease around with Hanskin. I mean, Force and Nama might be able to connect on this and find a second kill. They've got the Frostbite. There's at least a glimpse to pull back Force. But
Making him work for it.
Yeah, only for so long. Hanskin's still going down here. Frostbite catches him. I mean, now Shad's TP'd in.
How did this wave get so massive? They had like a quadruple range creep, and they still have glyph. I was like, oh, they glyphed the wave, and they still had glypho, and there's a quad range creep. The Shad got nothing in the last 2 minutes, like zero creeps.
Yeah, that hurts. And it's, yeah, just one of those lanes where, I mean, Omni and Shadow Demon, when they start getting levels, it's pretty nasty to lane against.
Omni in general, I feel like this is a hero that it's a pub star mostly, but maybe we'll start seeing it more and more.
Now, mid lane, Zantic still continues to just get heavily harassed here by the Pango. Still finding farm, though. Just about keeping up.
Yeah, just about. Bottom, Chipe, he just keeps eating harass constantly. It's just they always have mana, too. It's a nice thing about this Arcane Aura. They can constantly keep the spam on to pressure. I'm seeing Narman, even though he's winning the top lane, he's getting some stacks going for his team, too. So, yeah, good move so far here from Mouse in the early game. And they're setting up for mid. So Narman, he's chilling. He doesn't really need to go top too much, so he's playing in the area of the mid lane.
Now, bottom lane, they are able to catch Bangan a little out of position on the side. And have an easy enough burst with the God's Rebuke, Shadow Realm hit from Pablo. A kill to be found there. We'll see if they're able to maybe go for a round 2 of that as well on the next creep wave. Zantic's going to be getting his level 6. And they do have good bursts to get something down bottom potentially.
Yeah. Good ward early from Hanskin. He knew that there's going to be a rotation from top toward mid because they're kind of losing that. So he puts it early. He sees Narman place the ward. So they're aware of this gank, at least at Zantic is at the moment. Getting zoned, so not getting that XP, of course, but doesn't die at least with the move here. Another stack though for Narman, being efficient.
Bottom lane. Another killer for Pablo and Jibe. I mean, that's a big one as well. They're just sort of able to walk up and go at a point where obviously Bangan was still making his way back down there after TPing over towards mid. I mean, this is where we saw...
Bangan.
No. Ooh, spear off the mark. Zeus ult now, surely? Oh, no, not now,
being
though.
Chased?
Oh, that's it, yeah. He's having to focus on things in the mid. The Zeus ult comes out now, but it's a bit too late. He's dead. No. I mean, Narman is you know, from the top lane helping out with the Omni. We're forced to get the kills. Now over towards the mid, helping Supreme get some action. He's a little off the mark with the poisons. It doesn't matter. Still enough for Supreme to clean up, get the double in the mid. Narman making the rotations.
This guy's good. Very nice move. Before that, Wisdom Rune comes out too, so he's going to have time to walk back top, get up for it, and Force is just bullying as well. He's bullying Shad out of lane.
That's not easy here for sort of Shad at the level 4 regen wise. He's got the stick charges and the Lotus. But yeah, Focus just Force can just continue to burst Shad.
I mean, Shad could die. Bangan's here. The next time walk might just be a death. Force is going to try to force that.
Let's see what they can do. They'll try and poke it out here with the Frostbite. I mean, they doesn't even get the chance to time walk. It's too much burst during the Frostbite.
I mean, he was dead anyway. Look
Yeah.
at the backup. Like Supreme is and Narman were there for the jump away too. Great start,
Nice.
6-3, dominating these lanes.
And then Hanskin. I mean, he's walking
Yeah.
up, but he's just going to hand away his life. Not a place to be right now. This top lane, a complete write-off here for Rest Farmers.
The days of old for Disruptor. Once you start falling behind, it's kind of grim. 0-4 already on him, 2K lead. Level 4 on these two supports. Level 5, I believe, on the two on sides of Mouse. Narman actually a little bit shy, but he's got stacks to get that XP. All right, Jibe. Jibe and Xantic, they're having that good game, though. And the big damage is really going to be coming from them early, so... see if they can start bringing stuff back in together to give Shad some space, because, man, he is quite struggling up there.
Yeah, I'm just going to return to here. It's just not easy to find. I mean, I guess ideally he's maybe trying to find, like, at least that next level.
Yeah, he can't really, like, the thing is, like, about the gyro, it's like, okay, he died the one time, right? But he can just go to the jungle, and he's going to be able to flak multiple camps at a time. Void, it's the recovery outlet is much slower. At least he's, like, losing the tower there isn't the worst thing for him, because now it's going to constantly be pushing him to find farm, but his other heroes have to do well when the matchup starts coming to them if he's just going to be, you know, forced to sit here and just catch up.
Bottom lane.
And Mouse is not in a rush at all. They're chilling after that.
And it doesn't look like they're going to hand away any freebies down here. Nobody's turning up to the tower, as there would be great kill potential from Rest Farmers around the the arena and the God's Rebuke from Jibe.
They don't have the support damage, though. So if it's just Jibe down there without, like, a Zeus or something, this damage could be lacking as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I guess that's why Yonit feels that he can step back up and continue to grab the creep wave from this tower.
Yeah, I think this could be a little awkward for the next few moments here for Rest Farmers. Until these supports hit 6, like, their damage is just not really there to kill a core.
Well,
if they dive
Hanskin-
the tower, they're going to die. Hanskin,
He's got the glimpse. I don't quite know how he ended up in this bit of an awkward spot, but he's not got any way out of this. It's another kill for Force.
oh my lord.
Not having a fun
That's gonna be
time
a
on the
massive
Disruptor.
Omni.
Bottom lane. They're going to try for this, but the defensive disruption, it comes out from Narman as Jibe's the one to fall. They make an effort with the arena, but it does not work out. And now a Supreme heading over towards Pablo. They'll get both kills here.
Oh boy. Uh-oh. I mean, yeah, this is... They need to get together. That's the big thing right now. For Rest Farmers, like, Hanskin can't get caught alone. Top, he needs to find his level somehow. They need to, like, chill somehow, get some type of levels on these supports before they try to force a move like that, because Mouse is ready for every move. They were instant with double TPs. That's a concern here. 4K lead 10 minutes in.
Yeah, they're crushing it. They really are. It's going to take just so much time for Shad to get back in. I mean, as you mentioned, outside of the Zeus, damage is lackluster, so it's not even like with the
Super
6, Shad
lackluster.
can kind of go for some comeback chrono. Yeah, they're unlikely to get kills. We already saw them try and get kills to the arena. The damage isn't done. Chrono's just going to be the same sort of story, so Shad just has to stay completely out of the action and try and farm his way back into this game. But the matchups just don't favor him.
No, not at all, really. I mean, eventually, of course, like super late game, they have a great lineup that they got to get to these type of places, and map is going to quickly start shrinking. Look at how active they're being. Supreme and Narman waiting for Jibe. Movement is looking to come from Rest Farmers, but remember, these supports are still level 5.
Radiant's middle tower
So
is
the clash
under
could be
attack.
difficult unless Xantic has perfect positioning. And speaking of Xantic,
They're going to start to poke towards him. Pablo turns over the Curse Crown on towards Supreme. Yonit's got the cooldown onto Jibe as well as the freezing field. It's a lot of damage. Shad comes in with the
Shad?
chrono. He gets one kill. The Zuso comes out onto Yonit, but the disruption's there for Narman. The Rolling Thunder comes across. Shad, can he escape this? He can't. He goes down. Yonit's still alive as he survives throughout it all. Rest Farmers, they only get the Crystal Maiden, and they lose 4 heroes. All 3 of their cores involved in that going down.
they can't even get only. I thought they'd at least get the gyro, but the save again, Narman.
Yep.
And now, oh my God, Pablo.
All right, an easy ultra kill for Supreme. Tips coming out between the boys here on Mouse. They're feeling good about this one.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And Pango this game versus these two supports, they're super fragile. He's so far ahead. They're just going to get shredded. Same for Zeus is fragile too. Xantic coming up from the river. He got on first. If he's actually able to get full spell combo out, perhaps they get the gyro. But yeah, he got gone on first, and then it's kind of awkward there. Mouse, they're just so fast. They're ready for every move.
Oh, this is rough. This is rough. I mean, yeah, that's just Hanskin is having such a rough time. I mean, as I said, the first pick Disruptor's been looking pretty good, but maybe Mouse, they know what to do against it. They know what to lane against it with. And they're just causing Hanskin to have no game. He's 0-7-2.
Did you lie to me? You said Disruptor, you know?
It's been great.
Especially, like, you know, we always talk about it, too. It's like once you start getting behind,
yeah.
and the supports are just super behind at this point, they're going to get their level 6s from the 14-minute Wisdom Room, which is, like, kind of those GG moments. Yeah, they just don't have any damage besides Xanthic, who's just constantly getting gone on first.
Miss a lot of poison as well. Just dying under the tower.
Good lord. All right.
They can't even... He's not even going to die under the tower. This is rough. This is one of the rough ones we've seen actually by quite some bit, I think, in this qualifiers.
This is crazy. How perfect all the moves are really going. It's like the kills top to Narman stacking to making the move bottom to get the saves. It's just like it's all flowing beautifully. It's like when you're watching your Dota replays and you're like, oh, I could have done this better. I could have done like Mouse is actually doing kind of that. They've only lost what Bangan's died 3 times and then once on the gyrocopter. Pretty ideal. Your 5 position has died pretty much every single one of your deaths. So. And yeah, their item there's huge. And I like that. I like that Force even went like this different style build. He has a blink dagger on Omni. Usually you just see the Echo Saber build. No, now he can just blink into Mars Arena, drop the repel on his gyro if he wants to, and the fight is done right there. So
yeah,
really cool stuff.
Also just super nice for just blinking out as well, right? You see this void going for you with the chrono or the arena starting to pop up. You can also reset yourself and make sure that you're able to step back and get your spells off to save anyone else that does get caught. Super nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like that. Yeah. I think a lot of people, well, I mean, I'm gonna say a lot of people. I think like most people in Dota tend to just you autopilot, but I like when you're like you really think about the game. Even though they're dumpstering this one, he's like, let me just make sure we continue the dumpster. And yeah, good aggressive wards as they.
They're looking for Shad.
Aggression.
Doesn't look like they'll find him. Shad able to farm in a safe direction away from that top.
And level 6 is obtained now, but heroes are much tankier than before. And still no blink on Jibe.
And they're heading down here. Force is going first. The rest of the team will be heading over to back him up.
Uh-oh. Pablo?
Ooh, he's going to open up onto him. Narman's here. The disruption's there. They're able to keep Narman safe. They've lost Pablo. They've got the Static Storm out to Supreme. Supreme should fall. The Thunder God's Wrath does the job. Nice. The question is now, can they get anything more from the Red Farmers as Xanthic will jump forward to claim the life of Beng, and he's going to go for the TP out. Anything to stop it. Oh, he actually cancels it himself, I believe, because he's like, you know what, I could pick up a 3rd kill. He gets the triple. Not a bad fight here at all for Rest Farmers, considering how the game is going so far. Ooh, 3 kills, and now maybe more. Shad in with the Chronosphere on towards Force. Do they have the damage? I mean, it should be there. The spear comes out. They've caught Force. He's got nothing else. The bashes come out. Essentially an ultra kill there with that 4th kill, also going the way of Xanthic. They're able to find a team fight. I mean, what sort of happened there, do you feel, that allowed that to go so well for Rest Farmers?
Honestly, Xanthic just gets every spell off, but Sujibe catches Supreme. I think that's the biggest thing. He stops the Pango in his tracks. Pretty huge. I actually thought this was going to look a little more awkward. Did he go through the portal again, or did he get glimpsed? I missed that. That's the one thing.
I think he might be the one that got glimpsed, yeah.
Maybe this glimpsed. Okay. Pablo.
I mean, they've actually got the catch on him. Got the cooldown, but Jibe stepping up. Spear, not good. Oh, it's gonna. If that clipped on the tree, they would have been able to push forward and kill him, but it doesn't connect. So Unit will live.
It's still huge. You know, they're so behind that they get these type of kills. And who got the last hit onto that Omni before? It was Xanthic as well too.
Yeah,
right?
Xanthic pretty much got them all. Oh, Narman, he's playing aggressive. He's gonna blink in to try and set up it. And he's got the backup in Force and Supreme. They're going to make their way straight over towards Xanthic. Pablo dies to Bengen. The Static Storm has been dropped down on top of Force. The Arena and Spear combo as well. Can they kill the Omni Knight? They can't. Narman's in with a save. Force is able to get the heal off. He's still alive. He's going to jump in aggressive under the tower. Dives in, kills off Hanskin. Supreme and Bengen, they'll deal with Jibe. So just as quickly, Rest Farmers has found a good fight down bottom. It's back to business for Mouse as they continue to remain on top.
No
Shad.
Oh,
that burst damage. Not a chance.
They're like, okay, you guys got no ults. You got no chrono, you have no Zeus stuff. They get right on top of them. And again, this time they will find that Zeus quickly. Narman even going. I love, dude, look at these blinks. What, 1, 2, 3 blinks? Very cool.
Yeah, so many saves. I mean, it's such a hard game for Shad to find the good chronos. You know, end of the day, you're not going to catch both the Omni Knight and the Shadow Demon unless something crazy happens. One of them's going to be ready to bail out one another. Super difficult to drop the good chronos this match.
Yeah. Very nice way of just double initiating over and over again here on Mouse. Rest farmers' ults are going to be coming back up. Shad's still quite weak, but probably feeling a little bit better about themselves, but still not still not an easy game, of course, by any means. Blink on Jibe, but again, they need kind of the perfect situations to win any of these fights. Catching that Pango before he gets the roll, Zeus getting off every spell possible. Farming as a team.
See what they can go for next. Force leading the charge here. Rest farmers completely avoiding any sort of action, at least until Shad's able to get his next item, that Maelstrom finished. Bottom lane, Force.
Kill.
It's a ridiculous amount of damage now here with the abilities maxed out, level 14.
Oh, and I like this. As I was mentioning just early in the game, it's mostly magic damage, of course, on Dire, as you can just see straightforward. He had BKB on Omni Q'd. He's just going pipe. So he's just looking to get that protection. Only I see he has BKB Q'd, but maybe thinking if he can be greedy enough, just do the Satanic Aghanim's kind of play versus the Void, but they just continue dominating map. You can just see Rest Farmers will not cross that river. They have vision in the area here. Bengen takes it out. Jibe's looking for a potential snag.
They're going to try, maybe. They've got the fear onto Bengen.
This is bold.
I mean, they're dropping a lot here for the CM. Bengen finally forced the Thunder God's Wrath, but they had to use quite a bit to commit for that kill. Supreme has got the perfect angle to bounce back, take out Jibe. I mean, Force was even thinking about getting in from the side, jumped in with a quick burst onto Pablo. They'll get the glimpse onto Supreme. He's got the roll-up at the ready. The Static Storm's to be dropped. The Chrono, they're dropping everything out of the Omni Knight, but Narman's in position to come in with a save. Supreme jumps in over the back line with a shield crash and the swashbuckle. It's 4 dead. Homing missile heading the way of Vedantic. They should be able to dive in and look for a team wipe here, as they'll go up to the high ground. The team wipe is in play. It's looking as rough as ever. 32-9, pre-20 minutes here from Mouse.
I swear, every game I see a Void versus Shadow Demon, this happens. It's like a single-man chrono, instantly saved. Can't even get a kill. They tried to fight under their vision there. They even placed, I believe, a secondary Obs Ward to try to continue that fight, but too many bailouts. Narman's free casting, Xanthic as well, too. He gets a little focused, but he's confident to survive. He literally just stands his ground. He could have rolled up to dodge the glimpse, but nope. He knows his teammates have his back. They continue just excelling in these fights over and over and over again. 32-9 beatdown.
He's going to go for the tier 2 now as well. No real reason for Mouse to slow things down.
No, they're cruising. No, you have to do something about this. Probably this top lane in particular for me was the most one that has the biggest impact. Like, Narman's big. He's making the saves. Force is owning, and Void and Disruptor have no impact. So I think looking forward to the next one. This one's not fully over, but it's looking pretty damn difficult. That's the lane I'm looking for Rest Farmers to recover the most in. Because right now, they're just playing Follow the Leader. They have to just run around as like 4 heroes while Shad tries to just desperately recover. But it really is a desperate recovery at this point. Because even when he's got, Treads, Maelstrom, Mask of Madness, this Gyro's, he's going to have double the net worth of him. And he's got double bailouts, so complicated for the side as Rest Farmers. They'll also just continue getting, just massively outfarmed when they have to run around like this.
Now they're going for the Roche. Get this secured. I mean, taking out Roche as well should bring Supreme close to the goal to get his Aghanims done. He's just onto Unit. Very close to having the BKB gold as well. Mouse can group up and go for a very, very strong push here. Rest Farmers, they do have...
Oh.
What have we got?
They used the. That's right. When they dove the Zeus in the high ground and mid, they used the tier 3 glyph, if I'm not mistaken. So this tier 2's dead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Might even continue. I feel like they might just poke high ground here.
I mean, there's not really much reason to back away. And they could at least get the Tormentor first.
Okay, yeah. Control this area. Maybe, I mean, poking high ground is always just a...
Oh, Bengen's going to die. Bengen?
He's fine.
Okay, he's got forced to bail him out.
I was about to pick. Maybe he's not. Let's see what they look to do. At least force him back. BKB's, I believe, coming out on the gyrocopter, so actually maybe more can force the issue. Let's see what they do.
I get the tier 2 mid.
Well, they're
pushing
hunting. Look, Supreme, Bengen, and Narman. They want to catch someone over here. They're like, "Where's Shad? Where are you, buddy?"
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Small rest farming.
Pablo. Oh, they're dispelling one another. I'm just holding the high ground.
Didn't it used to show where you would look on the map on my map? I can't see where you're looking.
I think it used to do back in the day when the lobby slots had like the little camera icon, which they don't have anymore.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I see I see one little one, but it's looking at the mid lane. I was like trying to figure out where you were looking. So
I see that one as well. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I'm sure a feature. Yeah, I see that.
Looking at
like,
the floor.
Just the whole game we've just been staring at this. No, I'll have you know, I don't think we missed a kill this game.
Hell yeah. And I feel like I actually threw you off because I was talking about crap all over the place. Alright, so Mao's just continue. I mean, the map is completely dominated, and they're just kind of getting whatever they want, looking to get some luxury items. I see a Hex queued up for Force if he wants to. I think Len's almost done for Narman, so further reach range. And yeah, Olnit farming whatever he wants, so more and more domination. And at least Shad finds a Wisdom Rune, but he is so far from this BKB still. BKB even then. It doesn't feel like it solves their problems.
They're gonna have to try something.
Oh my god!
He just sniped him!
The
Wait, how did he die?
plus the snipe. He just got flacked.
The flak! Oh, he just disappeared like incredibly deep in the base, bless him.
That looked like a Brigand's Blade swashbuckle, not gonna lie. I had to check it to see if Brigand's Blade was re-added in the game.
I'm trying to get rid of that Aegis on your net. That's taking a lot.
And look at Force.
He just goes in and kills Pablo. Uh-oh.
This
Yeah.
one. Okay. Well, yeah, fix your safe lane. That's my biggest thing for rest farmers, honestly. Like, yeah, there's some other mistakes and stuff like that, but Top just got dumpster.
Yeah.
Norman stacked. I actually have to. I didn't get to see how many stacks there was, but I can imagine it's like 10 plus stacks for an SD that also dominated his lane. Like, that can't happen. So.
Oh, they're definitely going to try one final team fight. You'd imagine. Where's Shad? He's trying to get at least the BKB before he heads back. Oh, they're diving in. They've got Shibe.
Oh my goodness.
He'll get the arena out, but he's dead. Supreme's going in underneath the towers. Shad's turned up, but he's already lost two of his teammates. Shibe and Hanskin are out. And what can he do at this point? Azantic dying. Shad.
High fives.
Not much left to be done here. As unit, they'll keep on with the push. 3 dead on rest farmers. They do at least have the tier 2 top, so they won't get mega creeps yet. 28k behind.
Coordinated, much like the team play and everything. Besides just the lanes, yeah. I mean, it helps when you dominate this hard in your versus like disruptor and stuff like that. Yeah, you have a good early game rushing team, but yeah, wow. Very impressed.
I'll swing over towards the top.
Bye-bye, Hanskin.
He's had a rough one. I mean, whatever they sort of consider, like, or feel about Disrupt as a hero, I think this is one of those games where you're not going into game 2 getting it first pick. You try something different.
No. I look at Force go. And you might have to actually even consider something like, you know, I know Force has a bit of a, honestly, all these offlaners have pretty massive hero pools, but yeah, his Omni Knight looks good. I know he plays like his primals, he plays like everything under the sun, but yeah, you got to watch out versus this hero, especially when you pick like a full, pretty much 5x magic damage draft into repel. There's double save. The lanes didn't go so bad. Of course, you can see this draft having a much better chance of killing. I'm gonna try Satanic on Omen though.
Oh, Hanskin! He's got a little bit of safety with the Glimmer Cape, but as soon as he comes out of it, Force is surely going to find him. No, Force backs off. Hanskin will be kept alive for now. Pablo Force fire. Well, Supreme actually still gets Hanskin there with the swash of the Aghanim's shield crash. Buybacks there from Pablo. No buyback to be had from Hanskin. Force, he's in. He's looking for a Zantic with the swashbuckle damage as well. And the missile, it's enough. Shad, he'll pop the chrono, but Narman's in with the save. He's trying to find at least one. Can they get Supreme? They can. They'll kill Supreme, but it's nowhere near enough at this point. The rest of them forced back to their base as Mouse can still continue to take this final set of barracks.
Oh, let's just chill on hitting buildings.
Force is in. It's caught by the spear. Jibe, he's out, has buyback. They've got the Static Storm onto Force. Can they kill this Omni? They'll get dragged back by the glimpse,
No,
but he's good to go, and they're just having to run from him. They just have to keep zipping back towards the fountain.
Oh, he gets the blink. They actually, maybe if he got stuck there, they might have been able to have him, but nope. Gets away, own it. No fear.
No, they'll tap out. Well,
wow.
That was a rough game one. Rough game one for Rest Farmers. 29 minutes, 46 to 10. 38k lead from Mouse. And these guys looking good.
Yeah. They look good, and Rest Farmers just have to, yeah, like I said, fix top lane, better laning, period. Can't lose a lane like this that hard. And then random deaths need to just disappear. Way too many.
I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back. I'm sick of being cautious. I'ma go cause something, can't stop this. I'ma steal everybody's lane, call it shoplift. Sick of hearing everyone complain when they thoughtless. Taste the pain, it's like candy canes. It makes me go change into a better frame, into a better name. Society's insane, we all live for fame, yeah. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up.
live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Do it no cap. Only got one, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad. I got cash in the bag, stadium packed. Put a rock star on the side, live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Do it no cap. Only got one, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad. I got cash in the bag, stadium packed. Put a rock star on the side, live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Do it no cap. Only got one, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad.
I grew up in a place where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page, but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things, what could go wrong, what fame brings. But success is a finicky thing, and if you ain't sure, no, it'll never be. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I will run away, I don't have to plan it. I can go, change my fate, you won't understand it. All alone, that's okay, people I can't stand them. They don't want me to change, keep me where I'm standing. And I don't wanna be where I am, and I want something more, take a chance. It could be possibly my last dance, my last dance. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself
10 seconds remaining.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game 2 now here between Rest Farmers and Mouse. Apologies for the overlay during that pause. It was indeed Mouse who did indeed win game 1 and not Rest Farmers, as I correctly typed. So Mouse, they're up 1 game at the moment in this best of 3. I'm Odie Pixel, I'm here with Fogged. The draft has begun. Let's hope we get a bit of a closer game, because that game 1 was quite stomp, Fogged.
Yep, they banned Shadow Demon. Good. Step 1.
I'll see what. I guess the problem is though, Narman, he pops off another. We saw teams actually against him banning his Shaker, so if Shaker gets left in, I think Narman might see a way to try and get that in on the action.
Yep. Well, that means one hero is gonna be left. Let me look at what the bans were from last time. Oh god, did I even open tabs for this? Oh man, I'm slacking. I had one open.
Jara.
What was I'm just checking what the first ban was. Let me see. Timber, right? Timber's the one that's left. Timber is in the pool.
Okay. You want to just grab that here then if you're Rest Farmers? Do you go your Disruptor again, or do you think you're just not doing that? You're trying something different against Mouse, because Mouse seems to know how to deal with the Disruptor.
Yeah, you probably go something different.
Chen.
Oh, Chen's in the pool too. Cool. Chen.
That's a strong
Got
one.
some nerfs, but yep. Okay.
Let's see what they want to combo with Chen and what.
Chen, I will always say this though.
Yeah, what'd you say about Chen?
Requires teamwork. This hero,
Okay.
you can't just be like, you know, he's going to Chen 1v5. Yeah, he can do some really cool stuff in the lanes. But in the mid game, that's when you start to see it's like the Chen devolve. If the team doesn't play with the Chen well, if they don't use your, you know, creeps and Hand of God and stuff like that, this hero can become kind of useless. So even though the hero's broken in a lot of ways, I just think this in pro games, it can be a double-edged sword sometimes if you're not super good with it as a team.
5 seconds remaining.
And maybe Shaker's more appealing then, also, for someone like Narman.
Yeah, I think there's definitely the chance he might run it this game. He had a great game with it the other day. And it was, yeah, say something that teams are banning against him.
Cool that we're getting the gyro straight up. I think it's, I mean, definitely a strong carry, as well as has this mixed damage build, which is always going to be nice. Like, let's say if it was, you know, if they did want to do something like that, Timber, right, gives you good kill threat early with all that extra damage.
Let's see. Yeah, going to reserve time on this ban. Maybe considering if they do want to drop a ban against Narman.
Well. I'm very proud of you.
When do you focus
Isn't
things-
Lifestealer still super hot? Like Lifestealer and Razor?
Yeah,
I feel like
he is. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
and
both
those are
of
two heroes that
Yeah.
I really like in particular, and always have kind of liked versus the hero like Gyrocopter. So I think either one of those could be an option if they want to go down that route.
I think the other hero who sort of tried against the Gyro the other day was the PA. Someone tried to do PA against it. I mean, I can't remember who won. PA. I mean, is PA pretty bad now because you can't do the Revenants build, or is there still good PA games?
I think it's that and the fact that Silver Edge got a big buff.
Okay, yeah.
It's like what, like a 3-second downtime when you're silver edging around the map and stuff now. It's not something you buy every time, but definitely nice. And yeah, PA got hurt a lot. So Timber gets picked. They're just gonna pick their super strong lanes again. CM Gyro, high kill threat, and an old school Chen counter.
Is that, yeah, that's what this is it? That's what you're doing
That's
here.
like a 10-year throwback Chen counter.
Okay. And that's going to be fun to see as well, because it's going to be Narman playing it, right? And he's been looking pretty cool. So
I would think so. The only other person I think I've seen play Bounty was Bounty mid, and it was Thompson versus a Pango, I believe.
5 seconds remaining.
I glanced and saw a Bounty the other day or yesterday, so.
Let's see. Yeah, indeed, this bounty can, if this bounty can do something cool. Not
So
seeing
in the
it a lot.
past,
yeah,
I haven't seen this, like, honestly, I don't think I've seen a Bounty versus Chen in years, but in the past, it used to be that you're just constantly messing with him, you're always keeping tabs of where he is and setting up on him. The double-edged sword is that if you don't shut him down early, this is in the past, is that the Chen can group up, and Bounty isn't really the best versus this kind of group-up strategy, but we'll see how it ends up playing out. They're going to go for a Lion here, so give themselves some extra burst.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team
But that's an interesting Lion pick, I will say, because usually it's like you want the Hex in particular versus something that's like, okay, this disable's going to be great. Lion versus Gyro is not really
no, you just die.
always the best.
Yeah.
You just die to flak walking in or trying to get a spell. If you can get the instant initiation, sure, but that means you're usually getting
Ooh.
information from something else.
So
and right now they're lacking that.
They got this
That's
this
nice.
Dark Seer bounty lane. This is pretty classic one, right?
And great versus Luna. You know he's going to get that aura. You can go Aghanims if you want to. Punch that Luna.
10 seconds remaining.
And auras are nice, because right now, rest farmers, again, I would say, yeah, the Luna and Timber dish out damage, but the supports don't really do much damage.
And let's have a look. Fifth ban, sorry, the final ban, the 7th ban here for rest farmers. Looking at what they're going to be scared of coming out from this mid lane the most.
A lot of bans on Supreme. The Lash, the Primal, the DP, the Pango.
5 seconds.
Do they ban the Queen of Pain as well, too, or is that why they picked the Lion to deter away from it?
Dire team ban.
And now the
Okay.
mid Cottle.
I like that ban. I think the Coddle would have ruined it, because Timbersaw can't play Dota then. You're just solar binded and getting blasted. So much damage, so much reach.
Mouse are still looking themselves to
Seconds remaining.
ban out those mids.
5 seconds.
Oh, yeah, they
Is-
banned the oh, yeah, they banned the Queen. Whoops.
Also, I mean, the other ones that, what else has Xantic been playing? Obviously played the Zeus last game, but probably don't care too much about that.
No, I don't want some Zeus. Well, Xantic will be able to counterpick though, right? Because Mouse has the first they've got to show. What do we got, Mr. Supreme? What else have you been doing? I feel like he always just plays his heroes. His death, like you said, Death Prophet and Pucks and stuff. They got time.
Yeah, I mean, something. Is there anything really they could add to kind of help deal with the push of the Chen? I mean, I feel like when they played back in the day would be something like Lena, but is Lena mid just not very hot right now?
It seems less hot than before. What about something just simple like a DK? Then they've got a
That's true,
frontliner for
DK is still there.
Darkseer.
Yeah.
They've got a good thing for like the gyro. They've got the nice stun control. He's very tanky. If they ban Puck, then I don't think that they would DK.
I think
Go
the
for the
Razor. Yeah, let's stick with the Razor.
That's nice. That's real. I actually didn't think I was looking at his recent heroes and he played it a couple days ago, but he lost with it. So I thought they might be deterred from picking it, but it looks nice. It looks pretty nice versus Timber and Luna. You can always excel. You have good damage versus both these heroes. They don't really have the best way of. I mean, they have line disables to peel you off of the Luna, but. All right, Xantic, you have your pick of the litter. You have 15 seconds though. You better counter this Razor pick. There's no quap for you. There's no puck.
I feel like last time the situation went for like Sniper. He liked Sniper. He had a rough
went
game
to the
though.
Aghanims build, and I wanted to vomit.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't like? Yeah.
He went Lance Aghanims, and I've been seeing more people doing that, but I don't know how I feel about.
So it's a mid Timber.
Timber mid.
Okay. Does that do okay against Razor, or is it not easy?
That sounds pretty hard.
Like,
even though Timber does well versus most matchups.
I mean, it's like because what you've got a nuke to CS with, so you don't care about losing damage, and if you do care, you can Timber chain away. But
okay, maybe it's not as bad as I think, but it doesn't sound great either.
I mean, and they do it obviously because they favor just slipping in this Doom for the offlane as the last pick, to sort of change things up. I mean, is it that good of a Doom game? Like, will this Doom do a lot down here against the Gyro CM?
I don't know, actually. Doesn't really seem like the most. Are they doing some weird like Are they like putting Doom safe lane versus Darkseers? Are they doing some like Dota, like the old school Dota? I don't know. This looks weird to me.
Oh yeah, they could. Yeah, maybe.
Is
I mean,
Doom
we don't
in a
really
like,
see that.
for his Darkseer, and then they're running an aggro lane with Luna or something, like some weirdness.
Oh, let's see. Let's see. Well,
we have to see.
It was a rough game one for Rest Farmers. They did not have a good time.
It looks kind of rough again. I don't
Yeah,
know. Maybe they have great early aggression on Mouse. That's the one thing I'm looking at again. And last game they just kind of ran around and dumpstered the first 15 minutes so hard. That's my worry. Rest Farmers, it's a farm heavy lineup. The Doom and the Luna, like these two heroes want to take some time to farm. The other three can be active and do stuff, but they had such a rough time last game that maybe I'm being influenced by that.
Let's check it out here. See if Rest Farmers really pull it together after a super tough game one against Mouse. Yeah, see what Mouse can do. This guy's got pretty good stats on Bounty. It's got like a by looks at that, it's what, like 75% win rate. That's pretty high for an old bounty hunter, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks nice. We'll see. I wonder what build he goes to. Curious. Orb of Venom to start. Okay, running it down. Cool. Sorry if you hear cat meowing in the background. It is the witching hour, as I call it. They start going nuts after they eat breakfast. So.
I'll see with the smoke which side's going to catch who.
Ooh.
They're being careful, the Rest Farmers. Well, I said that. Is he going to walk over? No.
Him in a shot are like, I don't know. Should we do it, guys? I don't think we should.
Yeah, they're going to know they're down here. I don't think they must with how sort of safe they're playing here.
30 seconds to battle.
Which ward did they? Okay, they placed this ward. Okay. All right. So no weird lane stuff.
No,
I thought maybe because I just see some Doom and it did Darkseer and some throwbacks to the olden days, you know, but no. The good thing is they have the Luna. They have this double ranged versus double melee bottom. So as long as they can keep away, not always the easiest, of course, but...
Oh, Narman
He
was
got
able
it.
to get the pickup on that underneath the two of them trying to spam for it. And my apologies,
Boom.
actually first blood going to Zantic.
Big hit. I didn't see it either. Guess he just got what? Whirling Death onto him. Got a
Yeah,
stunning
stunning
follow-up.
Scorched Earth and Whirling Death
Blood
did
grenade.
the job.
Lion
Alright.
actually did 400 damage.
So a little bit of a helping hand here for Zantic getting that first blood, but yeah.
But he's in the main versus a Razor. Like, I'm telling
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's-
This feels so weird to me.
I mean,
the
you
thing is,
just,
the reason why it's weird is because they forced it.
yeah, like they knew what they were signing up for.
Yeah, like you know when you're picking this Doom, you know they already know the lane matchups that it's gonna be this. So we'll see how Zantic does. For me, I look and it looks very, very difficult, but maybe if other people have played around this matchup just from the cutting waves and stuff.
I mean, he shouldn't die in this matchup at least, but might have a lot denied against me. You think you could, I mean, surely if you just die and you just timber chain away and you're okay. Or
Yeah,
you
I
feel
mean,
like-
okay, yeah. In that sense, yes. I mean, but I don't want to see him missing too much. Last hit's just to survive. We'll see what lane positioning is. Supreme's got good control of it so far.
Yeah,
Okay,
see
so
if-
Narman is a courier hunter, and he'll find one.
Oh damn, he really found that one. He even attempted to hide it away there, Hanskin, but yeah, Narman not letting it hide from him.
Three blocking camps. So yeah, of course, a bit of a slower start here for Force and the Bounty, but I think we always talk about that level 3 as soon as it comes on that Dark Seer. If you're able to double up a creep wave too, which looks like it could be set up for, but Hanskin, he's got a really good creep. This is probably one of the better ones you can get early besides the Dispel and stuff. Great heal he can provide on his Luna. So Shad should be fine to farm down here for the most part, unless he makes a huge mistake of stepping up versus level 2 Shell.
No, which, you know, we should actually get to see Shad have an impact. The last game he got really punished.
Yeah. Should, was it?
We'll see if they
Mid.
deal with the ramp up of the power of that offlane from Mouse. Yeah, it's how are we seeing on CS? 14 and 5 against the 9 and 3, but a difference that's probably only going to continue to grow. Not easy for Zantic if Supreme plays this right.
Jibe is doing well, top. I guess that the first blood that they got to set him off to a good start. 14-3 right now. He's actually just tanking through all the damage. Alright, I'm going to be glancing at bottom a bit here because Creep Wave is going to start pushing forward, so Shad is going to be in position for potential aggression that Mouse can bring onto him. Try not to throw you off too much.
I mean, just sort of watching mid. Zantic keeps getting kind of full static linked by Supreme. And now with the point in the armor, Zantic shouldn't die, but it always just gives Supreme this crazy amount of right click to continue to just out CS him with.
Hanskin, no sentry in lane right now. He just gets it delivered. Okay, I was about to beg. They need us to place a sentry pretty soon because Narman's just going to do the invis sit on them.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get out before, but had them on the courier when it got sniped.
Oh, true. That's true.
Well, it's definitely looking like a better start here for Rest Farmers.
Yeah, much better for sure. Oh, uh-oh, Hanskin, he stepped up.
He's trying to heal up with that Troll Hill Priest, but yeah, he's gone. This is what you said to worry for this. This is a level 2 Iron Shout.
Oh, Jibe. Olnit was going for the chase, at least stopping him from getting the creeps with Jibe. He's gonna hold the aggro, but Olnit's still here. He's not fast enough.
Living on the edge a bit, Jibe. And this mid lane is, yeah, he's just getting completely out farmed now, ready by Supreme. 28 and 8, 17 for 4.
And he misses the money creep. Oh, no, I didn't.
Now see Narman once again making the stacks for the team.
Man, Razor having such a good start. That's going to cause further problems later on, of course, because then he's going to be able to stick on this Luna, cause a lot of aggression. And now versus all three cores, this is honestly a pretty solid Razor game. Versus Doom, Luna, and Timber. Great ways to just stick on them. Great damage, too. So him being this farmed, having this type of start, caused some issues early on here.
I can see Narman maybe try to make a move over towards the mid. It won't be an easy kill to set up for. Top lane, up in the jungle, Bangin. He's going to look for deny to the neutrals, and he's done it, Bangin.
What a play. Wasting so much time. That's a good like 30, 40 seconds of Jibe plus the Lion wasted. Meanwhile, Narman checking some runes, stacking again. He's got a triple stack and potentially going to get that bottom rune for Supreme too. Do they have Pablo to check it? They do, but Pablo's late, so Supreme will get it. And that's a potential diving room. They glyphed the wave.
Yeah, they're good to go, maybe Supreme.
Nice read by Xanthic, he knew.
And we'll be able to break away from the static link. He's trying, but Nama's got the Fairy Fire.
Supreme's keeping that catapult alive though. Shield Rune tanks whole tower. They've got a wave coming in. Pablo's got a stick in the area to try to keep this tower alive.
And Xanthic's still pretty low.
Uh-oh.
We'll be able to hold back Supreme, but only just.
Holy moly.
I mean, they have full information on these stacks. Can Mouse somehow sort of set up to come and steal these?
Not right now, I would say, but potentially soon. They're going to look for the Wisdom Rune. Pablo is low HP still.
I mean, Jibe,
they gotta take this away.
He's nearly dying solo to Unit.
And they get the Wisdom, and they're going to get the other one. Oh, no, not again.
I mean, Jibe's had to run here. They're TPing over to try and find... Narman's ready to try and get him. But Jibe with the TP, he's out.
Oh. All right, at least one positive. But, man, in that 1 minute, disaster happened. Xanthic will go quickly farm those stacks, so it doesn't look like they're going to be able to contest them. I say that. Look at this Razor. Supreme, he wants the XP. He'll get a good chunk of it.
Did he? He was in range.
He got 3 big creeps, it looked like.
They might get kills. And Xanthic, he's out. Unit cleans up a double off the back of that.
Wow. All right. Great moves again. I mean, immediately identifying the bottoms, whatever. And, like, now for, what, 2 minutes or so? 2.5 minutes? The Darkseer is alone, and he's owning anyway.
I mean, he's nearly getting a solo kill on Hanskin. With this illusion of the Luna from the wall. Hanskin's got to be careful.
Good lord. Great moves. 2K lead. Again, similar to the last game, and they get Suprema Haste Rune. This is a kill Luna Rune. Could look to dominate this bottom lane even more now. See where he wants to go. This is a kill any core rune, really. Let's see if they're prepared to counter gank on the side of the Radiant right now. Lion's TP's on cooldown. Narman scouting. Uh-oh, Shad.
Yeah, this is good information. Shad slowly dying here to the Iron Shell. He's not going to get saved. Supreme and Narman take him out. Hanskin will manage to TP away, but that's Shad out.
This is looking quite similar again. 5-1, and look at this. Instant movement toward top. Still has Haste Rune for a couple seconds.
And they're going to go straight for Jibe. Immediately on target to look for another kill. He'll try and push himself away, but Jibe's out. Another kill here for Unit, now in a killing spree, and they know that Pablo's around in the area.
Oh no, Pablo.
See if Narman hunts him out. It should be okay. He's holding the high ground. They won't search for him.
It's very similar to that last game, though. Look at the support levels, and look at just the overall impact of the map. Almost 6s on the 2 on Mao's level, 4 on the 2 supports on the side of Radiant. The lanes have crumbled again. Luna getting some farm, but difficult for Xanthic. Even though he's this Timber, this godly hero, because of the matchup he's versus, he's under-farmed, and he's particularly fragile at the moment. Really well done here so far from Mouse again.
They might look to try and go in here for the kill onto Pablo. Banging. Get back up. Yeah, coming in as well. Unit also turning up to the bottom lane. Pablo's got to stay hidden. do see him. Banging.
Miracle Boots, run.
He's looking pretty dead.
Oh.
Frostbite in place. He'll get the stun out onto Unit. Maybe that's enough, actually. No, they'll drop the wall. They want to get this kill. As they'll
the
dive
wall
in.
was just rude. That was so mean for us.
Just dropping the wall.
Supreme? Do they have enough?
They're trying. The Fairy Fire's there. Another rock being thrown out here by the Mud Golem. It's not enough, though. Supreme's fine. They can't quite kill him. I'm banging. Zantik's got the chain back up, and Supreme's still got to be careful. Coming back in on this, but Narman ends up taking out Hanskin there with a shuriken.
And the tracks are going to start building in. It's only 40, of course, early on, but anything you can get extra. While Darkseer now mech finished up, and he takes the tower. So far, damage has been, again, lackluster. Levels are lackluster, too, on the Radiant side, and now they're playing for some mech Darkseer that's going to start joining the action.
Narman may get caught this time. Yeah, they catch him with the dust. Finally able to put an end to that annoying bounty hunter.
The real big saving grace is just that, yeah, the Luna's farming, right? Shad's farming, but he's playing into Darkseer, so the Darkseer's always going to be happy when Luna's farming too. They got to get this level 6 at least on Lion. I think that's the next biggest thing to try to get, so you can potentially get a burst onto a core. Got to kill one of these guys. A flawless game on the cores, besides that death on Olnit from the level 1. Okay, they're making the move. Looks like it's red already, though. Mao's making the quick move to counter-gank the gank before it's even there.
Eyes on Hanskin.
Oh, they're bringing Darkseer. They want this fight.
Missile on towards the Zantik. They're trying to turn back towards him, and indeed the wall. I think that caught, well, pretty much all, but the four of them, in fact. As this is a perfect situation for Mouse to push on for kills. As rest farmers, they have to run. Supreme staying on top of a Zantik. He kills him off. And with the tracks out upon them all, they could go diving for more. Double kill for Supreme. A stun from Pablo will hold them back momentarily, but he's hoping to die to the Ancients, but it's not going to happen. Supreme gets the last touch. Triple kill for him. Pretty much all of those being track kills as well.
They read it like a book, and Olnit, he's actually just walking at Shad even. Can't get the kill, of course, but yeah, just reading it again. Mao's ready for the fight. Darkseer with the mech shows up. No kill.
I mean, he might get the kill. He's actually, he's got enough
He
damage.
actually
He does it
gets him?
solo.
Okay. Maybe.
Well, that hurts. Not only losing that team fight top, but yeah, solo dying to the enemy carry.
Did he connect the triple call? I looked away because I was like, oh, Luna's got Mask of Madness. He's
No,
fast.
only connected on 2 of the cooldowns. He didn't even connect on all of them, but it was just enough.
Yeah, this is honestly very similar. Not as many random deaths, I would say, I guess, from rest farmers this time, but in pretty much the same. 12-2. They're playing versus Trax, and Bao's is just taking over the entire map. Supreme this time on a Razor, but they gave him the matchup. And they picked this Timber, allowed Supreme to get this Razor position, and he's just cruising. Another smoke.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Blink finished on Xantic, so they have ways to burst heroes, but see if they can get the connection. Uh-oh.
Getting the tracks out.
They're connecting. It's gonna be all.
I mean, Xantic's in with the burst onto Supreme. They may be able to punish the Razor hit. Supreme is very low, and Xantic trying to get a range, but he can't hit him with the final whirling death. Supreme's still just running around them. Jibbe trying to get back in to get rid of this Razor. Supreme, he's still alive. He dodges the stun. They can't kill him. He gets away with it. The Shuriken bounces from Narman. Kill off for Xantic. The heal comes out. But Pablo is going to get chased out here. The flat cannon hits from Unit, doing the damage. Narman walks away. It's getting messy once again here in game 2.
Oh my, I'm like pulling my hair right now.
How did they not kill Supreme?
How did he live? I was like, okay, at least they get Supreme. This could be like the start of something. No, he gets away with like 1% HP, gets the kill. And they're even hunting. Look, Narman's looking for more. Hanskin. Oh my lord. Ay, por Dios, I agree.
That's rough. That's rough. It's actually getting on par to being as rough as game 1. And you give this game 5 more minutes, it might be worse, yeah. it might be even more of a stomp.
Because the thing is, too, they don't like the last game. Let's say it's not a horrible disaster. Their late game is good. Their heroes are great. This game, their late game it's okay, but it's not good with what they're up against. They're gonna get outscaled no matter what happens. Darkseer versus the Luna. Double core Gyro Razor as well.
And they're trying for Supreme Top, but they can't kill him now. And even if they were getting on, even had an Illusion Rune in the bottle, if he gets threatened.
Yeah, this is just an outclass, really.
Oh, Xantic. Look how quickly he dies. Oh my goodness, he might not die.
Goodness.
Spirit Vessel's going to bring him low. But he won't die. Down to about 50 HP, though, just from the two of them, the Gyro and the Bounty.
He just got there. That's rough. Absolutely spanked so far as they just... Yep, look, they see a hero, they run at a hero. Own it. Last game, he just farmed. This game, as we've seen, he wants to get more involved. Solo killing the carry, and he's still chasing. Shad's under vision. Goodbye, Shad.
No way out of this for him.
Ay, por Dios. Oh.
Oh, maybe some way out of it. The cooldowns. No, it's gotta connect. When Shibe's under the tower, they're gonna have trap back up in a second. Another track kill. Shibe to
They
fall.
can't even get banged. He tries to finger kill him. The mech comes out and he lives. Poor Pablo. Can't even get one.
They'll call it a rough day
That's good.
in the office here for Rest Farmers. That's the end of the road for them here in the closed qualifiers. Mouse will be moving on. And that's the kind of level of performance you need to be seeing.
low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yeah, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
Dire team's turn to pick.
Disruptor.
All right, ladies and gents, we are back for game number 3 of Blacklist up against Geek Fam. The last game of the day, the last game that I will cover here.
Radiant team's
These
turn to
ball
pick.
bars. Again, we will have ENG TV tomorrow covering in my stead in his channel. That's twitch.tv/ENG TV. YUHENG TV. He will be in charge of his own stream. I'm not going to be
10
there.
seconds remaining.
I'm not going to be able to be there no matter how good these games are, unfortunately.
5
We have that
seconds
draw.
remaining.
We do have that draft on hand. I'm going a little bit loopy now. Blacklist do manage to pick up the Primal Beast and Snapfire, and I do really enjoy the Snapfire now. With the changes on the additional slow for the melee range blast. Geek Fam into the Terrorblade Disruptor and Death Prophet. So we do have ourselves something like the Cox Death Prophet coming out. Blacklist did take care of Naga, Lifestealer Rush, Kunkka, and Puck. Geek Fam for their part. The Timbersaw,
Radiant
DK,
team's
Shadow
turn to
Demon,
pick.
Grimstroke, and Doom. Tim's did do a lot of work on the Grimstroke last time. But guess what managed to get out here? They managed to bring back the Faces Void. And that's the Palace Faces Void already
Dire
coming out. You've got the
team's
Kisses to throw in. You've got Damage Road Chrono.
Enchantress.
And now the Enchantress as well, which wasn't here that I was talking a little bit about, but we don't see too much. It does come out, which is nice. Like, Enchantress Primal Beast Lane is actually good. Snapper Faces Void
Dire
is also
team's turn to
decent.
ban.
Although either one can kind of flip around. Morphling comes out for Geek Fam, so all these high band heroes actually does come in. That is crazy. These heroes were always last phase bans. Now we're pocketing the mids. So we are looking at, I'm shooting out support
10
Terrorblade
seconds
coming out.
remaining.
That should be maybe the Jing hero. Scam on the
5
Disruptor.
seconds remaining.
Terrorblade DP is a decent rundown lane. I like seeing that coming out here. Let's see what they do want to build up there. What the bans? Yeah, it should be a Void Spirit, I think, deserves a respect ban. Abed did a lot of work on that. Fairly annoying. Puck already out. Picture Zeus as well. There's a Lina. There's a Quap for Blacklist that looks good for them. There's some damage in Chrono.
10 seconds remaining.
Last time as well.
5 seconds remaining.
So worried about a little bit that flex here. Blacklist. Geek Fam, they could still run Bob DP mid. Try to set up for it perhaps. That-
5 seconds
Because
remaining.
DP interfaces Void is not amazing. I don't think you have room for someone like Razor here.
Dire team ban.
It's Centaur band, so they do expect Cox here to be last and Bob to play the DP mid.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team's
Fam,
turn
of
to
course,
pick.
taking care of Abed here's Zeus Lina. That leaves Void Spirit though. That leaves a Void Spirit. But into Disruptor it might be a little bit more annoying. Granted, Void Spirit's the one that can really dodge out really well. He has a really big eye state. It's much easier for him to dodge the
10
glimpse.
seconds remaining.
Geek Fam, what'll it be? You have to make the choice
5
now with the
seconds
DP mid
remaining.
or off. Into the faces Void Lane, it's not amazing.
Radiant team's turn to pick.
We'll go to Tiny. So that should be the Bob Tiny now, mid, right? Yeah, it should be the Bob Tiny mid. And you're gonna go with Cox DP.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, DP interfaces Void's not that bad. I think that is somewhat
5
playable.
seconds
It's not the
remaining.
worst thing in the world. So they should be able to get quite a lot there. We'll find out what Blacklist want to do here. Looking for Abed's here mid. Quap. I think Quap still works. That wasn't banned out, right? Yeah, Quap is still there. Quap Tiny Lane's nice. I don't think you're gonna go crazy with like Void Spirit. Or like Brown Beast mid. Brown Beast mid into Tiny's also not bad. To be fair. What if Abed took mid snap? Maybe a little crazy. Let's get in the Blacklist. We have a lot reserved. We're gonna start digging in now. Go for Beastmaster for Gabby. So it is Prowling Beast mid. Prowling Beast into Tiny, it's not too bad for Bob. Get the Jing terribly. This is kind of all in. There's so much damage coming in for Blacklist and Chrono, it does look really good. I'm wondering what the game plan here is for inside of Beat Fan. They have decent crush for DP. They really need to crush your lanes. I think that's where it comes down to. Like, they've got to crush, especially for Cox in this lane. Cox has to crush. We need to see the lanes get crushed, right? Like, Jing has to run down with Cox. They need to slow down Palos as much as possible. They need to prevent the bleed out. They need to... Bob needs to have a good time mid. He needs to have root control as well, which is maybe a little bit tougher up against Abed. Abed, we've seen this Crown Beast before. It's something he has excelled at. What are they going to do? I don't know. It's going to be a fun game for you. That's all I know. There's damage in Chrono here. You've got Tim Snapfire. That melee range blast with an additional slow has been massive. So there's a lot going on there. the side of Geek Fam. Well, they've got the Natsumi Morphling. They fall back to this. The special coming out. See if it is enough to carry through. Unfortunately, the old ag is gone. And the older ags would have been nice here, like double timies. With double 3 volleys would have been one way to go. I think I would have been all in on that. Nowadays, it's not so much. It's more about the combo. It's more about just moving in and out these fights. Let's see. Split versus Geek. Good luck, have fun. It's called out. Have fun, good luck from Gabby. Sapa. Alright. Tips out for Paulus instead. See how well this goes. You can.
I'm ecstatic.
Bob. Breaks smoke, walks back. No ward to drop. Doesn't look like we're gonna get that full commitment.
30 seconds to battle.
Just gonna hit back. Go for the 2 for 2.
Look out for
Too crazy here. Or will there be? And you already have the tree grabbing Bob. Nothing like avalanche to interrupt this. Just looking to clear out the first few creep waves, of course.
This ain't no snowball fight. I suppose
Yeah, nothing crazy. 2 for 2. Nothing wild. Look at these lanes break out. For it's down bot, you've got Palos. On that faces Void. Also got MJZ on that edge. Jing has the reflection. And again, that's been nerfed a little bit since last time, but this support terribly can still feel powerful, especially with Sunder as a saving tool. Along with a chase down from Spirit Siphon, this can be a pretty nice lane for Cox if he can find his timing. Pilot shouldn't be under too much pressure, to be fair. I think MJZ can find under reflection. Maximize his downtime heal, and he will. Dropping MJZ as low as possible. Which is nice. We managed to block off the camp. Disruptor and Natsumi on Morph. This lane is pretty annoying for the Morphling. You got a good cookie combination down the line. Again, Scatter Blast does a lot of work now when it's up in the what is that? The point blank range. So longer slow.
Dire's top tower is under
duration.
attack.
It is fairly annoying. Makes it harder to escape. And then down the line, of course, you've got the cookie chase down with the boars. So there's a lot to play with. See if that's something they can get working here for the side of Blacklist, as there is some good initial timings there. Mid lane, of course, you've got the Primal Beast versus the Tiny lane, and Bob having a good time in the Tiny so far. 10-4. Abed not finding as much. Mind you, Tree Grab is pretty strong. You can't just onslaught in, you can't just trample around here as well for Abed. At least not in terms of harassment. Good micro out from Gabby. Clears out the Water Rune as well. Giving Abed every little advantage he can find. Bob no top up. Very tiny is, so I'm gonna be feeling that effect for a while. And Abed just gonna go for the pull, maybe go into the camps. Just have a good time farming up. He's gonna camp that Bounty Rune. And he's gonna clear it out.
Oh, you're gonna write in red. Okay, I'll write in red for Tundra.
Yeah. So a pro for OG.
Just for clear, blue pen is Nomad's takes, red pen are my takes. So if you see anything spicy, you now know.
I'm gonna draw.
Yep. New.
That's Tomato, and he's happy. He's new. He's getting it done, and he's making a positive impact on the team. They're feeling that fresh flower power rising up from the damp soil.
Okay.
To bask in the sunshine of their new roster, and I think they're trying to work with him more and more, adopt their ideas, and each time we see them, they're going to bring one of these new ideas to the forefront.
I feel like we should probably plan this out. I think trying to do this on the whim.
No, I like it.
There's a lot of on the spot. God, the draft's already started. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe we can develop this throughout the series. Actually,
sniper ban from OG.
Okay, we can do this. Actually, we can use this. So like after the game, if we see good or bad things happening,
as the game's happening,
we can develop this. So like when we go into game 2, we got our game 1 notes ready. So you're like, I can write one thing for Tundra just to enter the series at least.
Yeah. But I feel like it's really difficult to write. I guess I can write a con.
I can write a con. God, it's.
You got flower power. Draft.
Draft.
Whoa.
Draft, because the reason why I said draft is an asterisk.
Yeah, big asterisk.
Because it really boils down to yesterday, where they were trying to understand what Toby wants to bring from the offlane. So I think they're still kind of going around the circle of like, what do we want Toby to do for the team? How can we then utilize that to give someone else purpose in the team? The best draft that they've had is when we've seen Topson play Bounty Hunter Omni Knight mid. But against good teams, replicating that like, gotcha mid lane attitude is not always available, because you're not going to have like, I see DK, I pick Omni. I see Hero, I see Pango, I pick Bounty, right? Some of the better teams will disguise the mid a little bit more and hurt Topson in that pick. And also, Toby so far is on a little bit more of a structured draft approach. So we've got a structured offlaner and a mid laner that needs, at least so far for Tundra, has leaned more on like the what the fuck picks than the stabler picks. So I think
that's true. That's true. But
there's just like
that's also his power. Like,
yeah, exactly. And it's also like,
on, like
I can put draft here as well.
Thompson drafting.
So it's like draft is like tick, and like we yet to really understand where they sit with draft.
It's kind of like with OG as well, where they have like a positive is like their aggression, but then also like a negative is sometimes their aggression.
Yeah. So it's like currently this is kind of what I'm looking at for game 1. My big focus is like, where will Tundra be sitting on the draft? Have they found a way to balance it out? And I honestly think that OG's aggression is good.
I think it's more towards.
It's more towards the tick than the negative, and I think Tundra right now the draft is smack bang in the middle.
Yeah, but they got to keep that balance. They got to keep it over on the good side, because it can tip over towards the bad side.
We do have some drafters. My bald head is getting ganked by the weather.
That's. You wanna put the pen down? Or?
Oh god, I'm not tall enough.
Oh Jesus, not all the way. What the? Okay, now we just see you. Brilliant. I can be the shadow in the corner.
Is that enough?
Evil machinations. I'd say you gotta go halfway.
Yeah, no, that's actually too bright.
Okay, don't break the thing. We'll leave it there.
Oh my
We'll
god.
get the technicians to look on it.
Draft has started, of course.
Yes,
we now have some picks.
some real heroes coming out. IO Razor coming out for OG, of course. The flexibility on this Razor is pretty decent. Likely it will be a Whisper hero, but yeah, they can run it wherever, to be honest with you. IO, of course, going to be the Seb hero. Always very scary to play into that IO. It's just such a favorite for them, and it just enables them to play this aggression. It's very, very strong. Meanwhile, Tundra, they're going to go for the Brewmaster and the Techies. Just a really strong lane from them. What's up?
Can you please raise Nomad's volume? Nomad volume too low.
Okay, sure.
It will be fixed. Sorry, Nomad wouldn't stop talking. Didn't see.
I want to introduce a feature where you can mute one of us. The Twitch should let us do that. Well, just individual people. Everybody gets to choose if they can mute one of us.
I am
and then
jacked
we get to
on
check
channel.
the stats after. Just destroy our egos.
There we go. So I think it should be better now.
Okay,
Right, do you want to do a quick hello, hello, hello?
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, I think that should be fine.
Right,
If anything,
that's a bit
you're
louder
now
than
you're louder than me.
I said hello's louder though.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay,
Hello, hello,
fair.
hello.
All right, sure. Okay, draft-wise,
Yeah.
let's actually now start properly dissecting this. So Tundra, they do have the Brewmaster, which is a constant now for them at least. They always have Brew, the Centaur. It's expected, at least at this day and age, and they pair it with the techies and the clockwork. Clockwork techies very good at counter aggressive actions, because if you play down the lane, play into a position of fight, there will be some reinitiation from the fog from either of these heroes, either a blast off to silence you into like triple proximity mine explosion, or the hook shot into containment of the cogs. Also, it helps against IO having that clockwork constantly scouting out for the vision, finding him, because relocate, any stun, anything like that, any silence will stop his relocate. So clockwork can always just prevent that potential clutch save. So I think Tundra have answered nicely the opening of IO Razor, because Brew's counter aggressive with his split, techies and clockwork can be counter aggressive, so they're kind of going to be baiting OG a little bit into the early fights. And,
one thing I love about this techies pick as well is the power of those remote mines, proximity mines. Apologies. This is such a good map control spell though. Like if you can get out on the map, get some mines down at some choke points, etc. Like it's the best smoke detecting ability in the game, and it really simplifies the game, especially if they're going to be playing aggressive on OG. Looking for the rotations, looking for the drafts, etc., etc. Like I think that techies, as well as being a phenomenal high damage active hero, also gives you that like phenomenal map reading potential. You basically just have these mines which act as wards which can see into smoke in a way, and I think that's often overlooked for techies, but in this matchup, especially in a very close matchup, that's always going to come into effect. And now we have the Luna coming out for OG. We'll see the Tomato hero, and it's indeed going to be a Tomato favorite. I think this is cool. It's a Luna pick. There's nothing too much to be like, oh wow, it's very spicy. It's very straightforward, but it's just going to give you that farming hero, which farms at a pace where not many other heroes can keep up.
It solidifies their desire to be a bull, right? Because when Razor naturally hits his BKB timing, you're going to have some Manta +1 timing, maybe a shard on the Luna, and they'll naturally just synergize each other to want to go aggressive. OG also picking up this Rubik. It is being flexed at the moment to some degree. Whisper has played it off lane. Ari can play it. They've played it across multiple players now at this point, and they have last pick in the draft. So depending on what they see, they easily could go for some Tusk position 4, put Rubik off lane, and just bully. And Tundra, they go for a drow, so now they're going to have a clock drow lane. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing some, because of the OG aspect, like some super aggro lane where you do put Rubik in that core role, getting the Fade Bolt up as much as possible. It is very volatile. If you feed in that lane, it's going to be pretty disastrous, but just anything to punch the drow early on will give the Luna and Razor just more purpose. So we'll see what the bans are. Tundra, the banning out off lane is at the moment, which again is the easier approach to this. Like banning out the Whisper Mars, he's played it 17 times now for OG so far on 7.35. These are the good bans, but I'm expecting some OG flair potentially to arise.
Yeah, you need something which can get on top of this drow on the side of OG now. You need something which can kind of pressure her, because right now her fights are looking pretty straightforward. Obviously the Razor and the IO, pretty quick, especially Luna as well. They're all very fast heroes. But you've got a really solid front line on the side of Tundra. You've got a lot of bodyguards to just throw themselves in front of this drow and allow it to have a free team fight. You just need something which is going to break the fights down a little bit more for you. What does that look like? Not quite sure yet. Mars, I feel like, it's always good against range carries, of course, and it does give you that blink initiation tool. Possibly a spear back could be huge, so I definitely see the sense in that ban. I'm wondering what else could be good, though. I'm not sure any other offlaners. Maybe Centaur, just really commit to the movement.
Yeah, it's pretty stable. Thing is, with Clock, you naturally provide such a front line that drow can get the right clicks off the frost arrows. So where like Mars has some repositioning where you can get rid of that clockwork, Centaur is always victim to, if Clock's on me, drow's right clicking me, I can never double edge stop the drow. So it's like you're deciding to lose the lane a little bit more than other options. But that's why I think some Tusk pick would be pretty exciting for OG at least. It combos up with everyone very nicely.
Kick the drow in. Oh god, they saw it last game.
look at the respect as well from OG. Yeah. Like a puck ban, a bounty ban, and this is what I mean. At least when I was saying about the draft situation here, OG hasn't presented Tundra with an easy pick, right? Like there's no Thompson hero where he sees a matchup and goes, "Give me this." Like Thompson's having to like pick a matchup blind, which restricts his ability to be creative. Because if he goes too creative, volatile pick, it hurts. If he goes somewhat safe, then he can't go crazy. In Tundra, they still ban out the Centaur. They respect the game of the Centaur rather than what the laning would be. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Topson goes with this. I think any counter aggressive hero would be quite nice. If Brew gets shut down in laning phase, there's no real person to stand up and help him out, but they actually go straight for a Topson Pugner.
It's a fun one. It's a fun one. Give me those TI9 flashbacks, running around with that decrapified Dagon, breaking the game. Is this the kind of game where you can get away with doing that? I'm not sure, but it's definitely something which will bring the fight to OG early. My only concern is now you have these two heroes which don't really want to get jumped upon. Surely something, like the Mars or Centaur is going to look really good for OG, but is there any hero left which can do that job for them in either the off lane or the mid lane? And they've got 15 seconds to find it. Surely they've been talking this whole time about it, though, so they have to just get something which can get on top of them.
Give me the... Oh, okay, Pangolin.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just me Razor off lane. Like this entire time when I was talking about this, like the flexibility of OG, I was kind of expecting the Razor being flexed between mid and off lane. Of course, we spoke about Rubik a little bit just because of the Whisper memes that he can present. But alas, they conclude their draft with quite a nice foundation with that Pangolin. The lane can be a little bit spooky for Pango, just because it's that constant chip down. If Pango wants to make moves on the map, you are going to get that, the never blast onto your tower and potentially lose it. But for Tundra, at least, they don't really protect each other that well. Like, Brew Split is their biggest team fight. They're all very, independent. They can help each other out with, the hook shot to disengage or the life drain to help someone out, but a Topson mid Pugner, you're always looking for that next kill to go forward. And when OG ball up into their Manta Shard timing Luna or BKB Razor and a Diffusal on Pangolier, when they get into the middle, unless Tundra are able to disengage and then turn around the fight, it could be too much for them to handle because they are looking relatively fragile with some of their heroes.
I feel like Topson kind of just needs to break mid this game, which we know he can do. We've seen him do it in literally the previous series. He is an expert at breaking the mid lane. Pangolier, he doesn't feel quite as strong as he did before the letter patch, but still a decent laner. I don't know. It's a weird one. I feel like Tundra need to kind of just run around the map early on and just kind of enable Tundra with I mean, they've got an insane amount of damage and a insane amount of kill potential just with Topson 9 class Whitemon. I think Toby can kind of go greedy, go for the Radiant, slow things down a little bit, and kind of hit his timings. He is going to be allowed to have that sort of game, which Brewmasters have been edging towards recently. So, yeah, Toby kind of plays a slower game. Drow obviously going to farm up quite a bit. If Tundra get a decent lead, they can run around. If OG get to ball up, though, if they get an advantage, they get to ball up, it's over, man. It's over.
Well, it's just going to be difficult.
It's difficult.
It's very difficult. When you go high ground into these matchups, there's always that kind of X factor because you have the hook shot into some Drow deep behind tier 3s. It's always spooky trying to go high ground into these heroes. But of course, I think OG, they do have the heroes, they do have the momentum in this lineup to be able to break down this lane, or game at least. But we'll see if they are able to do it. We commended their aggression earlier, just minutes ago, and this is a game that they need to be aggressive in.
Yes, they do. Can they pull it off here in game number 1? Or will it be Tundra holding the line steady, able to fend them off for long enough to get their heroes online? I mean, when we look into the late game, which team are you kind of leaning towards?
I think I am favoring OG because I think the journey to late game is OG favored. That trying to talk about Tundra, I'm factoring in so many mistakes that OG needs to make for Tundra to feel good in this game.
So I kind of feel like if Tundra can make it to that 35, 40-minute mark, then they're going to have a pretty nice time. I just feel like across all roles. Maybe I'm underestimating the Whisper Razor, though. That has been a huge factor in OG's previous games, so... The Admiral ready to roll. Arrow's going to be able to just sneak an extra bounty rune in here, which is going to make it 3 for OG. Tundra holding a different line, but that's because they're going for the kill onto Tomato down here. Tomato in some trouble, and they are going to be able to bring him down. 9 class and Toby, they have the damage between them to finish off the Luna. And that'll be your first blood going the way of 9 class.
Yeah, good start there from Tundra. Any of these early kills will be able to give them confidence. I think a lot of the ideas that I've been talking about are based on post-laning phase. Like the early items that OG pick up will want them to make moves, whilst Tundra, most of their advantages will come from the desire to be aggressive in lanes. So an early first blood, they need to try and continue that. They need to try and whittle OG down as much as possible as in the bot lane. Yeah, 9 class. You know, throwing off some blast offs, trying to just annoy the safe lane of OG as the first minute of the game does draw near.
Yeah, and again, it's just going to be a kind of harassment. Obviously, an IO is not going to be able to really trade that hard into techies, but the reward will be giving Tomato a pretty nice time in lane and not really letting him get bullied out as Drow on the top side, getting a little bit low to Whisper and Ari there. Got to respect the Fade Bolt plus Plasma Field combination. Whitemon jumps in, but Battery Assault not really getting a whole lot done here. He's trying to secure the range creep for Pure. Does do so. Mission complete, get himself back, but right now, the harassment coming out from OG on this top side seems to be a little bit too much for Tundra. We'll see if they're able to stabilize this lane with a couple of levels going in their favor.
Looking at mid lane as well, like top lane, it's a lot of fight, but this mid lane I think is the most important lane for Tundra. Like when you're picking this Pugna blind and you allow the Pangolin to come in, like Pango, he provides you that team fight, he provides you that comfort, and I told you to look mid and Drow Tide top, so I fully take the L for that one.
I appreciate
Even
that.
though you are observing, it's my fault because I dragged you away from the lane. And now
now we're discussing.
Yeah, now we're discussing top lane,
yeah,
so we missed
okay,
bot lane.
alright.
Yeah.
Refresh. We got this. All right,
Yeah,
we're
it's
gonna work
fine.
together to get it done.
So like when I'm talking, just try and ignore me.
Yeah,
But like, okay.
we'll do.
But the point here is, as much as the side lanes, the death is occurring, I am really intrigued to see how this this Pugna kind of brings the game towards the sides of Tundra. Will he make some early moves to maybe give the Brewmaster when he gets 6? You bring the Pugna to that lane as well, get a kill and take safe lane tower. Because if you take 2 early towers, it will just disjoint OG's ability to make easy moves, as you'll have to TP to tier 2s, not tier 1s, and it does complicate the early game just a little bit. Yes, we did see during that, well, we didn't technically, but Seb did die and Drow did die. So net advantage to OG there, the fact that they kill a carry and only lose a position 5 on the other side of the map.
Yeah, definitely is. Toby, got to be careful. Tomato. He doesn't mess around with these 2 points here. He might actually be able to finish the job. Going under the tower, they will bring him down. Tomato, though, taking hits, but still wants to get the damage out onto 9 class before he does back himself away and surviving on 30 HP. Pretty close there. 9 class almost baiting him out.
Gonna get the loot as well. Tomato, most likely he'll backpack all his stats and probably give it to his eye to help out at some point, but yeah, just need to regen up a little bit more in this lane. And they're not even using it. They're just going to use overcharge.
Might be waiting if they're being really greedy, they might just wait for like overcharge and then a few more levels in Seb to make the more efficient.
Clutch it out in the next fight. Yeah, fair play. They haven't used it yet. We'll see if that hurts them or enables them in the upcoming engagement. That will most likely be soon based on the trajectory of that laning phase so far.
Yeah, it's been very aggressive from Tundra. Drow on the top side again, just trying to survive through the harassment of Whisper and Ari. Be so careful when these Fade Bolt Plasma Field combos start coming out. You got to keep Whisper as low as you can as well, otherwise he's going to come on the tower for you. Big threats. It's over towards mid. We got the water runes, and both mids just going to be able to grab theirs, refill them bottles. Get a bit of regen coming through as Drow on the top side once again being chased under the tower by Ari and Whisper, and they will be able to bring him down. Whisper, though, taking some heavy hits in response, but he's standing his ground against Whitemon, knows that they will be able to get the kill if he stays here, so Whitemon backs himself out, still wants to try and grab some range creeps. Is he going to pay the price for it, though? Damage is coming through onto the clockwork clock, running for the trees, running for the trees. Cogs come out. Is it going to be enough to save his life?
He doesn't have mana anymore.
Looks like it might. Ari's going to go down to the tower instead. Just dies straight up to tower shots. Now Pure, he's looking for a bit of revenge right now, trying to just chase down Whisper. The rockets are out. The flares are down. He goes down. It's down to the bottom side. Seb's going to fall as well. Toby in some trouble. Tomato chasing under for Toby. The Panda, he's in some trouble. He's going to go up to the portal. Obviously not going to go through it. Just running away. Tomato has got the Lucent Beam. In comes Ari as well, trying to help out. Cinder Brew is down. Roshan running past. Not going to clip anybody. Tomato, he should eventually get this kill, but Toby's going to make him work for it, and the right click will find him. Toby will go down. There's even Pugna down in the middle lane as well, also going to get a little bit low here. Won't fall. The BZM almost gets the combo to finish the job onto him, so a lot of action happening across the map here, and ultimately going in feeling like OG's favor a bit, despite the bit of kerfuffle under the tower.
And it all starts with the fact that OG, they dive top, they have to fade bot on Ari, but he just gets a little bit too aggressive, steps up too close to the cogs, loses the mana, because of course it drains on the cogs, and yeah, just everything just falling apart a little bit there for OG's aggression. They do eventually kill Toby. I'm going to say Tundra, they're doing a lot of work here in the laning phase. It's like this is their best window to make the moves happen. Because once the laning phase settles and they get back into their farming patterns, of course, OG, we expect them to be the aggressors, a lot earlier in this game.
Yeah, I am looking towards Topson now as well. He's hit that level 6. We need to see him make some movements. He's up on the top side. They're moving on to Whisper here. Whitemon and Pure just might be able to bring them down together. They will. Ari moves away, and Pure and Whitemon, they go aggressive and come out with the goods. Great kill from them, but the punishment might be coming. BZM, Ari, wrapping around onto Whitemon. Not the target they want, but maybe the target they'll have to settle for. BZM says it's not worth the effort. Heading back to the mid lane. Down on the bottom side, just constant harassment coming out. Interesting that Luna goes for raindrops even with an IO backing him up, but just really wants to stay in lane, wants to be able to survive through all the harassment of the techies.
I mean, the IO naturally enables all of that, right? Like, if this was not an IO in this lane, just put any other position 5, this Luna's probably hitting jungle way earlier. It's the product of Brewmaster plus any hero. It's why we are seeing Brooms picked so often, because it is such an aggressive offlaner for you to utilize. But maybe this is why OG's opting to go for the IO quite a lot in these qualifiers. When teams want to default pick Centaur Brewmaster without flexing that draft, then sure, just match it with the ability to sustain through and Pure. He's getting jumped in top lane.
Oh, good silence. Won't be good enough, though, as Whisper's coming in. Oh, that said, Discrepify. It's nice. Is it enough, though? Rolling Thunder comes through, finishes the job. Pure goes down. Seb taking damage from Whitemon here, but Whitemon all by himself ain't going to be able to do a whole lot as BCM comes rolling through to finish the job, but Whisper gets a kill regardless. 2 kills on the top side. OG characteristically bringing 5 heroes to these engagement. Absolutely not afraid to overcommit. Yeah, this is brave from the little green guy. He's just going to get blasted down.
Ooh.
Very questionable rotation from Topson.
Yeah, and at any minute if Tundra overplayed that hand, like you said, OG, they are not afraid to bring 5 heroes early into the fight. Unlike other teams in the region, they don't really care about having to play the entire map at the 10-minute mark. It's so easy for them to want to make these moves, and now this tier 1 tower top is getting pressured by 4 heroes on the side of OG. BZM
he
gets the
wants
hater
it. Gonna get it, yeah. I did like the brief bit of efficiency we saw bottom, though, where we had the techies being the one to click the tower and Toby going to farm some camps instead. Just trying to be as efficient as possible whilst OG are all gathered elsewhere on the map. You don't really want to leave your off... I mean, obviously it's good if you take the tower, but off-laner, just better for him to keep on getting that income coming through if someone else can go and do the tower damage for you.
Yep. Top tower now falls, and this is often where OG takes a moment to sit back and to farm up, to kind of reconsider what they want to do on the map. And for Tundra, what move do they really want to make? We've yet to see Toby utilize that primal split pressure at all on the map, and that's where it feels like he needs Topson or techies behind him. Like the Pug and the techies, these are the heroes that will give Brewmaster that additional damage in these early fights, because by himself isn't the case. And you do not want to drag this Drow Ranger into early fights where she doesn't have Hurricane Pike, any Yasha for move speed, anything like this. The Razor, the Pango, they're so easy for them to get on top of you. Either Rolling Thunder to kill you, or the Static Link just to drain your damage and to pressure your desire to actually want to take the engagement. That's why Tundra, I think they need to be very careful with what they do. At the moment, the supports, they're sitting behind Pug in the top as they try to chip down this tower, but it isn't really falling that fast. It's not as if OG have to rush to the top side of the map anytime soon.
They moved in looking for Whisper, but Whisper read the gank really well and moved over to the little bridge to get himself out. So now Whitemon and 9 class going to head to the bottom side to see what's what down here. Seb is kind of getting harassed right now. Whitemon looking to interrupt the possible tether, and in fact, there is no possible tether. Luna's just bailing. She's not going to give Seb a way out of this because she knows that there's something's up. Too many heroes, too much risk. Get your carry out. Most likely a call from Seb than Tomato, to be perfectly honest. And then we'll just get the IO kill on the tower as well. So Tundra able to progress their own map state a little bit here.
Ooh, hook shot in. They don't get the pushback.
They found the Luna. That's pretty big. Yeah, pushback does not connect, though. Is that going to be enough to keep the Luna alive, though? Split comes down. Damage on the tower. It is going to be too much onto Tomato. He will fall. Whisper, Ari, Seb, all looking for a bit of revenge as BZM leads a charge with the Rolling Thunder. 9 class going to get stunned up for the time being. Fade Bolt is out. What does he have? Taser is all that's left, and it will not be enough. 9 class will die, and it's a 3 times killing streak going to BZM as well. So Pangolin very effectively getting a huge amount out of his lane, out of the map. He's very much thrived in this early game, contrary to perhaps what we're expecting from this Pugna counter pick.
It's difficult for Tundra. Like, every single time they try to make the move that OG is just gonna overwhelm them at some point. It's not even the screen. I forgot you had to do it on stream like that.
Yeah.
I was like, there's no way of hiding
subtle.
this. I should have probably just told you.
Is it too loud or too quiet?
It was a little bit too quiet.
Yeah,
Just a
okay.
smidge.
We'll push it up a little bit. There you go, lads. Get some nice in-game stuff.
There we
for
go.
you-
I was
for
trying to like
everybody.
privately message you, so it
Yeah,
felt cool.
yeah,
And I forgot that the way for you to do it is actually just so visually screaming.
Yeah. That's alright. The people get what the people want.
There it is. The issue for OG there is, in that previous fight, by the way, is the IOTP was at the end of like 2 other TPs.
Yeah, it
so
took
it felt like it
ages.
was 7 years. And maybe if he had like the fountain regen with a wand, getting the jump on the Luna, like that would have enabled them to maybe have some more life. But you can see how, like I said when you asked earlier, it's like OG, they just not overreact, but they're not afraid to bring everyone, which at some points can look like overreactions, and at the moment is giving OG confidence to keep fighting, but it could also hinder them if they do it incorrectly. As BZM getting jumped in mid lane and
a
just
little
dies.
too hard here.
Woo!
Yeah, he's gonna get punished for that one. And wow, Tip's coming out as well.
Yeah, I mean they're feeling it just a little bit. Of course, this is a battle of ex-teammates, right? Thompson playing with Seb, you then have Whiteman playing with Ari, so there's some crossover between the two rosters quite a lot here. Of course,
Definitely,
Tomato used to lane with Whiteman. This is two very notable European teams, but a little crossover between the players.
Yeah, there really is. Yeah, Tipping, I'm sure, will be taken in good faith.
Man, Radiant does not like Dire's bottom tower, and it shows.
So, all in all, game state pretty quiet for the most part. Tundra farming up quite nicely now. Pure really starting to get on board, and he's actually going for a Shadow Blade on the Drow Ranger. That's going to be the read here from Pure. The way to get him into the fights, the way to keep him safe. Wondering, I mean, there's no particular reason I see him going for a Silver Edge down the road, so does just seem to be a positioning thing. Gonna move around the map. Ari, BZM. Just gonna go a little deep here, get a bit of vision down.
Who are they going to try and find though? At the moment, they're going to be bumping into Whiteman if they continue in this pathing, but also Thompson. Everyone's in the
they
area.
Might just be outnumbered here. They're going to unleash, and that's
Big
a lot
hook.
of damage coming on down, but Thompson immediately goes for the life drain, but has to back himself away. BZM's just gone straight off the bat. Seb's getting low as well, and with this Spirit Vessel, they will be able to take him down, and Whisper now with no help will just fall. 3 heroes, 4 heroes, just dead in a blink of an eye. Tundra, they didn't win the fight, they just beat OG down.
Yeah, I don't really know what OG's doing there in that engagement, right? They have the high ground wraparound. They're looking to try and punish Tundra there, but they start with a swash. They don't respect the fact that Whiteman with this hook shot, he's able to fully dismantle the Pangolier and what he wants to do in the fight. He gets hook shot, battery assaulted, cogsed, and at that point there's no rolling thunder. Like you have to argue there for BZM. He needs to execute just a little bit better if you're going for that play. Respect the clockwork. Because if you don't, you are just going to get wiped like that. Especially because of Seb. He relocated in with the expectation that Rolling Thunder was going to happen in that fight. He didn't think, there was no a variation where it gets cancelled. And yeah, fair play to Whiteman. Just pretty much 1v4'd his team. Because if he doesn't hit that hook shot, if he doesn't just instantly counterplay, they probably do just get wiped there. So Whiteman, MVP of that engagement, and OG. If you want to go for these fights, you just have to use your spells a little bit better. Especially because you're not really in your overwhelming stage that I've kind of anticipated you to get to. Like at around 20 minutes, that's when I see OG's lineup being, disastrous on the map. But at the moment, that isn't the case, and they just keep forcing their hand. And talking about itemization, look at this Drow. Went straight for a Shadow Blade. Like positioning is key. We've emphasized how there's no real protection in this Dire lineup. So he's now gone for a Shadow Blade to enable him to make sure he gets that one high ground position, or that one just spot to be able to just unload into OG.
Currently, it is a big step back for OG, and the way they want to play this game is often very, very aggressive. But now they've been beat down just a couple of times. They might be thinking waiting for some later timings, get Tomato online and find their Luna, put their faith in the Luna. Kind of difficult now, though, when you've just given a whole bunch of resources open towards Tundra. It's just going to make this Luna's game even harder. She really wants to be ahead and play from ahead, and right now she's pretty much behind every single Dire core, so it will change if there's no more action. She will be able to farm up a little bit more efficiently, but yeah, just a little bit awkward. And IO as well, just sticking with Whisper, interestingly. Seb's not opting to go and sit with Tomato at all. Just staying with the Razor the entire game. What do you think about that?
I think Tomato's naturally gone for a farming build anyway, going for the Dragon Lance and Mask of Madness. So I think Seb's opting to try and accelerate the Razor towards BKB, knowing that's going to be a bigger focal point of the fight compared to helping the Luna get to a Manta. Like a Manta is a farming continuation item, but the BKB... That's a
fortunate TP.
Yeah, no Ruby.
He hadn't seen them yet. He was just like, I'm going to TP there. Then all of a sudden gets linked up by an IO and a Razor. He's just like, oh, all right.
I think it's just OG deciding what's the next item that helps us play, and Seb goes there, right? Like, I'm sure there's a world where if they were entertaining someone else needing an item, he might even go join that person. Also, the relocate value of the Razor is a little bit more impactful right now, because losing a Whisper in the fight isn't as game losing as, I'm sorry, Tomato, I've just dragged you into the third shit fight of the game. Let me just let me recover that one for you, boss.
I want to avoid that where possible.
Talk about that.
Not the target you want to be seeing dropping right now for the side of OG, but Toby will take him down. Elsewhere, BZM gets run down by 9 Class and Pure. 2 big kills, the 1 and the 2 from OG just taken out simultaneously across the map and topside. There's more action going on right now. Seb, he's got no way out of this one. He's going to get beaten down as well. Eventually. Let's get a cheeky ward down. Wand is available. Probably not going to use it in this situation, though. Not when you've got teammates to heal. And that's just 3 heroes dead suddenly. This game not feeling very well put together from OG at all at this point. They lost their control in the early game, and they don't really know what to do with themselves at this point. Whitemon still looking for Ari here. Ari heads towards the tree line. Might just be able to escape. Interesting that he's not really dropping the proximity mines. Holding on for the time being. They see Pure, but Pure immediate Shadow Blade away, just multi-shot the wave, get yourself out, realizing that there's heroes respawning and you are target number 1.
I am a big fan of how this draw has itemized, right? The fact that you have this Hurricane Pike, the Shadow Blade, already mentioned how Shadow Blade allows for positioning, and then the Hurricane Pike as well. Like, if you can just get out of that static link, then turn around, just hammer in, and
bye-bye, Ari.
Yeah, farewell.
Sweet Prince.
I think OG, they've just really shot themselves in the foot this game. Like the aggression that we expected from them was the aggression that has dismantled them. It's on the whiteboard.
It was on the whiteboard.
It was on the whiteboard.
There's a reason we wrote it twice.
It was very important, and like, these types of moves, they either accelerate your ability to get to your 20-minute timing, or it holds you back. So now what should have been a 20-minute OG, what can they do in the game? Is it their Roshan? Whatever they do should be in a winning position. That's been stalled out by probably 5 or 6 minutes, and Tundra, of course, very excited at the prospect that they aren't just getting ran at by some BKBs at this stage of the game. 8,000 gold lead. I did not expect the game to go this way, but yeah, fair play. I think Whitemon easily is contending for an MVP. His positioning has fully dismantled OG in their early game desires.
Yeah, this Clockwork plus Techies combo might just be my favorite support duo of the patch. It's really, really good. So much damage, so much teamfight positioning control. You get the map vision with rocket flares plus the proximity mines. Like it's really, really good.
I like how OG, they go from being like the most aggressive 5-man sweeping, like 8 minutes to 5 heroes top there, 4-manning the mid lane, to then, we don't want to do anything anymore. Hold. Like, you can just feel how patient they are being. Razor has got the BKB coming out. I mean, the Manta timing on Luna, just
it's something, but it's just so
more
delayed.
Farmed. Yeah. So for Tundra, at least, they feel that strength. They're smoking up as 3. They have the Radiance on Brewmaster. They want to take a fight. They're wrapping around. We do have some smoke on smoke action, and
A little bit of hesitation from both teams here. No one willing to just throw everything at the other. Whisper does get his mana drained
Oh, and
as
a
well.
pause.
Ooh, yeah, I noticed that
Ooh.
Razor just kind of stopped moving there, so definitely a disconnect from Whisper. And now both teams get to have a conversation. All right, plug us in, T. What's the conversation sounding like right here?
Well, in these scenarios, of course, you are kind of assessing the situation in regards to what resources do you have. Razor, they're clicking on him, they're realizing, he doesn't have the best mana. He's going to be able to press BKB and maybe a Link. But the key thing for me here is that Tundra, they have the positioning with Pure right now. He has that Shadow Blade to hit a multi-hero Gust if he wants to. Ari, BZM, and Seb are maybe victim to this wraparound. They don't have any True Sight on the floor at the moment. They have Dust.
There's a sentry just slightly south of the river
Ooh.
for the Radiant. This should reveal Pure, but
Okay,
I
thank you.
don't think they see him right now on map.
I mean, they
do.
They do. They literally see him. Okay, I didn't see that sentry.
Yeah, they do.
Can you toggle vision? Are you a
Yeah,
toggler?
this is now toggle to Radiant Vision.
Ooh, juicy. Now toggle to Dire Vision. Ooh, okay, no. But the important thing
They
is
don't see Luna.
I didn't see the sentry, so that's
Yep.
important. So now for OG, at least in this pause, they can now say, hey, do you want to bait the Drow, or is BZM just going to instantly swat? Like, he has Blink, so he could just instantly blink on top of Pure with a Shield Crash, Shield Rune, and now Pure's just out of position, right? Because the rest of his team, if you look back, look at how defensive they are. They're on the high ground. They are on the other side. So if OG, this is the type of pause that they have all the information in the world to instantly kill a Drow.
It's an
And the thing is,
incredible
though, if the pause wasn't really in play, they probably still would have killed this Drow. So I don't think we can entertain the idea that this pause has given OG a free kill.
Yes, it's not like Drow shows and they're like, what
Yeah.
should we do about that? I don't know. Oh,
Exactly.
fight's over. You
Like,
know,
the
they
only-
see a Drow, they go.
The
Like,
main
this
difference
is-
will be how
I actually
quickly.
think it's kind of better for Tundra to be able to be like, oh,
Get out, get out, get out, get
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Just spamming Gust.
let's
Does
see.
he spam Gust?
Pure.
Oh, they run away. They don't want to
Both
fight.
teams run away.
Okay.
What a
BZM's
twist!
in.
BKB comes out from Whisper. Yeah, BZM just looking to control up the Drow. They don't want to commit everything to the Drow, knowing that the amount of bodies which Tundra have available to try and save it right now. So OG, they pull the parachute cord, they get themselves out, and it does look like just about everybody except for Ari is going to be able to escape this engagement. Wow. Interesting that they just weren't willing to make that play. But again, I think that could have been a pause where they actually had the chance to say, okay, it's a full 5-on-5. We're pretty far behind. It's not going to work. Let's leave.
Oh, no, I was so excited for like that pause to finish and just see all heroes just go boom into the Drow. But no, the fact that we get that kind of delayed response from both teams, they're kind of hesitant in the moment. Of course,
That's
it's
what we
easy
talked
for us
about.
because we saw everything, right? Like,
Yes,
they don't
yeah.
really know where people are,
Yeah.
other than obviously the guy who walks up the high ground.
Yeah. And we mentioned it in the draft, you mentioned it that this Drow just has a lot of bodyguards. There's a lot of bodies to throw on board. So if you do commit to this Drow kill with all 5 heroes, then you leave yourself open to a hook shot, to a cogs, to like the explosions from the techies. Pugna's obviously going to kill someone on the sidelines. It gets pretty bad pretty quick. And Witchblade Pugna, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen Witchblade Pugna, but that said, I haven't actually seen much mid Pugna this patch. So
I mean, this game, the narrative has been so, OG driven because of the aggression they tried to do and how exceptional Tundra, the Clockwork, has played, that we kind of haven't really considered what Topson's been providing for his team right now. And so far, he hasn't really had to do much for his team. He slowly chips down towers, and now his build is a Phylactery, Witchblade, and a 4-star. It's
coming to your pub soon.
Like, it gives him a little bit more damage cost for Phylactery. I can see him looking at just it's like a lot of cheap items to make him tankier, right? Like the Witchblade provides armor, the Phylactery provides HP. He now have utility of the 4-star. It's just a lot of skirmishing type items that, in their own right, will give him different ways to play out a fight compared to just going for a simple BKB. Then he becomes potentially like, I have to life drain someone type hero. Like, this is at least giving him the Topson level of flair that he can right click an IO and slow him down, or he can decrep someone and it now procs the additional like this. It's very Topson-esque. I don't think many mid laners would have done this build. It's a very unique build, but the way that his team's playing, he could literally buy anything and he probably still feels the same way. Like, that's how well Tundra have played the map so far in this game.
Yeah, they've really been in control from start to finish. Haven't overreacted to OG, let them do their thing. Yeah, you want to move 5 heroes on us in the early game, cool. We're just going to farm up the map, make sure our economy is looking absolutely excellent. And hit their timings. That's what it's all about.
I just did not expect it to be this quick from Tundra. Like, it is refreshing to see a team that needs to scale a little bit longer just make the outplays to be able to get themselves there so quickly. And Roshan, it is on the cards. They are already slowly clicking it down here.
Yeah, I mean, I think when Tundra are ahead, especially when Pure's ahead with like this kind of active Drow build, like you're always going to see them wanting to make moves as 5. If Pure's turning up to a fight, everybody wants to turn up to a fight on the side of Tundra, so if you are seeing Pure on this tempo hero, there is just going to be entirely different Tundra being played versus if he's on TV or the Naga or the Morph.
It does feel that post Aegis for Tundra, that should be late enough into the game though that OG has the confidence to ramp up the aggression again. Like, even though they're behind, they're currently getting chased down. We might just see the Razor BKB here to TP out.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure you see
to
Toby
the
just
Drow.
getting... He's just dead. He's just dead. No TP available. Pure, he's got the damage. You can't TP out in front of a Drow. That's just never going to work, and they're just going to be able to scoop up 2 free kills.
He also couldn't relocate because the Brew Split was on top of him. So
yeah, Toby was ready.
There was going to be the Wind Panda or the Earth Panda. Both can cancel that relocate. And my expectation for OG at least is they've been very absent. Ever since that 4-man death in mid lane, what move have they made? What attempt have they tried to really be aggressive in? It has just been all about the farm. And for Tundra, they are utilizing that perfectly. They're sweeping across the map. They're finding pick-off after pick-off. They've got kill streaks on what? I think like 3 of their 4 heroes, 3 of their 5 heroes it is. And they don't really have any fear at all. Soon to be an Aghanims on this Drow. Giving her, of course, the upgrade to the Frost Arrows. Giving her Hypothermia. It is so much damage when she's able to right-click. And also regen reduction, which helps against any of these like IO-type lineups.
Yeah, really important.
Christ, Toby nearly has a AC as well. Oh my, they are looking so scary now.
Me. Yeah,
wrap around, they found the Drow kind of.
Okay. I mean, it's an Aegis Drow, so bringing it down is going to be a challenge. Another hookshot comes through from Whitemon as well, just to bring the extra layer of disruption, and they just want to try and get her out, but they're leaving a lot of stragglers behind here on Tundra. They are going to be losing 9 class as well. They'll go towards Toby. Toby, no split available. Whisper and Ari, though, they've got other targets right now. They want to bring down Pure. They want to bring down the big man, and Seb's on top of him along with Tomato. The dust is out. No escape for Pure, but he's so damn fast. Finally gets away at OG. They're not willing to push this under tower. They're not willing to go absolutely crazy right now. Not when Thompson's behind. BKB out from the Pugner. Turns around with the suck onto Tomato. Tomato forced to pop the Eclipse and try and turn this one around. 9 class on Toby taking a little damage, but there's more coming out to Tomato, and he is going to fall. Whisper as well, taking damage from the Drow, but once again, Seb's there with the heals, allows him to cut down Toby, but Pure looking to put an end to Seb here, and with the blast, Thompson will kill his former captain, and now move on for more. But who will they find? Ari's TPing himself away. Whitemon's not going to be here in time to find anybody, so right now, it will be OG pulling off a bit of a even kerfuffle, but it's about what happens now, right? It's about, and they never killed Pure for real as well. It was only the Aegis.
Yeah, Pure, he kited back from that fight so well. He dragged OG so deep to try and kill him off. As once they took the Aegis, they realized that OG had to disengage, and Tundra, of course, were able to at least throw some bodies back into the mix to get some exit kills. And economy-wise, though, about 2.2 thousand gold lead going to OG after that fight. Them fighting into an Aegis, I think OG, they'll be pretty content that they caught Tundra off guard. Like, I wasn't really expecting OG to be that aggressive, and I think Tundra as well. They got a little bit too relaxed with that Aegis. They were farming a little bit of everything on the map, and you have to be careful. BZM, he hasn't really hit the initiations this game. He has struggled on this Pangolier, sitting at a 3-4-3 scoreline. But if he is to at least break open the fight, find that disruptive playstyle, and Tundra maybe gonna have to reconsider their position in this game right now. This 12k lead, it feels good, but if this Drow can't stand still and right click, most of your net worth, of course, will disappear. Whisper looking to go for the halberd as well, just trying to prevent this Drow from right clicking. That will be the main kind of story of the game now. Can OG stop Drow right clicking? Can Tundra enable the Drow to position perfectly?
I feel like Pure is at his most vulnerable he's going to be for the rest of the game right now. Pre-BKB, no Aegis. Perhaps there's a shot for OG, but of course, they're just so strong. They've got so much of a lead on the side of Tundra. I'm just not sure that OG feel confident in going to find her. It does well, they're just trying to farm the map, get some money, and try to prepare for the next engagement. Thompson, he's knocking on the front door, forcing OG home. Whisper should be enough, though, just to deter them for the time being. And Seb now linking up with Tomato, as pings have been thrown to the bottom side, knowing that mines have just gone off here, and yeah. Therein lies the power of the techies. They blow up a mine and suddenly they just have to get off the map. You can't stay. The map is too dark. It's too damn scary. They know where you are. You set off the little alarm. And Tomato and Seb will step away in now. Bang, bang, bang. All right, back to the fountain we go. Oh, that's kind of sad.
Thompson's build is going to be so obnoxious. Like, when these fights last maybe multiple engagements, he's got Parasma soon to be down the line. Currently only Witchblade, but
what?
Yeah, he's got the Witchblade now. He's going Parasma. It's a lot of right clicks. What are they going to find?
BZM, he's got no way out of this. He's just going to get gunned down. Obviously no BKB on the Pangolier. Nothing to get out of that one. The silence is just a death sentence for BZM this game. But yeah, this Thompson build is crazy. Like this is insane. Like a right-clicking Pugner coming at you. This little toddler just clicking away. That is wild.
And Rubik also goes down. I feel like OG are just like desperately pushing out waves because they can feel themselves being relatively close to their next wave of items at least, and they're also trying to just delay Tundra from wanting to group up at this point. And maybe I don't know why Ari was up there. That wave didn't feel too valuable to skip, but of course BZM soon to respawn with the Aghanims in play. OG at least this next fight, the BKB's available for Luna, the Halberd's available for Razor, Ags a couple hundred gold away. So there's 3 items available in OG cores.
And Pure did actually skip out on the BKB, instead opting to go for the Butterfly. More aggressive potential.
Yeah.
Just not feeling the threat. And to be fair, I mean, what is there? It's just like Pangolier plus Eclipse. Like that. Yeah. There is ways for Pure to die in these fights, but
it's not the most I need to buy BKB game, 100%. Like if your position is good, you can brush off an Eclipse with just one well-placed 4-star. Right?
I just wonder if it's punishable as... Alright, Seb is here. Oops, and now he is dead.
And now mid lane as well. They're trying to go on tops, and he's
just had standing his ground though with the BKB and with the life drain as well. And now falls up the high ground. Whisper has gotten so low from all of this right now. He doesn't really have much help. BKB is available, but they'll turn the tunnel to Toby. Toby, he's stunned up. He's stunned up. He can't get off the split. It's a big kill. Can they get more? They'll look over towards Thompson here. Thompson, he's trying to stand his ground, but no more BKB available for Thompson. He might just go down here. Decrepify comes out onto himself, turns around with the suck. He gets the health back. He gets a kill to Whisper as well. Now look at Pure. Pure though, he's a big target. And Tomato, he's going for it right now, but he's going to regret it. Pure turns around. Bang, bang. Taken now. Ari falls as well. Tundra, you cannot approach them, not without a better plan than this. And Whitemon, he finds him. Finds BZM, trying to run away. Diffusal is out, but BZM, he just doesn't have a whole lot left. The roll-up is all that's left available to him. Seb comes through, trying to help him out, but the dust is on him. The damage is there. Rocket Flare to help out as well. Seb just trying to absorb some arrows for his mid laner. Everything for my mid laner, and BZM will make it out. Ooh, okay, well...
It all starts with Thompson, right? The fact that he stands his ground in his mid lane, he does the BKB suck. We were just seconds ago asking, do they actually have much magic damage to need a BKB on Tundra? And we now just saw the reason why this Pugner is punishing OG so much. 1 decrep, there's not enough magic damage to kill in that moment. So it just also covers the engagement. Sure, Toby dies at the very start, not pressing split, but it doesn't matter. Thompson bought so much time in that engagement to allow the damage to come in from the Drow, to bait OG in further, and of course Whitemon as well. Some of these initiations from him, the counter initiations, just further punishing OG. They cannot contain a fight long enough to allow this Luna to do any damage. 2-5-9 on Tomato. He needs that Kanda. He needs that extra bit of damage, because at the moment they are falling flat in pretty much every engagement that Tundra gets to dictate. What a pesky Pugner this is. 6-1-11. It's only going to get worse as well. When he gets to Parasma, he's going to be even threatening some of the kills now.
And, you know, we saw his Pugner pick. We're like, okay, yeah, Pugner, it's an early game hero. We're going to see him running around the map, doing loads of stuff. You know, I was concerned when we didn't see Thompson really, like, popping off after his laning phase. He was just farming. He was just hitting creeps, and, I mean, he was farming damn well, but... Uh-oh. BZM might just be dead here. Rolling Thunder going to come out. Pure, though. He wants to chase the right clicks. Oh, my God. That's 40 HP, BZM. Just about gets out, but meanwhile, Io's been caught as well. Whisper looking over towards 9 class here. BKB comes out with the link. Oh, he uses it onto the techies. The techies just going to be able to run himself away. Whisper's not going to be able to get out of this one. He goes down as well. Oh, these are such messy fights. And to be fair, I think messy fights are the only ones which OG can win, because if it's a full formulated 5-on-5 Tundra, they're going to be more than happy. Oh, nice blink, nice blink. Good lord.
OG just seem to be throwing bodies around the map, right? Like BZM was skipping top wave, Ari's skipping top wave, and now bot lane as well. They look out for a minute, but you know, the techies mind's down, the clockworks and all this. It is so hard to play the wider map, and Tundra, they are relentless with their aggression, and there are so many different MVP candidates in this game for Tundra. It is going to be so hard to pick a single player. Like between Thompson, Pure, and Whiteman, all three of these easily are standout contenders as they just sweep through 2 lanes of rats like it's nothing. They're moving towards the top side. It's pretty much been 24 minutes of farm from OG.
OG, they might try and stop the Mega Creeps from coming out
can't.
here, but they can't. It's already gone. The right-click Pugner with the constant Nether Blast coming out. They're just going to get everything and leave. Tundra well on their way to securing game number 1 here in the upper bracket finals. PGL Wallachia on the horizon now. A real possibility for the Tundra fans. So of course, still a grand finals to go after this one, but with this performance, if this continues, no one's going to be stopping Tundra. Tomato going for the Desperation Blink Dagger, and I think that is the right call. Maybe if you can go in with BZM, get the Rolling Thunder and the Eclipse out onto the Drow, it might just be enough, but that's ignoring the 4 other heroes on the side of Tundra.
That's also ignoring the 4/4 stuff that they have in play, right? Like double support.
It's ignoring a lot of things, all right?
But they have to ignore something. They've...
Yeah.
Okay, Whisper's already got 0 HP.
Ooh!
Pure, he's looking.
Oh, he's cooking. He's finding, landing onto Whisper. Of course, 4 staff away, breaks the static immediately, and Whisper just going to get pegged down by right-click from the Pugner. Can't quite finish the job here, though. BKB to stop BZM from stunning him, and Whiteman's going to connect onto Seb. Not the target he wanted, but the target he'll accept, as Seb's just going to get cooked up inside of these cogs, and there comes some multi-shots. Thompson brings them both down. BZM and Seb, both gone forever. Tundra now looking to put in the final dagger into the backs of OG. It just feels like there can be no response. And again, if the side of Tundra are able to take up these fast-paced fights, then things are going to look pretty good for them. No BKBs up on the side of OG. They cannot fight. There is just too much control, too much damage. Decrepifiers and all sorts of whatnots to come through onto them. Beastmaster ready with a split whenever he needs it. Primal Split comes down, given the extra tower damage. Ancient exposed. 6 seconds still on the... It's over. The Ancient is falling. They know it. We know it. GG is called. Game number 1. It goes to Tundra Esports.
What a game again. Like, I'm just going to say it. I think a lot of people would be looking at MVP towards Thompson or before the Drow. But I'm going to say that I think easily Whitemon deserves this MVP. But if he's not in position in some of these early...
I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost
takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just look up. Don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just look up. Don't be scared. I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just look up. Don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just look up. Don't be scared.
I've had this drink in the bottle for like 3 days. I just want to make sure it's okay. Well, it's not bad. It's just water, but like you never know. Yeah, we're good.
Delicious hydration. Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yes, yeah, it's just some.
My water starts to taste a bit metallic after a while in the bottle. It's not
just right. We
super
did have
great.
a lobby disconnect issue, so that's why we are currently a little bit additionally delayed. We probably should just add the start time on screen, but we can do that maybe for
But then it
tomorrow.
would be wrong because the lobby didn't start.
That's the players' fault, not ours.
Yeah.
Then we have something to blame because they think it might be us holding the lobby hostage.
I don't think anybody. If anybody thinks that anymore, then yeah. I used to love that though back in the day. Back in the early days when people would literally be like, "Why haven't you started the game yet? Cast and start game." That was my favorite spam. Then it became a meme, and then it kind of died a bit. But that was still a fun time.
Yeah, it's true. Ooh.
I think like the most kind of scuffed online events like either of us have ever worked. I remember one really fun one actually when we did like some. I'm not gonna name orgs because that's unprofessional, but like ages ago in like one of the orgs like infancy when they didn't really know what they were doing so much and they just like kind of tried to put together an online event, and it was just like a restream of a restream. And then it was like insane lag on everything, and we were supposed to be like hosting and also covering, and they were just like there were ads, but they weren't in English. They were just like, just talk over the ads, just narrate the ads, and we're just like, oh, all right. These were like weird esports ads. Yeah. We just kind of had to talk over. There was like a Santa which like got beaten up for some reason. We were just like,
are we actually
okay?
This is the lobby auto.
Load up the next one.
Okay, that's fine. Just making sure.
Real good.
What was I gonna say about that? No, I think the funny thing is like when you're watching a stream, there's a lot of like internal workings where like you don't really know about the workflow of getting there. So for example, like for us to cast a game, we need to be able to communicate to each other. We have a live feed from someone giving it to us, and then we're also in game. So whatever we see is also sometimes in a different realm to what we're actually being sent from like the actual live stream. And there's been some where it's like there's been some setups where you actually hear yourself back, or like so there's been some events where like in the arena there's been like a delay between us speaking, hearing ourselves in our ears through the arena. So I've done some events where I've been speech jammed the entire time basically because I would speak into the mic, the entire arena would hear me, I would then hear myself like half a second later, and I'd have to continue talking on that whilst hearing my panels or people on my panel.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like
feedback
subtle
is
thing.
fine when it's like 0.1 second or something like
Half
that.
a second more, you're like,
But
hello, hello.
If it's half
yeah.
a second, it's like,
yeah. So it's like it's pretty fun.
difficult.
Like when you think about like all the, whenever you hear like someone say something weird or funky, there could have been like an audio setup that's different to how they're used to, or they're getting speech jammed because of something else. It's the joy of trying to produce things. And I think so far, I'd like to think, other than a couple audio issues in game one, which I believe we fixed, we've increased the Dota sound, we're balanced again, I believe.
Yeah.
So on that side,
I do like how on the morning of doing all this, you know, Robson had come to me. I was like, oh yeah, we got an audio set up, everything's good. And then we realized the audio setup just wasn't going to work. And we had like about half an hour of just like, oh shit, we're actually just, because like, there was an echo, like a guaranteed echo on all the time, and we couldn't figure out how to fix it. And then I just managed to dig up some like audio interface thing I had like sitting in my, which I just hadn't gotten rid of, plugged in this old piece of garbage, which isn't a piece of garbage, it's actually really good equipment. And it's working perfectly. So yeah, you guys were saved from a potentially awful echoey mess.
We now have
shout out Focusrite.
No.
Shout out Focusrite. Yeah.
What?
Why do you? Oh no!
Stop giving free shout outs. No joking. I was just trying to play the advocate for no reason. I don't know. How dare?
No, we only give compliments when we're paid to. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm learning the stream of life. I'm learning the ways.
There we go. And about that, hello by the way. We do to everyone tuning in and whatnot. No updates to our breakdown, but again, if you are just joining us from game 1 to game 2, game 1, quick TLDR, we gave Whitemon the MVP, exceptional clockwork performance, I feel. He dismantled OG, they just went over aggressive, basically fucked themselves and prevented them doing really any major movements, had to farm for the entire time, and then, you know, Pure put on a Drown Masterclass, win, you know, just counterplay and survivability. So Tundra looking exceptionally good in game 1, and we are now entering the game 2 draft. This is the best of 3 of the upper bracket. Winner goes to the grand finals tomorrow.
One thing I was thinking about the Shadowblade Drow is that I kind of wanted to see when Watson pulled out the Muerta. I kind of wanted to see some Shadowblade Muerta because he was having the same issues of like, how do I approach a fight? Similar kind of draft.
Oh,
And
I was like, well, how have you connected this?
no, he just never entered the fights. And then Pure was like in a similar situation. I was
Yeah.
ready to say the exact same things I said about Watson,
Yeah.
but then he just fixed it with his item builds. So always nice to see players kind of do that, be a bit more flexible, but maybe the hero is more flexible as well. So that's always got to be taken into consideration. As we have Brewmaster Rubik coming out for Tundra. Always sad we're not going to see the techies clockwork anymore, but nevertheless still a strong lane.
Yeah. Tundra. Wow. Surprise, surprise. Going back for the Brew, and I think entering this qualifier, I said, or at least from watching Tundra in Dream League, I gave the take that I think Tundra needs to be using the logic of like consistency for their draft openings to enable players like Tops and enable players like Pure to excel. Because if you have, and it's why I think Toby, as much as he isn't like a top 10 offlaner in the world, anything like, he's just an offlaner. You know, he does his job. He sometimes does well. He sometimes underperforms. He can choke in high pressure situations, but he is the type of player that will join a system and be happy to do what the system requires him to do. And so far in Tundra, he is the first phase Brewmaster. He is the first phase Centaur every single game. What, you could put that in?
No,
I was worried you were going to write
going,
Toby in
sorry.
there.
No.
I was like, whoa, don't get carried away now.
No, I'm just want to. You keep talking. I'm just gonna.
Okay. We'll see where you're gonna go with this. And I feel this is a very sacred board that we need to share.
I'm just gonna say hi to our guy again.
Sure, that's fair enough.
I saw he's watching.
Yeah, fair enough. Hello, welcome. That's fine. Okay, smiley face is good. You're improving. We apologise, of course, for Nomad's misspeak yesterday.
I don't.
Heavily
That was
flaming
funny.
you.
That was funny.
Poor man just was like 30 MMR and you just hear the slamming on him for no reason.
I didn't watch the game. I just saw he was playing Drow. Said, if he wins, then it's a nice compliment. If he loses, then I'm
Yeah,
playing.
so
It's all
50-50.
good.
But anyways,
There you go.
so no, I think for Tundra at least, I am happy to see that they are moving to this direction of drafting where
Thanks for the top
it's
tier
like
coverage.
Falcons-esque. Every single opening, you expect the same thing. You're not going to be surprised with that. Also, thank you very much for that. My eyesight isn't very good enough, but thank you whoever did just donate then. But no, I think Tundra will get even scarier once they find their, the foundation for them to draft, and it often will be off lane plus double support openings every time. Into then, let's pick up the tops and creativity and stuff. And at least here Brewmaster, Rubik, Techies, we've seen this combination from Tundra already. It's nothing new. It is very aggressive and explosive. High damage heroes behind a Brewmaster. And for OG, we're going to see the Ari Marcy position for Marcy, where you can throw that amps up onto a gyrocopter with a flat cannon. It's very good. It's also continued to be aggressive, right? Like OG, these three heroes, if they have an early lead, they will like to run at you. Gyrocopter can itemize to be slightly more aggressive early on. Sure, you can go Act, but the magic damage you provide in laning phase is aggressive. You can use Twin Gate as well to overwhelm some of the earlier fights. And Disrupt to Marcy, they like to play from ahead, and we'll see where OG likes to conclude this stage of the draft, because they're now laning into a Morphling, where they're going to need an offlaner that can punch into most likely Morph Techies.
Yeah. Morph Techies does seem most likely the White Mon Techies coming back. Yeah, kind of feels like, you pick Gyrocopter? Okay, we'll just pick our own Gyrocopter with the Morphling. Of course, with the Morph, but... Marcy does also feel like a new way to play IO, but it's also like a bit more active as well. They kind of just shifted that IO to another role, and then also made it way more active, and also given it some carry potential, so...
Ooh. Okay.
Very interesting. New flavor coming out for OG is their fourth pick.
We haven't really seen a lot of Zoo recently, but
No.
Lycan used to be the hero that you see some like timings that, like, if you can't defend a tower nicely, you could just pick a casual Lycan here, and that's pretty much Tundra's issue now, that their lanings are good, their fighting is good, but their ability to actually stop a siege or to do it is like, they're going to need a lot of resources. And Morphling as well, he likes to sit in his lane, push it out. They want him to like dive him, but you don't really get the kill, and it like makes the fight awkward. You throw a Morphling, like a Lycan now into the mix, it's like Morphling can't stay there and like play on his HP. It's like, because meanwhile Lycan's like, alright, cool, you're doing that shit, I'm pushing the lane and hitting your tower, it's fine. Like, please try and do stuff. And also, you never really kill, you shouldn't in theory be able to kill Lycan. Of course, Techies being such a strong laner, maybe like some level 2 advantage, but no, in essence, unless OG blunders some stuff, it should just be a Lycan who farms up and will eventually take bot tower. So, yeah, this is going to be very aggressive for OG. And for Tundra, they're going to need a mid laner that can just punish this. I think, of course, Puck is going to be a good ban for OG. I think that's pretty much what Topson needs. Just a hero that can bait them in, like Kunkka as well.
Yeah.
Very good ban. Like, bait OG and like, come to me. And then I've called you, I've boated you, I've X'd you. And allow time for Tundra to decide how they want to take the fight. Because if they don't have any of that, expect OG to be aggressive again. But after the last game, I've lost a little bit of confidence in just because how well Tundra played. I got nothing else to say there. I'm just like, that's it. I think Tundra played so much better than they did yesterday.
2 series in a row now. Tundra just seemed to have OG's number. So
because of the other
qualifiers. So I'm getting a little bit scared for OG. Maybe this is their nemesis, the wall they cannot break down, the hurdle they cannot jump over, the dog they cannot leash.
I mean, currently they can't really. So that is, again, that's the answer that Tundra. I mean, OG are technically the dogs in this scenario because they have the Lycan who have the wolves.
True.
I read it out of context. If you really if you really make that
hard.
clip really small, that is career ending. What can you do, boys?
Can't end if I don't have one.
We're in a fucking attic.
We're in an attic.
On a Wednesday afternoon.
Oh no! Don't take that away.
Please.
I'm having a nice time. This is ideal Dota viewing.
10
o'clock. Lycan is a really interesting take though. I kind of like how they're just like, do we stop running at people, or do we run at people more? And you know, OG always wants to stick to their ideas. They're gonna run at people even more.
I think it works though because OG like to bring multiple heroes to a lane, so it's not as if we're gonna see a Lycan by himself for 15 minutes of the game, right?
Yep.
And they go for a mid keeper light, and that's just gonna further amplify that aggression. Like I expect Kotl to hit 6, Gyrocopter to use a twin gate, or Disruptor to use a quick twin gate. You bring everyone to bot lane. You've got like 3 points in Wolves. You're just barreling down this side of the map. You quickly go back to farm. Helm of the Overlord eventually gets completed. By that point, you're going to have like Orchid or Vessel, or both on the Keeper of Light, and it's just go.
Yeah. I do have a few concerns about this Keeper of the Light. I do feel like you don't really have a whole lot of like initiation or lockdown here. I think a lot is being put on Ari this game. Marcy just needs to kick off, land those rebounds, you know, get the disposers off, really kind of do some damage on that Marcy, and maybe that'll unlock your game a little bit. Otherwise, like, it's a Gyro, it's a Lycan, it's a Kotl running around trying to connect. It could get awkward is all I'm seeing here. I think the Ags might be a pretty good purchase here for BZM. That Aghanims should give you that extra layer of lockdown, which maybe they need. Otherwise, they might just get outpaced here. Definitely nothing to threaten like BKBs or anything like that from the side of Tundra. So it definitely simplifies the Morphlings build, the Brewmasters build. You know, sure, you've got a Disruptor, of course, to make that catch. But yeah, they're just going to abuse that and go for the Faceless Void as well now. So another... Wait. That's a Topson mid Faceless Void.
Your mic arm is perfectly blocking that, but so I didn't actually see it, and I was like, I had to look around.
Oh
like,
yeah, obviously it's a Faceless Void pick. So confident, I was like, hold the fuck on. Well,
okay. Fair enough. I think so. At least on mid Void, Topson goes for like Radiance. He goes for Manta at least a couple times from what I've seen time ago. I don't know what currently he does. When you think about it, at least they needed someone to be counter-aggressive. Kunkka was banned out. Puck was banned out by themselves. It is going to give them the fight chance, right? Where I'm not opposed to it. Because it's Topson, you have to have some like mild belief in it. But also, it's the type of pick where you just fucking get slapped in the face and the game's over in 22 minutes because you've got no early damage. Like the damage.
Is it too Topson-y? It's Topson's too hard here.
This is the pick where you either Topson for you hit like every chrono nicely and you get yourself to a point where you can. OG comes to high ground. It's like, mate, we have a chrono, we have a farmed Morphling. You don't like late game OG. They struggle fighting a Morph and a Void 100%.
Yeah.
But the journey there, this Keeper Light, he loves punishing greedy heroes because he goes Vessel to deal with the Morphling. He goes Orchid to deal with any of these Void Puck type heroes that can be annoying and elusive. So this Keeper Light BZM, he struggled in the previous game. If he pops off in this game, then Tundra, sure, if the game goes ultra late and OG have just failed to go high ground because of their own mistakes or something, then yes, Tundra, they easily can outscale and win this game. They can out-team fight super far down the line. But the journey there, I expect BZM Kotl to have this kill lead to set the momentum, and there's a lot of pressure on him because if he doesn't hit the correct timings, if the Lycan doesn't break down the map and the towers, in the back of their minds, they know they're going to be eventually outscaled because they are going into a mid-faceless void that, ooh, again, I'm interested to know what itemization he'll go this game. Like, I've seen, like, Radiance, Manta, he could potentially just go for some cheaper items to allow him to frontline, but again, a last pick, mid-faceless void, all-out aggression from OG. Can Tundra just survive? This time around, again, they lack a little bit of damage. It really is on the Rubik and the techies to bring some of the early fights to life, especially these early chronos. You're going to need both supports in position, but for OG, it is going to be go, go, go. As soon as they get a couple items, they're going to want to break down this map.
This is wild. This is an absolutely wild pick here. Topson faces Void to start game number 2 here in the upper bracket finals of the PGL Wallachia qualifiers. Of course, only one slot available here for Western EU. A slot in the grand finals through the upper bracket is exactly where you want to be sitting for that final match and to stand place yourself in the best possible position to be qualifying for this event. OG versus Tundra. Seb, his positioning has to be gold in this game. These Static Storms have the potential to do so much.
Not Platinum or Grandmaster, just Golden.
Thompson, Whitemore, looking on over.
It's all up to you.
I don't know how well they trade into this. I mean, of course, Tomato could have leveled up the Rocket Barrage to really chase him back, but nope. Thompson's going to be able to grab himself the Bounty Rune. Time walks himself away. He's going to start mid with a couple of tangos. Actually, there's Shad tangos even, so it's kind of nice for him. Not having to spend too much of his resources recovering from that early fight. But resources is the name of the game in the mid. BZM versus Thompson. It's going to be a lot of harassment coming out from these Illuminates.
The thing is, like, Void mid doesn't really push out the lane. The good thing is he's going to be able to time walk all of the Illuminate damage. So some of these there's keeper like matchups. You're pushing out the wave because you double right click the range creep. You then Illuminate to kill off the entire wave, plus hurting the enemy mid laner. Like a Void mid, you're sit inside the wave. The Illuminate hits you. You just time walk it off. You continue to exist. So it's going to be quite a funky matchup. And look, you see there, look, he gets hit by Illuminate, just instant time walk. So I do expect Thompson to have relatively good free farm. Being a melee hero inside the wave, it's on him on how well he wants to CS design in this matchup. Of course, BZM can try and be as annoying as possible, but I'm just so intrigued to know where Thompson goes with this. Like, if I remember correctly, I remember him going for some like double Wraith Band treads, and then I'm pretty sure he either did like Radiance Manta or Manta Radiance, but something like that. It does feel very Thompson-esque to go for like the biggest items possible in these matchups.
So slightly greedy and not looking at some sort of like play around diffusal or, you know, just some sort of like early damage item to get into the mix and mess with the enemy team.
Again, it really depends on what he wants to do, because like on the previous game on the Pugner, he decided to go super skirmish, right? He went for like a Witchblade, a 4-star for the cheap stats that these items provide rather than saving up for like bigger ticket items. In other games, he's gone for like Octarine on the Pugner, right? So it really is game dependent. I feel in this game there is a fear of the early pressure from OG, but if he goes for, let's say, like the Radiance, then he knows in the back of his mind that he just needs to be in that right fight to give mischance to a Lycan or a Gyrocopter, or even the Marcy with the ultimate, and it will
Bottom
provide
lane,
some more fighting.
Toby very low, as is Seb, who's going to full 9 class will be the one to go down. That'll be your first blood going to both Seb and Tomato. Trying to body a little bit too hard for his Brewmaster and finish off the kill. Doesn't quite work out. Mid lane Thompson getting very low as well. BZM trying to chase him down. Thompson will just water root himself up again. No bottles in the middle lane for anybody at this point.
I don't think Thompson wants to really go for the bottle, and obviously Keeper Light doesn't go for it. So this is
No.
it's a rare, but it's a bottleless matchup.
Yeah.
It's gonna be just chugging the water as soon as they get there.
Time dilate just to try and mess with BZM, but it's a little awkward. Now time walks on cooldown. We'll have to dodge that one out, and does do so successfully as up on the top side. Ari does fall to Pure. Whisper also getting very low as well, as does Pure and Whitemon. So I've got to be a little bit careful here. Won't walk into the sticky bomb for now, but Whitemon getting very close, just looking to keep the harassment coming through onto that Lycan. really punish him in this lane.
My focus is when BZM hits 6, whatever lane he goes to, I expect there to be some kill potential. And in one lane you have the glimpse back from Disruptor, in the other you have the Marcy jump to help contain that fight and to give Keeper Light the access to doing all the damage he wants. And it's only a level and a half away. An early smoke up from 9 Class. 9 Class loves to ditch Toby. That's something that we haven't really spoke about, but I said that Toby feels like a sacrificial player on the team, right? Like, they draft his hero first pretty much every other game now. 9 Class as well, by minute 4, he's always making that smoke move, making something that will just hurt Toby in the off lane, but it'll just activate Thompson in the mid if it is to connect. And
yeah, they're looking for the time walk. It does come out, but in the wrong direction. A little bit tricky here for 9 Class to make that rotation really land. As down to the bottom side, Toby getting run down by Tomato and by Seb whilst his support is away. Thompson should now have the information, but Thompson's going for this right now. Looking onto BZM, 9 Class connecting, right clicks coming through, and Coddle, well, will survive for the time being, so doesn't really land, and the high fives will be shared, but BZM living for now. Ari coming across as well, just to make sure the Coddle is absolutely fine. And maybe looking for a bit of counter aggression coming out onto 9 Class. This Dispose comes out, and 9 Class TP's away, and he is going to be successful. Very, very close though.
Thompson's back in.
Yeah, 0 chill on the Faceless Void, of course. No points in Bash, just going full on time walk and dilation.
Yeah, more importantly, because 9 Class has rotated to mid, it's now stopping the Keeper Light making those 4 to 5 minute stacks. Often BZM likes to make those. I mean, every middle Kotal player, yes, push out the way for 3-4 minutes, get a couple levels, start making some stacks in your jungle. So the early moves from Rubik, not only is it stopping the aggression or the efficiency from Keeper Light, but it's also just stopping the general map play that is to come, just delaying it ever so slightly.
And Toby, all things considered, has done pretty well down here, considering 9 Class was away for so long. Didn't really miss out on a whole lot. So going aggressive now onto Toby, looking to get that punish coming on through, but 9 Class and Toby holding strong on the tower, utilizing that armor and regen very nicely to get a bit of counter damage coming through. Not a great trade for OG. A lot of resources being traded in this early game, but a few of them really converting into many kills at this point. Wolves just chasing Whitemon. Of course, we do have Whisper on the off lane doing his thing. Yeah. I don't know, Lycan into Morph was never really the best matchup, was it?
In what regard? You mean the Lycan pressuring the Morph or the Morph pressuring the Lycan?
For the Lycan.
So the Lycan, it's that you never kill the Morphling, but when you hit 6 and have teammates, Morphling has to leave the lane. So it's kind of like 7 minutes of awkwardness into then, oh, I'm losing my map a little bit.
Ooh, mid lane. Oh, sorry, bottom lane. That's where Tomato is. He's going to fall.
Is the hot sauce brewing, or
heroes rotate down onto him?
But no, in regards to, like, when I see Lycan into Morphling, I expect Morphling to freely hit his creeps. It's not as if Lycan has any kill potential on a Morphling. But we'll see if OG are to try and utilize their strengths when you have that shapeshift in play, especially with the catapult waves coming into probably the 10-minute mark is going to be the catapult they use. This 5-minute catapult that's still alive for OG. It's too early of a spawn.
Yeah, Pure is just kind of farming the wolves up here at the moment, though. Howl will come out just to try and stop Pure from just bullying him right now, but it's not really working. Pure will be a little bit careful, but plenty of strength to work with here, so not really being threatened by the wolves of the Lycan. All is good. BZM kind of being stalked by Whitemon at the moment. Well, does place down the ward, but BZM, he sees him. He wants to get off that solar bind, but with a blast off across, Whitemon trying to get the deny out onto the neutral camp. BZM, he finds him. The right click will not be in time. And Whitemon gets the deny. Very nicely done by the Tundra +5.
Radiant might want to haul some ass down to their bottom tower. Radiant scanning for enemies. Or maybe for friends.
What are the levels looking like now? Just trying to see where the move is, because like Ari, he's incredibly under-leveled, right? Only level 3. He's tried to give as much room to his Lycan as possible, of course helping out due to the 9 class aggression. And Thompson, he hasn't got a point in Chrono. He's sitting at a 4-3 build, maxing dilation, doesn't have a single point in time lock. Like, full control. I'd love to know level 8. Alright, chat, what are we saying? Level 8. 4-point dilation or Chrono? We'll see in a minute, but the aggression is underneath tower.
Ooh, dilation comes out, does land onto the Marcy, and I mean, it's only one, but it'll do the job. Thompson brings down Ari in the middle lane.
Oh, he's half a level away. Get your votes in right now. Brewmaster, though, he is getting sent back to base. Every time we see noise happen bot lane, like, it is expected, though. He's by himself. It's a Brewmaster into a disrupted gyrocopter. Plenty of damage to pick off. Tundra,
he survived for a while, but the moment the disruptor starts to get points in Glimpse and Tomato gets some points in Rocket Barrage, it suddenly becomes
just look at the dire vision.
To live.
They have 2 mid wards to protect Void. Like, there's a mid faceless Void. He's got 2 observers protecting him. He's going back like they are all inning on Topson to have a good time, and he is looking for the Manta. If you look at his quick buy, I am expecting the build that I mentioned. I think this is probably when he'll go, and he's about to hit level 8. Will he get Chrono? Will he just all in on the skirmish, on the fight? Twitch chat, half of you will be wrong, half will be right, and
assuming it's 50-50. Topson tries to get the Time Walk away, doesn't quite do so. Back into the ultimate of Seb, and Topson will fall. The first Static Storm off the game. Absolutely perfect. Finds a brilliant target, brings down Topson, and now
Seb did a very good job not getting drawn into this mid lane aggression. He focused on playing bot, he focused on enabling Tomato, and doing so, the couple kills they got on Toby, yeah, if you don't hit level 6 there's no way you can avoid it. It was a very small window for them to find that, and the expected move on this morphing, I've been talking about it the entire time. They're bringing all the heroes top, 5 heroes again, 9 minutes into the game, they're jumping
I've seen
onto
this
Pure.
one before. Pure's going to be the target, then it's just too much damage for him to survive.
Topson got glimpsed back to base as well.
Oh, okay. Topson, going to be a long walk home for him. Seb bullying Topson at the moment.
These are, the expected moves that you see from the OG lineup. They have their twin gate ability with the gyrocopter. The level 6 of Lycan came into play, and you ask about the Lycan morphing matchup, and here it is, mate.
Effect. I mean, +4 other teammates.
It's what you need to do.
OG, they love a good 5-man rotation onto the top lane. They absolutely love it. And Tundra, this time around, they do move in their faces for it, but overall, not a huge overreaction like we see other teams do, where they're just like, oh goodness gracious, 5 heroes on the top side, bring everybody. No, they chill, they farm the map, they don't go over aggressive on the bottom side either, because sometimes it can lead to that kind of chain feeding where they then overcompensate. Tundra's very chill, very confident gameplay so far, and another mid, another Static Storm, another huge amount of damage coming through onto Topson. He's dead again. Seb just absolutely hammering into Topson at the moment. BZM, of course, gets the kill as Whitemon getting beaten down now as well by OG. So there's going to be a secondary kill for OG in the middle lane.
They're bringing their damage advantages now. After what was a relatively shaky start to the game because of some outlaning from Tundra, OG, they are bringing their draft into full light now. And again, it feels like Seb is leading the charge. The early levels he was able to attain really has Topson's number. And going back to the question that we asked,
4400.
4400. He hasn't got a point in
build.
Chrono. I mean, I've already said that there's no damage for Chrono, right? So if he hits a Chrono, do they die? Seb, though,
getting a bit of revenge here. Tundra should be able to bring down the OG captain, and down he will fall. Seb is gone, and now look over towards BZM as well. BZM, a bigger target. If they can bring him down, this would be huge, and I think they can. They've got the pacing. Toby gets a double kill down on the bottom side, but Tomato coming in, trying to finish off Whitemon. Will he connect? There comes a homing missile. The damage is going to be there. A crit. It's not going to be enough, but Ari comes through on the side and finds him with the rebound. You want a middle lane, though. Middle tier 1 tower being blasted in by Pure and Topson. They should be able to get this tower. So what is the build? It's going to be straight up Manta for now for Topson, and we'll see if he does go back for the Radiance later, whether it's a different build. Whisper, meanwhile, just a casual shapeshift in the middle. Oh my god.
another one.
Oh. Another one. Seb just absolutely
So far pushed up. And look at the chase down. They're running. They're trying to find more. 9 clutch. You gotta run. Get out of here.
Oh, there's a wolf. There's a horse. A whole menagerie coming at you right now.
The zoo is coming for you, but
the Warpine Raider.
He gets out.
Scariest of all. Oh, replaces Warpine Raider for another Warpine Raider. Apparently the other one wasn't good enough.
Seb has a vendetta though. Like, his Static Storms have been very much focused in the void.
It's for real.
And I respect it. I feel like he's making some statements. Like Topson, he popped off in that previous game. He played with that aura of like Topson confidence. In this game, Seb has put him back in his seats. Like sit down. Like, we're gonna try and get this to a game 3 because this early game, it is extremely disruptive. And Seb even throwing out a tip.
Ooh, because in the bottom side they managed to bring down Toby.
Yeah.
They connect on the play. Not even a Static Storm being used this time around, but I mean, it does make sense. Like, who else are you going to Static Storm this game? The Morphling's a risk. He's probably going to be able to get off the strength attribute shift unless you can really sneak at him through the trees. Brewmaster, same thing. Primal Split could be available if he gets any sort of warning that Seb's coming at him, so...
Maybe Seb was jealous that we gave MVP to Whitemon, you know, the other 5 player. So now this game, he's just really vying for it.
Going for the redemption arc.
Yeah.
After game 1.
Looks to be the case. Lycan, though, about to complete that Helm of the Overlord. Of course, with the...
Ooh, they've got the vision onto Pure.
Do they
It's so
he's
hard
out.
to catch him, though. Static
Glimpse.
Storm is there. They're going to go for it. They're going to go for it. It's the 2 supports. BZM coming through as well. TP out, though, from Pure. But the rebound is going to be there for Maori. And down goes BZM.
That was a very ambitious TP. Like, he was hoping that Ari maybe just unplugged his keyboard or mouse or something, but yeah, not to be the case. Morphling does get picked off, and again, the supports of OG just really connecting the aggression. Wherever they go, they set up, and something that we didn't really discuss, the Lycan and Keeper Light combination, the wolves that Lycan always scout on the map, the Kotal can jump in and use that for a boot to travel.
Rebounders down to the bottom side. They
Seb's
managed to
dead.
find Seb. I mean, no Static Storm, but he is just going to straight up die. Chronosphere comes down onto BZM as Thompson runs past him. Not the most impactful of Chronospheres of the game, but nevertheless, that's what we're getting. Whitemon on the run right now, trying to move himself down south, down away from Tomato, but Tomato will find and get the kill. And OG just running over Tundra right now.
What can they do, right? Like, the Morphling doesn't want to take any early fights right now. He's trying to go for a Manta. Your mid lane's also trying to buy a Manta. your off lane's bought a Vessel, but there's not much to do. Like, the items that Tundra present at this 15-minute mark, it just isn't the same. Like, just click on all the OG cores. Helm the Overlord complete. That is taking over the Ancient, you know, just forcing the map. You've got Boots of Travel Vessels, soon to be Orchid on Keeper Light. Like, just the disparity in the fighting items of OG compared to, like, the utility scaling of Tundra really gives OG the opportunity to keep hammering down the map, and they're not really going to let off. They are still positioned bottom. Seb, of course, with the Static Storm in play, he wants to try and go for it, and Tundra, they're jumping in.
Yeah, this time they'll just settle for the Techie's kill. Thompson's nearby, but they bullied him enough, or maybe they haven't. Thompson, time walk away. Toby, he's in on the side. Primal Split available. Gonna have to use it here if he doesn't want to get this back, and they do want to bring down Tomato. Tomato looking very vulnerable on the front lines here. No one coming in to help him. He will fall. Now, throw it up into the air. They might find the +1. BZM, he's in trouble as well. Pure's on top in the Howl. It's reducing the damage a bit, but not nearly enough as BZM gets cut down as well. Down to the back lines, the Lycan is kind of ripping through them at the moment, and they're looking for more targets. Thompson up onto the cliff, trying to get himself some sort of safety here, but unfortunately, they still... Oh, no, they've lost vision. Ari can't get up. He can't get up.
And he's done.
Oh! No way did that work. The cliff jump. Now Pure. He's just ripping through everybody else in the back line. It's an ultra kill for Pure on the Morphling. What a play. Jumping up to the cliff. Dropping the time dilations.
These melee heroes with no vision and absolute despair there. Thompson, he had a split second to choose what to do. Does he time walk past the trees to maybe juke out the fight? Does he go back towards his team and try and make the big play? And he trusts his team. He goes to the high ground. OG just scrambling on the low ground, trying to get some ounce of damage or vision up there, and just a little bit of Thompson magic being sprinkled into what was an absolute despair early game from Tundra. These are the plays that give them a little bit more life. And
I mean, it definitely helps when you have Pure blasting through the fights, doing 4k of hero damage, 17 minutes in on the Morphling, but that's just Pure things for you, of course.
I mean, the fight also started for OG very poorly, right? Tomato died at the very start. Kotal was getting chased down. It really become like the Lycan show at the very end. And because of that, Tundra, they had confidence. There was no Keeper Light that they had to respect, who was going to be throwing out the big damage from the side, or the flak, or the cooldown that they needed to really think about. It was a very simplified fight for Tundra that allowed Thompson to pop off. And now they're back into the Roshan, not back in, but straight to the Roshan pit for OG.
Straight to the Roshan pit. They want to get things back on track for them.
Ooh, this game, it just, you can feel like the intensity, right? Like, OG want to go for the fights. Tundra, they're trying to min-max how far they can fight, but they respect the fact they need to scale, and scaling they are. This Morphling, he is top of the net worth, and the Aegis, the first one, it is going to fall the way of OG, but how can they utilize it? What is their game plan? Are they going to try and take all the outer towers? Are they going to try and go for the kills? Like, they have some big choices to make right now.
I just love the way these two teams fight each other. It's so messy. It's so violent. There's just... every fight is absolute chaos when these guys clash, in this game and in the last one. Man, is it exciting to watch. Now Tomato still feeling strong, still feeling like the big carry in the game. despite Pure's performance in the last one. But now he's got this edge in his pocket. He's got the extra ray of confidence, backed up by the Ancient Granite Golem as well for the extra bonus HP. Tier 2 tower being absolutely smacked at the moment. Tundra, though, looking to maybe find somebody out of position here.
They're smoked up. They
They've got
have
a
the
chrono.
the blink on Toby. If you can find the backlines, if you can throw that keeper light into the air, then it's going to help out there. They're going to find each other mid. They
Oh,
find
big
Seb.
catches. Seb tries to go for the Static Storm, does do so, but he's also glimpsed
him
Toby
back.
out of it.
Oh.
A bit of panic there coming out from Seb as Ari now being left behind, looking for the rebound target, but he's already used it. Tomato coming in. Chrono Stick comes
Toby
down! Oh my god, just catching Toby on that one as well. Impressively, in fact. But nevertheless, you know, still looking okay. White one's going to get run down. Tomato's dead for the first time, dead for the second time. Maybe here if they can get on top of him. Pure, he's going in with the damage. Tomato trying to stand his ground, but with that Spirit Vessel on him, he's just not healing up from the Morph Mask at all. And he's going to get killed off, but didn't even have the lifesteal, so just goes down. Locked into the 1v1. BZM in trouble now as well. Tundra putting it together once more, beating up BZM, but he's pretty fast, and he will get away. As, oh, okay. The creeps just, mobbing the poor old Rubik.
Oh, look at the quick buy of this Void. Look at the build.
Radiance next.
There it is. Matter is complete. And you know, other than the fact that Toby did blink, like they had the awkward like chrono brew blink, I love the fact that Toby went for the straight blink dagger after the vessel. Like it is very disruptive for OG. Like this fight, you have two teams kind of trying to make an aggressive play. Tundra just a little bit quicker in their move. They are going to pick off BZM,
yeah,
but this is the main thing. Like Tundra, they're setting the pace in the game. Like sure, there was an Aegis in play, but they're the ones who are initiating the fight, stopping Disruptor. Seb, he had an exceptional early game. He was hitting so many static storms, but if you jump him at the start of the fight, especially when he tries to static the brew in the void, he then misses the void, glimpses the brew back out of the fight. You can't really fight with major confidence there, and I think Tundra, I respect the fact that they are just being so aggressive, and you know, just throwing out static onto a Rubik. Is there any follow-up though?
Yeah, glimpse back. Oh, perfectly
There
timed
it
with the
is, yeah.
rebound as well. That was cute. And that's going to get him killed to 9 class. It's a little snack. You know, it's a little...
Don't look now, but
little something.
tower is getting obliterated. Okay, fine, you can look. It's kind of fun.
But definitely nowhere near the sort of comeback they're hoping for. Of course, it's been a weird game. You know, I'm sure the net worth graph will show us this mountainous lead which OG was able to get in the early game. They were just running them over to start with, but then once again, Tundra really self-confident. This team, they know their timings. They always identify their timings. They play to them. They don't get kind of carried away.
You know the thing about this game though, Nomad, is like Tundra, if they execute, the fights look very competitive. But if at any point they blunder the fight, they miss the chrono, or the brew gets picked off pre-split, then OG has, once again, like they have the momentum still, so they have the ability to just rip through the base. Like if they ever win a fight near your base, buildings will fall. So this entire time, like I think Tundra, they are, you know, outclassing just a little bit as we enter the mid game. But there is always that expectation that OG have the ability to just rip you to shreds, given the chance.
And even though we do have like this Morphling and Faceless Void, so you know, obviously in the late game, we're always going to be looking at Tundra. There is always that extra carry on the side of OG and Ari. We've seen how much he can get done on this Marcy in the late game. Obviously, already going for the BKB. Yeah. We'll probably see a Basher after that as well. And
he sometimes likes to go Daedalus. Like he likes just the raw damage if the lockdown isn't as important. Of course, lockdown's pretty good here. They are trying to lock down the Void right now.
Yeah, an attempt at a Manta, absolutely not going to work. Once again, Seb going to put Thompson down. Ooh, it's what, number 4, number 5? I'm starting to lose count, and like genuinely, it's been that many times it's happened.
Luckily, there's a scoreboard.
Not trying to make a point.
It is four times so far in this game.
He's only died to the Static Storm.
Yeah.
Okay.
The game's now calmed down a bit. I can breathe. I felt like I was getting a little bit amped up as well because the game was on like a knife's edge. Either team trying to vie for that window to take a big lead because of course OG, they had the opportunity to do it. Tundra, that bottom fight, again, exceptional stuff. I feel like for OG at least, wait for the AC on the Lycan, the BKB on the Marcy and the Coddle, even the Gyrocopter. Like they have 4 big items soon to be coming out across all their heroes. That's when OG will probably want to make the big move once again. Net worth wise, if you look at it, it's Morphling up top, Void's kind of like middling, and then and like Toby, he has fallen into kind of the supporting cast of the game, but it is somewhat what is needed due to the amount of threat on the map. Toby will not really need the farm, just as long as he keeps up with levels, which he is doing. We'll be able to assist the team. The value of this Cyclone is going to be so key.
Ooh, Seb, it's a perfect target. Psych Storm is off cooldown, so bring him down here would be absolutely key, and they're going to be able to do exactly that.
No one's here. He's just by himself. Like, it doesn't really matter too much. When I spoke about the items, it's everyone but Seb is about to get a big item. Ari just hugging the corner of the map right now, pondering on what to do. Some life choices, but
don't move, they'll see you. I mean, he's got a BKB this whole time, but
no, he doesn't. Not yet.
Sorry, a TP.
There we go. Yeah. Very different.
On the aggro of the camp. It's got to get out of here. I was getting a little hot around that area. And the team want to go and take themselves a Tormentor. That'll be exactly what's taking place. I did notice that for the last qualifiers, Tormentors were like a big thing. Every 20 minutes, everyone was running to the Tormentors. But I actually think everyone's just so focused on the pace of the game. Like, the meta has developed so much over the past week that it's just... The game's too fast for Tormentor. You don't want to run back to your side of the map as 5 heroes and go and kill a Tormentor. It's just not really ideal.
Yeah, it's very game dependent. Like, if you're trying to be aggressive, but you're forcing yourself to the opposite side of the map to take a Tormentor, it won't feel good. In games where it's slow, it's easy to make that move and not feel like you're giving your opponent just access to the map that you were trying to choke them out on. It is very dependent. Now we are smoked up. The AC is complete on the Lycan. The BKB is complete on the Gyrocopter. They've got BKB coming out on Coddle, so the only one who hasn't hit their timing is the Marcy, but the 3 cores of OG all have a big ticket item to reveal here, and they're jumping onto Pure. He has a BKB himself, so they're having to disengage. Tomato, already half HP.
Seb, they need him for the fights, but they're not going to get him. He's just going to get taken down by Toby. Drops the Static Storm in the very last minute, but it's not going to do a whole lot. Tomato has just been completely zoned from the fight by Pure, as in the backlines, Chronosphere comes out onto Ari. White one's there as well with the blast off, and they will be able to bring down the Marcy. Thompson able to land the chrono and get the kill. OG forced very far back. They try to go for the fights, and once again, Tundra, they just always seem to get the better of them. And Whisper, who's been relatively quiet this game, is very, very caught out by the Brewlings now. And it's going to be yet another kill going the way of Tundra, making it a very convincing fight for them.
They just ran into a brick wall. That was the Morphling, right? Like, they're making this smoke play. They have triple big timings on OG. The only hero they don't want to find is Morphling. Like, they bump into the Morphling who has a BKB. As they see that, they're like, wait a second, we don't have the lockdown for this. They want to find a Void, Static Storm the Void. They want to find a Brew pre-split, but they find the worst core possible, so they smoke themselves into just the carnage of Tundra. And at that point, it's too late. Your formations are broken. Seb's now out of position because he's been chasing that aggression, and OG putting themselves in this position of just being obliterated by Tundra. Already, you have to start asking yourself the question: what can OG do to win a team fight? Playing into a Void who now has the Radiance. You've got Brewmaster who went for the Vlad as well. Like Toby, he understands the state of the game. He's amping up the 2 big carries on his team.
Yeah, that's been his game. Control the fights, chase people down, enable his team. The Toby Brewmaster is doing exactly what you expect it to. This is why they first phase it. Every single game, it just gives them so much control, so much vision in the fights. Makes everything pretty damn difficult. It's Ari waiting to see if there was any sort of opportunity for a cheeky pick, but not going to happen. And they want to back themselves away. So it's going to be OG now on the back foot. Not massively behind, but also with the heroes they have, just feeling a little bit lost maybe. They'll go for some timings. They'll look to play out this Aegis, I imagine. Okay, they're not forced to make pickoffs into an Aegis, are they? Boop. Bye-bye, Morphling.
I just don't know how OG get to play out this game when the momentum shifts away from them. The Disruptor, you play the early game punishing lack of BKBs. When they come into play, you're now entertaining the idea of when do I get my Aghanims, and that really isn't going to be anytime soon. Luckily for Seb, he does have the Philly Stone, already 1,000 gold deep into the Aghs. So he's going to be slowly starting that journey towards his kind of comeback into this game after, again, a very good start. For OG, it now feels like the stall tactics. And can they really stall though? If Void and Morphling want to walk up to a high ground, use that Brew split as well to start chipping down the towers, I think Tundra, they can just dictate everything in the game right now against OG. They've completely missed their timings. Once again, you have to argue it's self-inflicted for OG. This bottom engagement where Tomato died and then Void cliffed himself, and we see the teams, they see each other just for a little bit, but Seb doesn't have the vision. EZM getting chased down as well. Gets the TP out.
BKB TP away for BZM. Not ideal, but the kind of state of the game for OG is just kind of this right now. And Whisper going for the TP. Whitemon gonna find him though. TP cancelled out as wait. Tomato is dead in the middle lane? Okay, well, we'll watch this as Seb gets taken out. Whitemon gonna not be able to escape from the creeps, but Whisper just now on the run. Actually turns around and realizes, wait a minute, why am I running? And it's because Toby's here. He's trying to go for the cheeky pick off onto 9 class, but that's going to cost him his life. And 9 class will be absolutely fine. But Gyrocopter died in the middle lane.
He just got chronoed.
He got chronoed and dead.
The Morph and the Void were just there. Meanwhile, the bottom shenanigans were playing. Like, it doesn't matter.
Huge distraction.
A massive distraction. OG, they just can't play the map. Their entire strategy has just fallen apart in the face of Tundra. We spoke about the scaling and how Tundra in the late game are incredible, but that late game, it's already happening. It's 29 minutes in, and I'm very doubtful. I think Ari on this Marcy, he's going to have to try and get his BKB, become a statement player. I think some BKB Marcy who at least forces some pressure could help them, but you really are asking a lot from a support Marcy.
We're always sort of worried about this. If OG weren't ahead, how do they start fights? How do they get pickoffs? Like, who is their front line? I mean, Lycan is, yeah, he can live on the front line, but he's not going to force Tundra to respond to him. He's not going to be a threat. It's just creeps running at this backlines of Tundra. The stuns aren't there. The damage isn't there. It's all on Ari, and Ari just isn't having a game right now. Now Whitemon, along with 9 class, just tracking Ari through the jungle. Stolen Wall's very, very annoying for OG to deal with.
Morphin's got Satanic. Like, there's like a 5,000, what was it, about 5,000 gold disparity between the heroes. Like, there's an entire Satanic difference between a Gyrocopter and the Morphling.
Yeah.
Like, Gyrocopter, he wants a Satanic, but is nowhere near. Disruptor dies. It's just a Toby pickoff once again. Where was this Tundra at the start of the qualifiers? They've just woken up, it seems.
Lycan thrown into the air, under the tier 4s, Pure on him once again. Ari trying to stun him up, will be successful in doing that, but will he keep Whisper alive? No, he will not. Toby finds another, destroying people on this Brewmaster. Pure just absolutely uncontested on the Morphling as well. Every fight he's turned up to has just been relentlessly successful for the side of Tundra. Now your high ground's being threatened. Your base is starting to fall. Pure, Satanic off the Heavenly Bind, and the Satanic can now jump in onto BZM. BZM, BKB's out, but the right clicks are there from Pure. More than enough to bring down the Coddle. That's your mid laner, just gone. Pure, he wants out. He's done with this.
I mean, they can get out of this game. Like,
OG,
so. They've got nothing.
Ari's gone.
They're falling to pieces.
Next. The right click's coming. Chronosphere into the fountain, just to make absolutely sure. A little bit of the delayed revenge for Thompson there. That's for the early game.
Oh, this game. Tundra again. Concede a little bit of the early game, but then they just come out swinging. What can they do? OG, I mean, both supports respawning in 25 seconds.
One
the H is
last
exposed.
Try. Tomato, holding the BKB, trying to wait for his teammates to respawn. Knows there's no chance of them actually being able to take this one without everybody alive. But the BKB inside the fountain, you're not staying in this game. Ancient starting to fall now. Tomato inside the fountain, just trying to do something, anything to hold on to this one. 8 seconds on Seb. Static Storm may be available. Tundra, they're going to respect it. But the pings are coming. They want to try this right now. BCM, though, he's just TPing into his death. They'll roll upon him immediately. Stun in the backlines. Ari, he goes in deep to find Toby. On the front, meanwhile, Static Storm is out onto the Morphling, but Morphling doesn't give a damn. He's chilling. Thompson out looking at the Ancient. Ari jumps over him, but immediately just getting jumped upon by these two. Thompson getting kind of low here. Buyback from Toby as they just want to finish the game. Ancient being punched right now. Whisper running around the sidelines, just trying to cause some sort of issue to stop Tundra punching their throne. But Pure, he just keeps on clicking. Now the Gyrocopter thrown up into the air just to make sure absolutely nothing can stop Pure from ending this game. And it will be a 2-0 to Tundra. A brutal series for OG here.